Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is why here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Joe's one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. Though we say we be pubbing, man, I want the bag and you love it. You want a top 10, we above it. Legend.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Thursday, March 6th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. 13 days until Pubapalooza. And I've done some damage to my bankroll in the last 48 hours, and it must be fixed here today. After Monday, I was sitting there thinking, okay, let's see how much I get paid on Friday. That's not the case anymore. It's just been a travesty of a couple days. College basketball wasn't so bad last night. I had a ton of action, 16 games. All I had to do was take Boston College full game instead of first half, and I have a winning day. But NBA was not good. You guys, Rob Free especially, very, very right about the Mavericks. Billy Brisbane as well, very right about the Mavericks. I was very wrong. Nasty Nate, all you guys on Vegas, I was very wrong about the Leafs. That was a tough first period to watch. Leafs outshoot Vegas 16-8. Wall looks horrible. Wall's in his head. Wall shouldn't have anything close to Wall. So that's a problem. But Nye starting off with a fight. I mean, the table was set for a strong first period from the Leafs, and they played okay. They just didn't have the goaltending. The goaltending was atrocious, and that was a bath. So the importance of today is crucial. I mean, what's going to happen? Show up at Pubapalooza with a ratty ass sneakers and fucking holes in my pants and struggling to survive, or am I going to show up, ready to fucking rock, looking good, cashing tickets? What's going to happen? It all matters about this evening. Okay, this is oh my god, that scared me. Sorry, having some computer issues, and for a second I thought my notes were gone. They are not gone. There has been a dearth of sleep, a lack of sleep. The games are enormous. I think we've set things up pretty well today. We have Bobano starting us off in college basketball. We have 14 games with Bobano. Go to the description on our video and just copy and paste it onto something, and then you have the perfect working worksheet for today. We have 12 games, I believe, with Bobano, 14 with Spooner. So Spooner's going to come on in 54 minutes. Then I'm going to rock through NHL with you. I've made 5 bets. It's going to be a cash-filled day, I'm telling you. There's a couple more I'd like to make, but the odds or lines moving against me pretty heavily, so I'm just kind of waiting. I still expect them, not heavily, but moving against me. Let's say that, moving against me. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. Great to see all of you guys. Great to see all of you guys. Big O in the house is happy Thursday. Good luck to all. MSU, Iowa over 151. Stacks is Northern Kentucky, the Norse plus 4.5. And Robert Morris and boots on the ground for the Morris game. That's dope, man. Let's get that all copied and pasted. Copied and pasted. Viper NB Houston -5 and Tampa Bay Lightning -1.5 locked in so far. Also lean in the Anna and the Lakers, but waiting for breakdowns. Pig Milk play the day. San Diego +2. Pacific 1-7 against the spread is a favorite. I'm happy you said that because we actually are not. That's one of the games that we missed. Again, there's I think 53 games today, and we are going to cap here on the show 26 of them. Spooner is going to be focusing on the conference tournament, so there'll be Spooner hitting those conference tournaments. That's the plan here. And Billy, I have been perusing. Not last night. Last night was very, very stressful. But 2 nights ago, I spent about 10 minutes perusing Pig Milk possibilities for a graphic. You have certainly earned a graphic. So Jose and I will be working on that. Pig Milk play today, 69.62 plus 13.68 units. Swiggy in the house. The UFC contest is live at Pub Sports Radio. And we're just finishing off a couple things, and then we are going to announce our bracket contest. Our bracket contest will be up and running again this year. And for a lot of us at Pub Blues, it's going to be a lot of fun kind of competing with everybody. Rich OINC says, great day, college basketball starting at 1 p.m. Eastern today. What a great day. Nicholas Handy, the nuke worker, and there's Slow Jams Arsenal in the house. Need a good birthday pick today. The big 4-8. Happy birthday, Slow Jams. Give Slow Jams Arsenal, OG Low Bagger some love. Happy birthday, man. Kingu in the house. David Redling said Hachimura and Reeves out, so I can't count on the Lakers staying off. We're going to be talking all about that. We have It's Derl rocking with us. It's Derl will be rolling with us here for NBA. Billy Friedrich's already moved on Georgia State +2.5, Indiana State, SIU first half under 72.5, Northern Alabama -5.5, Omaha -5.5, Bucknell -8.5, UC San Diego first half minus 13.5. Let's copy that right under. Where the hell is pig milk? God, lack of sleep and stress. I tried to sleep too. I tried to get 4 hours, but I, woke up in a panic. I can't believe this is a life with fucking Joes, man. And then, be calm, right? Just be calm. There's going to be days like this when you're a high volume capper and you're betting every day. There's going to be days like we've had the last two. So just stay calm. And also, I'm trying to tell myself, this is nothing. You can get out of this, not sitting there down 10K. Everything's fine. You can get out of this. Get out of this. Cap our way out of this, which is what we're going to do today. Kelly McInnes in the house. Happy birthday to Slow, Jams, Arsenal. We got Gorky in the house. Is Oregon women to beat Indiana a good look? He thinks yes. Gorky thinks yes. Oregon women to beat the Indiana women. There's Guillermo Zertucci. G. God, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait to be sitting beside you and the fellas. Can't wait. And also, betting Santa Anita at night. I can't wait, man. I cannot wait. Also, we talked about it. Everybody in our group chat for everyone going to Pubapalooza. And if you're going to Pubapalooza, you're not in the group chat, please let me know or Jose know, and we'll get you in. We need people to sign up for poker. We are deciding whether it should be at the Ace Card Club or just at the bar. I'm not going to leave the bar. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to go to the bar. 15, 16 hours later, I'm going to stumble home. And I'm going to do the same thing every day, over and over and over and over again. 3-2 for Steve G. Caps Rangers over. Lost. Toronto lost, but 3 bangers. Great job. Series business in the house. The Eldorado custodian, Jason Meyer. Wine Time had a rough day yesterday. He did clean it up with some Clippers moneyline action late, but wants to get paid today. Nate Dogg 420 in the house. Nate Dogg, my first player props in NHL of the season. We're bet today, Nate Dogg. Oh, the respect play they loses with Louisville. First half. What? You still cashed Louisville first half. You still cashed it. They were up by 10. I know, because I made the terrible, terrible decision to go up against you guys with Cal first half. You cashed that. I'm certain. Look, I don't need to double check it, but I'm going to double check it. But you cashed it. No, I should do top 25. You cashed that. Both you and Kong cashed that comfortably. Right? Am I tripping? Let me just check this quickly here. We had you guys. What are you talking about? Louisville won, covered it by 15. I stopped watching. It was not a loss. It was a casher for you, my man. Okay, so shout out to everybody joining us here. We got lots of work to do, a ton of work to do. Yes, Billy Friedrich, I will be kinder to my laptop. And Dan Kelly says, good morning. Says, kind of surprising you can still get the Caps plus 600 to win the NBA championship. Yes, I've moved on them. Plus 700. That's, I'm on board. I'll be cheering like crazy. Kripke in the house. Ross Pitts, North Ender. A wine at time. Sports says full, being grinded since 4 a.m. We got his full NBA card. It's going to be great for us to discuss here. A ridiculous amount of, oh shit, that's hockey. Let's get to NBA. A ridiculous amount of notes. Thank you for sharing that with us, my friend. With the lack of sleep, with the stress, I'm going to miss things today. Let me know what's up. Slats says Skinner hasn't won a game since February 5th with 5 straight losses. Habs 5-0 last 5. Habs team total over 2.5. Suzuki Caulfield point and Hudson over a half assist at plus 120. I have made player props in that game. I look forward to talk about that game. That game's going to be a lot of fun. Actually, the NHL card's really fun today. No real slam dunks, but very, very enjoyable. Here, so let's get that up here for Slatsy. Thank you for sharing that with us. Nutflush Allen in the house. Kelly McInnes, dog of the day. Dog of the day for Kelly McInnes. Canisius money line. Let's get this all set up here, copying and pasting. I've become very good at copying and pasting over the years. Kripke says Lakers going to win. That should be, wine time going to be floor seats tonight for the Lakers game. There's my guy, UPK Ayash Yala in the house. Robert Cherry, copy and pasting everybody's action. Bo Jackson ready to get to work. Nutflush Island cashing with Portland team total over and Minnesota team total over. See, that's what I could have done, right? Instead of losing Minnesota by a half goddamn point. I just was trying so hard not to double up on spots. Dan Kelly says Denver OKC game tonight, probably the preview of the Western Conference Championship. The hell is the go over? Am I tripping? Okay, Dan. There's no Denver OKC. You mean tell me, look, it's so funny. I'm getting these. There's no Denver. You mean tomorrow night? Okay. We are talking about because Portland OKC. Dan, your trip, man, you're messing with me. Is there a Denver OKC game that's not on here on the list of games? Jesus, this is now I'm tripping out. Please, Dan or Jose, somebody tell me what the hell's going on. Bo Jackson in the house. Bo.
Everything is good. Everything is fine. It's beautiful. We have to coddle Jimmy today because everything's great. We're about to make some money today, Jimmy. Tired Jimmy is a dangerous Jimmy.
The only good thing that happened yesterday with me not having a successful night is we don't have to see the shirt off anymore. So what's Dan talking about then? Can you give me that information?
Dan, I don't know what Dan's talking about. Dan's just having a moment. He's excited about his Cleveland Cavaliers. He's feeling good about himself. And unfortunately, Jimmy, you did make an enemy with me during the NBA playoffs, but it's going to be a fun time nonetheless.
It will be very fun. The Celtics, Cavs, if we are so fortunate, will be so much fun. Copying, pasting all the action.
And it's Sunday, by the way.
Okay, sorry.
That's when Dan's game is.
Okay. And did he write Sunday in the chat?
No, he just did. Okay. Yeah. So nice to see you, by the way, Dan. And
yes.
Worst of luck for your Cavaliers.
Gorky on the Oregon women respect play of the day is Liberty. Kong's College basketball play of the day is Michigan State. First half 20-7. 20-7. Nasty Nate with Friars. First half. As much as I've now moved on the Cavaliers, didn't the Celtics show their class last night? Wasn't that phenomenal? Pritchard and White going for career highs. I mean, they are certainly a hell of a basketball team. Barry Smith, yes, Barry Smith, you're running real nice in NHL. There's no doubt about it. You've certainly captured my attention. Great to see all you guys. So let's get to work. Great to see all of you guys. I've copied and pasted as much as I can. Top MF in here. Nice to see him back in business. His 2-leg parlay with Magic Celtics. Okay, Dan Kelly, don't worry. I'm just flustered. Loyola, Maryland, plus 8.5, and Liberty, plus 1.5 for Jeff Slaughter. You guys must have seen Jeff Slaughter sweep the board in here yesterday, running hot in college basketball. Copying and pasting Slaughter's action here. Thank you, Jeff. We are not far away from setting foot, all of us together, in the Southtown 101. Okay, let's get to work. We got to work very quickly. We have 45 minutes with your next guest, and we have an hour with Morgan Spooner. Please welcome to the show. Started Hitting the Books YouTube channel, the Ice Guys, and the NBA OG show, coming to us from Canada's Black and Yellow, Hamilton, Ontario. Please welcome Mr. Ian Cameron to the show. Ian, how are you, my man?
Good. It's a great time of year, March Madness. I'm locked in on the Lindenwood Moorhead State game. March is here like last night. So exciting time of year, Jimmy. Love it.
That was one of the winners for Mr. Slaughter yesterday, was Lindenwood, getting him paid. And I'm sure you were
paid Moorhead State, man. I mean, we've been talking about it. The team just fell apart in the last month or so of the season. Brutal end. They're out of their misery now, though.
Sir Mackey talking about the books putting the Cavs at plus money with 5 minutes left. I got in on the Nuggets at plus 150 money line. That helped the night quite a bit. All right, let's get to work. Bobano, my friend, I did restart the computer, so I got the lines up. I just need to get the cash flow up. I'm not sure how much cash flow we're going to get. We have to work quickly. We have 12 games and 42 minutes, so we got to try to keep it around 3 minutes a game. And let's get to work. Also, I'm going to have to tweet out this show while this is going on. I have to do that as well. Let's roll. Okay. Mr. Bobano, thank you for joining us. Everybody here, thank you guys for rocking with us. Let's roll. We start today with the Missouri Valley Conference Tournament first round. Indiana State Sycamores 14-17, 18-12 in the MVC. At the Southern Illinois Salukis 13-18, 8-12 in the MVC. This is all being played here at the Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri. These Salukis here are very slight favorites. These teams just faced each other. They just played each other, and the Indiana State Sycamores destroyed the Salukis. It is the lone time that these guys faced each other this season, and it was a fascinating spot. Indiana State puts up 95 points, feel very good about themselves. They were up 21 at the break. They shot 59.3 from the field. They were in complete control. They out-rebounded their opponent. They were opened up as 1.5-point favorites and closed as 2.5-point favorites. How much do we put that into this basketball game here? Let's go over the line movement and hear what Bobano has to say about this first spot on the board. Let's take a look also if we're getting any cash flow information, and we aren't. These early games, we are not getting cash flow information, which is fine. No, not even money line information, which seems to trickle in first from the Action Network. None of that either. We have these Salukis right now, +1, -108. They opened up -1. They opened this at 7:14 p.m. This became a +1.5 at 2 in the morning, and now we're sitting here at a +1. So the Salukis have gone from dog to favorite. Now, we've heard from cappers in non-Power 5 schools getting paid fading that move, backing the team that becomes the dog in non-Power 5s. There's a couple cappers I know who have been succeeding with that. Here we go, Bobano. Game 1 on the card. Sycamores, Salukis. Floor's on you.
Yeah, I think I like Scott Nagy, and I know his team took it on the chin against Indiana State, but there's a very experienced coach who's had a lot of success in previous places he's been, including in conference tournaments. So I kind of like the revenge angle here with Southern Illinois in this game. Remember, this guy was at Wright State with the Raiders in the Horizon League for many, many years, and you know how good and consistent and how always they were making a run in the conference tournament, Wright State, when Nagy was there. So I think Southern Illinois is the way to go here. I do like the Salukis in this situation. There is truth to the fact that this has predominantly been an under venue, an under conference tournament with totals in the past. I think this total's falling a little bit too low at this point, but it's difficult for me to move on the over because of that fact that it's been such a strong under conference tournament here at the Enterprise Center over the years. But I do like how this sets up for Southern Illinois. Indiana State was just unconscious from the perimeter in that last meeting. I'm not sure that's going to duplicate itself here in this rematch. So you can still get Southern Illinois at some books at an underdog price. Pick them +1, +1.5. I will lock in +1.5, -115 with Southern Illinois.
+1.5, -115. So you think the idea was Nagy was just not trying very hard not to show anything to Indiana
It was also
State.
like home finale as well for Indiana State, and they played one hell of a game. And sometimes a lot of the Missouri Valley home teams did pretty well last weekend, and some of them were blowout games. I think the Salukis are a better team than that. Like I said, this is a guy that's obviously had some success too in conference tournament action, Scott Nagy, in the past. So, yeah, I like the Salukis. And in fact, I think when you look at the roster, they're pretty close to even. I actually thought Southern Illinois was going to have a good season coming into it, so I like Southern Illinois here.
You are in business. Naflashan says Indiana State just put up 95 points. Now their team total over is at 77.5. Kelly McInnes on Indiana State. Chris Warren on Indiana State. Newkirker on the Salukis here. All right. So that is an interesting angle, which would have to be bet during the show. This game pops off in 1 hour, 38 minutes. We'll also have the opportunity to good. My phone's there to bet live if we want to here. Our guy, Old E, running nice. I love it, Old E. Thank you for all that you do for us, my man. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. Bobano, more Missouri Valley Conference action. Missouri State Bears. Shout out to Deacon Mike. we all hope that he hasn't taken that dirt nap that he talks about so frequently with us. Missouri State Bears 9-22, 2-18 in the Missouri Valley Conference. At the Illinois State Redbirds 18-13, 10-10 in conference. We're at the Enterprise Center, of course. Again here, Missouri State on a bad run, but they've looked pretty good of late. Much, much better. A lot of close games. They took Drake to overtime at Drake. That was a meaningless game for Drake, and they played that way. They took Belmont. They were in that game the entire time, ended up losing by 9. They lose by 2 at home to these very Illinois State Redbirds. So the Redbirds aren't going to be overlooking them. They lose at Valparaiso by 2. They lose at UIC by 5. Illinois State getting better as the season has gone on. They finished their regular season with a 62-53 victory over Evansville. Let's get into the line history here for this one, Mr. Tomatoes in the house. Let's roll here with the line history and then hand it over. We have no cash flow information, so we don't need to worry about that. Illinois State Redbirds -5.5, -114. They open up -5, now 5.5, looking like a 6 is coming, although I don't see 6s. A 1-6 is on the board. And then from a total standpoint here, we have a 132. It's a 132 flat, and that's where it opened. At one point, there was a move towards the under, and then it came right back. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Game 2 on the board, Bears, Redbirds.
Illinois State's a team that talent-wise can make a run in this tournament. I think they are talented, but you can't deny the fact that this has been a terrible finish to the season. They haven't played great by any stretch of the imagination. Now, neither is Missouri State, but Missouri State's been a covering machine. They've lost 5 in a row. They've covered 5 of the last 6. They've been in games. They've lost by 5. They've lost by 2. They've lost by 2. They lost by 2 to Illinois State the last time they played them, and then they lost by 6 on the road in Normal, Illinois, in the previous meeting between these two teams. So, you have this Missouri State team that's been kind of covering, and you go back and you look at the Missouri Valley last year, first round, Missouri State. They were a 3-point dog at Murray State. They beat the hell out of Murray State, 60-35. Murray State scored 35 points in that game, and Missouri State absolutely beat them up. So you're talking about a team that's had recent success, as in last year, winning as a dog in their first Missouri Valley tournament game. You've got them being competitive down the stretch. You've got Illinois State that's kind of stumbled and scuffled and not been great as a favorite. You're talking about a 6-point game and a 2-point game between these two teams earlier this year in the 2 regular season games. I think it's just a few too many points. I like the scrappy nature. They're going to slow it down. Pace-wise, Missouri State, they're going to play some solid defense. I'll take a shot here with the underdog Missouri State. Give me the Bears here, +6, -112.
Missouri State, a fascinating spot. Missouri State, that in our show will probably be just about ending at that time. So that may be something if we want to jump. Was that -112?
-112, yeah.
-112. This might be something I would have to move on live as well. I'm interested in both of these spots here. DC Capper, welcome. Timos in the house. Timos, I know yesterday was a very, very heavy day for you, my friend, with the funeral of your stepfather. Just know that we have been thinking about you for weeks, thinking about you and the fam, and applaud and inspired by your strength, leading your family through all this. So thinking about you, Timos, and great to see you here in the chat, my man, and love to you, my man. Let's move on to the next spot on the board.
Illinois State lost as a favorite to Evansville in the first tournament game last year. So you got things that really fit here. Missouri State, a season ago, won outright as a dog first game, and Illinois State lost as a favorite in the first game. So there's things here that add up to me that Missouri State's going to make a game of this.
I'm interested in joining, absolutely interested in joining. And that comes right on the heels of the Sycamores Salukis game. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the Tulane Green Wave, 17-12, 11-5 in the American. There's only one other conference game for Bobano. So Spooner is going to be hammering the Horizon and the ASUN and the Patriot. But we got lots of action here.
I'll be hammering it later, though, with CMAC. Tune in later, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, hitting the books. All the conference tournament games, every single one on our show later. Beautiful. So make sure you tune in.
Tulane Green Wave, 17-12, 11-5 in the American at the East Carolina Pirates 17-12, 9-7 in the American. We are in Greenville for this one. Tulane with back-to-back victories. Tulane playing good ball. Both these teams playing good basketball right now and very high up in the conference standings. These two teams just played on February 19th, so it was just a few weeks ago. It was an 86-81 Tulane victory at home, and now they head to enemy territory for this one. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow here. Oh, sorry, there we go. Oh, I had it up. Damn it. From a total standpoint, we have a 144.5. 144.5. This opened up a 145.5, dropped to 144.5. It dropped about an hour and 7 minutes ago. So we have a 1 point move towards the under. And then on the point spread, we have Tulane +4 at +101. They opened up +4 at -108. So we've had a 10-cent move towards the Pirates from -108 to -118. So I see 4.5s on the board. And there's also a 5 on the board, just one lone 5. Cash wise, we don't have spread information. We do know that 85% of the tickets and 86% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Bobano. The floor is yours. American action, Tulane, East Carolina.
Yeah, I like the over for sure in this game. I lean ECU. You know, it is home finale. You got to factor this in at this time of year. Home finale. And ECU 5-0 straight up, 5-0 against the spread last 5 times hosting Tulane in this series. So here at the you just don't walk into the Williams Arena here and expect it's going to be an easy night, obviously, if you're Tulane, because they've had some tough times here the last few years. Tulane, though, you know, they're playing well. They've won 4 of their last 5. It's a revenge spot, too, because they beat East Carolina in Tulane back on February 19th. They beat Rice 81-78. They beat Charlotte. They beat Tulsa. They did lose by double digits on the road at Wichita State, though. So, you know, that's probably the next closest team that we've seen, obviously, you know, Tulane play compared to ECU. Home finale, strong home record here. This ECU team, 11-6 straight up compared to just 4-6 away from home for Tulane. Now, look, I faded Tulane, East Carolina their last home game against Charlotte, but they were laying 10. You know, ECU is a type of team where laying 10, I'm not interested. This number's a little bit more digestible. You know, they're laying a more reasonable price here. They've won and covered 5 straight against Tulane, and most of those margins have been by more than this point spread. So I'll go ahead and we'll go with -4, -120, I should say. -4, -120 with East Carolina. And I like this over, too. Tulane's been trending that way. ECU's been trending that way. 6 straight overs for the Tulane Green Wave coming into this matchup here. The last meeting at 167 points. A little bit surprised this total's just in the mid-140s. Too low, in my opinion. Over 143.5, -108.
Over 143.5 at -108. Yeah, it's just dropped within the last hour, so you may have found a really nice time to move on it. ECU -4 at -120. A spot that I expect to join you on. Turnsey in the house. No, I have not moved on the wings yet. Line's clearly moving towards Utah. How far will it go towards Utah? So no, I've not moved on the wings, and if it moves too far towards Utah, maybe I get cold feet. But I think Rasmussen being back is a big deal. You know, I know he hasn't had a good career, but this was the 9th overall pick in 2017. 6'6". Yes, he's a bottom 6 forward. We'll talk more about that when we get into NHL. There's razor sharp picks in the house as well. Sweaty Butcher ready to get to work. Great to see all of you guys. DC Capper on that over 137.5 in the Indiana State game. We move on with Bobano to the Conference USA.
That total is not 137.5 Indiana State. It's 153.5, 154. Check the number.
Okay,
Unless you're
yeah.
mixing it up with a different game there, DC.
Thank you for mentioning that because I did say it out loud. Okay, and yeah, North End are saying the same thing. New Mexico State Aggies 16-13, 9-7 in conference at the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs 19-10, 8-8 in conference. Thomas Assembly Center in Ruston here. Let's get into the line history and set this one up. The Aggies bounced back. It wasn't a bad loss. I mean, you're losing to Middle Tennessee State. Middle Tennessee State's a good basketball team. You lose by 5 at home. But they bounced back and smashed Western Kentucky, smashed them. And now they face La Tech. La Tech has won 2 of their last 3. I mean, beating Sam Houston's not something to be too proud of. And this is a big game. The La Tech went to New Mexico State and lost by 30, 78-48 back on January 4th. They've won 2 of their last 3 games. They went to Middle Tennessee and beat them. Can they return the favor? This is not seniors night. That is on Saturday for La Tech. So does La Tech have something in store for this Aggies squad after the beatdown that they were served in the other arena? Let's get into the line history. We have La Tech -4.5 at -108. They opened up at 5, so a half-point move towards the Aggies. When we get to the total in this one, 30-point loss, and they're 4.5-point favorites. When we get to the total here for this one, we have a 130.5. It's -115 towards the under. This opened up at 132.5 and shot up to 134. This was a 134 at 9 p.m. and now we're looking at a 130.5, a big move towards the under. Take it away for us, Bobano. Aggies, Bulldogs.
Yeah, that I remember being on that. I think I was on New Mexico State that game, believe it or not, when they just throttled Louisiana Tech 78-48 in that one. Louisiana Tech, though, this was a team that was expected to be a team among the teams to beat in Conference USA. And yes, they've had, a couple of blips throughout the season, the conference season. But they look like now, February into March, kind of a team rounding into form a little bit. To me, that the fact that they're 8-8 in conference is disappointing because they were expected to be up there with your Jacksonville State and your Liberty and some of these other teams, and they're not there. But this is a team that certainly, when the conference tournament begins, this guy will be interested in maybe a little flyer with Louisiana Tech here moving forward. But they've played a little bit better here. They go on the road against a solid Sam Houston squad, and just beat them down 90-66. They had the road win at Middle Tennessee. Oddly enough, they got to get their home record, back on track. They're 10-3 on the year at home, but they've lost 2 in a row here against Kennesaw and Jacksonville State, both as favorites. New Mexico State, they're also playing well. 4 of their last 5, they've won. Their only loss was at home against Middle Tennessee. I kind of wanted to bet Louisiana Tech here. 5 was a little bit rich for me, but I certainly don't want to stand in their way, playing a team that beat them by 30. And with Louisiana Tech's form trending up. That being said, New Mexico State's form is trending up too. So I lean Louisiana Tech. I didn't quite get there, though.
Well, let's roll on. This is a game where we do have the next game. We do have money line information, and we can use it because it's a very close spread. By the way, the only information we could give you guys for that La Tech New Mexico State game is 77% of tickets, 79% of cash is on the over. Great to see all of you guys. Paul and Boats, Textiles, Wager Detective, DC, Super True. Great to see all of you guys here. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. We stay in Conference USA for this, Bobano. We have the Liberty Flames, 23-6, 11-5 in conference at Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders, 29, 11-5 in conference. We're in Murfreesboro, Tennessee for this one. We have a very interesting spot here for Liberty because the 6-game winning streak snapped on seniors night against Kennesaw State. It was an interesting loss. I mean, this is a team that has won 9 of their last 11 basketball games, including that loss. They beat Middle Tennessee at home 73-63 back on January 4th, beat them by 10 points. So a lot of people would like Middle Tennessee for Rebenga, but this is probably an angry Liberty Flame group losing outright on seniors night. Middle Tennessee State's won 3 straight games, needed overtime to beat UTEP. Sam Houston State, I guess, Bobano saying they're a strong team, must be better than their record indicates. Just 4-12 in conference, only above FIU, and they took out them by 4 at home. A couple road wins. The win at New Mexico State was impressive. 3 straight victories for Middle Tennessee going up against Liberty. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have, and I had it up already, damn. We have this total at 140. It's -111 to the under. This total opened up at 141 and started dropping this morning, got all the way down to 138 before there was buyback up to 140. And then when we get to the point spread here for this spot, we have, let's get over to Liberty here. For the point spread, we have Middle Tennessee -1.5 at -108. They opened up at -1, got up to -1.5. That's being the the situation here, but they're telling me that oh no, sorry, that's what. Sorry, I'm tripping my eyes. Let me brighten this up. It's as bright as it is. This opened up at -1, and they became a dog around 1 a.m. They were +1 from 1 a.m. till 8:30 in the morning. Then they became the favorite again at -1.5. So we've had a half-point move towards them. As I said, we do have the cash flow information on this spot. We know that on the money line, 41% of the tickets are on Liberty and 57% of the cash. So some bigger bets on them, 75 and 79 on the over. Take it away for us, Bobano, Flames, Raiders, and Murfreesboro.
Yeah, that's what's holding me off here with Middle Tennessee because, Middle Tennessee, I love backing them at home. And it is revenge for them too, but Liberty losing against Kennesaw, and I was on Kennesaw. I thought that was a good number. I thought they could give Liberty a game. They did better than that. They won outright. Liberty's a good road team too. Let's not forget that. They're 7-2 straight up, 7-2 against the spread in 9 lined road games this year. And I think definitely, and plus, this team is still in the hunt for the Conference USA regular season title. Now, that loss was costly because now they've lost control of their own destiny. That falls in Jacksonville State now. Jacksonville State is in the driver's seat. Jacksonville State wins out. They're the regular season champs. Liberty's going to need to win and then hope Jacksonville State stumbles. So that's the problem now with losing like they did against Kennesaw. But the chance, at least, for the regular season crown is still there. I'm going to end up staying off this one. I mean, it's kind of – I wanted to take Middle Tennessee. That was the initial thought. And I don't like betting against them at home. It's a good home court, and they are in revenge. But Liberty's been good on the road. Liberty's 4-1 straight up in ATS off a loss. They've still got the crown and the regular season title to play for. I'd expect a good effort. Maybe a good effort's good enough for them to win here. So I'm off the game.
Off that spot, we are moving quickly through all of this. Mike Wilkerson in the house asking about that 1 p.m. game. By the way, this was the game that Slaughter's on Liberty. Slaughter is on Liberty here in this one and swept the board yesterday.
For Liberty here, I do.
Yeah, it's the
Middle Tennessee pick 'em at home is just very tough for me to get in their way because this has been one of the better home teams in this conference for 2-3 years now. You go back and look 2-3 years straight how good Middle has been at home. Really good.
Big shout out to Razor Shark Picks gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership DR99. DC Camper, don't worry about it. Don't get focused. Fine. Don't worry. Stay focused. It's all good. We can just move past it. You fixed the number. It's fixed. It's all good. Let's just roll on, my man. And we roll on. Mike Wilkerson, the move from our Bobano is the Salukis. He moved on the Salukis at +1.5, -115, and I would like to join him, and I expect to join him. Now we're putting a lot of faith in the head coach not showing anything and getting destroyed by the opponent by 20 in the last
guy
game.
that had success at Wright State in conference tournaments. That's kind of what I'm banking on here. Scott Nagy is a good coach, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it. I'm comfortable with it. I haven't moved on it yet, but I expect to here. We still have an hour and 19 minutes.
Wright State to the NCAA tournament one year, I'm pretty sure as well.
He did. Yes, he did.
Yep.
Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. And we actually moved back half an hour in time. It was tricky.
By the way, this time of year, I want to point this out. This is a very important point to in your handicapping. It's good to know who the good coaches in tournament prep are and the bad coaches this time of year. That's so important. If you see coaches that, hey, I think this guy's had success in the conference tournaments before. He's a good tournament prep guy. He's likely a coach you're going to more likely want your money on.
I agree. And blank discretion, yes, we did do Tulane ECU earlier. Bobano's on ECU -4, -120 in the over 43.5. Nutflush Island moving on the Southern Illinois Salukis team total over. God, I like that. I like handling it that way, especially after
I'm going to have a bet on the over in that Southern Illinois game too. It's not going to be official though, because it's a small bet. Like the number says this total's too low now, and people are betting the hell out of the under because it's Missouri Valley Tournament in St. Louis where it's been an under machine for years. But my number is telling me it's too low right now. So I'm on the over, but I didn't make it official for Southern Illinois, Indiana State.
Let's roll into this spot here. Bobano Lex Steele saying UAB by 11. Blazers here coming off that 88-81 loss at home to Memphis, which snapped their winning streak. They've been playing good basketball, losing by 7 by Memphis, and no shame in that. This squad has played Florida Atlantic. UAB went into Florida Atlantic, beat them 81-76. That was back on Sunday, January 12th. They are home here. And this is seniors night for the Blazers. They close up the season on the regular season on Sunday with a game against Tulane. So here we go. The Florida Atlantic Owls on the road, haven't been very good, but they did come off a victory against USF, 69-63 last out. We watched them lose by 19 at Memphis. Here we go. Let's set up the line history on this one. Razor Sharp Pick says in 2 weeks he'll be yelling shot time at the 101. Good God, does that not sound like fucking heaven? I've been drying out for a long time, trying to make sure that I'm in pristine physical condition for the glory that awaits us. Let's get into this line history here. We have back at 7. Sorry, I thought I had this all set up. And when I know, here we go. We have UAB minus 4.5 right now. 4.5 minus 111. They opened up at 5. They're down to 4.5. This got down to a flat 4 here. It was a flat 4 at 9:30 this morning. So we have an interesting move to Florida Atlantic on seniors night for the Blazers. Very interesting move. For the total, we have a 164. As you can imagine, when these two teams play, it's very high total. This opened up at 164, so we've had no movement whatsoever. And then cash flow information, we have it all for this game. There has been a slight move back to the Owls, and the Owls only have 24% of the tickets and 9% of the cash on them. It's a fascinating move. 65-65 on the under. Billy Friedrich liking UAB here. Take it away for us here, Bobano, the Blazers on seniors night.
I'm supposed to take FAU here, and because it's the angle. It's UAB won at FAU in January, and FAU's in revenge on the road as a dog here. I don't like it, though. FAU, I don't think matches up well this year with UAB. FAU had consistent shooters last year and balanced production. They don't have that this year. That's not the Dusty May FAU anymore. This is a team with a lot more holes in it. And I really don't want to fade Birmingham here coming off a loss to Memphis in a big-time game at home. This is now a second straight. They're going to lose 2 straight home games to end the regular season now. And this is their senior night. I can't see that happening. I think for me, it's UAB or pass. I'm kind of leaning to passing, though, because of the angle. But this is one time I don't like the angle here. I don't trust FAU in this matchup. I don't think they match up well with UAB. And I think UAB is really comes out with purpose here after losing to Memphis. They don't want to drop 2 home games to end the regular season.
Yeah, it's too bad because this market is extremely appealing for Florida Atlantic. But I agree. I'm not sure how you can fade UAB in this situation.
No.
What the pressure of seniors night? Well, I mean, but the market certainly indicating that they're opening up their arms to Blazers money right now. Let's roll on to a big one in the Big Ten. Number 8 seed Michigan, number 8 ranked Michigan State Spartans. 24-5, 15-3 in the Big Ten of the Iowa Hawkeyes, 15-14, 6-12 in the Big Ten. Look, every single person in the chat saying UAB, 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 smack, UAB.
If they had beaten Memphis in that big game on Sunday, it would be more appealing to take FAU tonight. But
it is interesting that everybody on UAB, the big bets, all the cash on UAB, and this line's moving towards Florida Atlantic. It is a fascinating situation. Justin McKelvey has the over 151.5 here for this big spot. Spartans, Hawkeyes. Let's get this all set up for everybody. The Spartans are rolling. Beat Wisconsin by 9, won at Maryland, won at Michigan, won at Illinois by double digits, beat Purdue at home. This team's absolutely rolling. If you look for a victory for Iowa, it's just at home versus Washington. And we saw the Huskies last night at UAC look horrific. So here we go. These teams have not faced each other this season, so there is no Rebenga for us to speak on. But we can talk about the line history and the cash flow and hand it over to Bobano. This total is a 152.5, and it's heavily juiced to the over. This opened up at 151.5. So clearly we're going to be heading to 153 territory. Not all books are at 153 too. So this sharp offshore is kind of leading the way towards this over. Then on the spread here for this Big Ten big basketball game this evening, we have Iowa +7 at -110. They opened up at +7 at -105. This moved to 6.5 for a cup of coffee. It's back at 7. We've had no movement here. No movement. North Ender says Big Ten is ass this year. Let's get into the cash flow for this spot. This 8 p.m. game. Sorry, let me just quickly rush over to 8. We have 80% of the tickets and 92% of the cash on Michigan State, and this line's not moving. 10% of the tickets and 61% of the cash on the under, and the line's climbing. Lex Steele says MSU is him. MSU takes Iowa behind the woodshed and shares the meal with Jason and Freddie and Chucky. Take it away for us, Bobano. Big Ten action.
I can't do it. I can't. I know everything says situationals. There's things to like here for Iowa. It's their final home game. It's Fran McCaffrey's final home game before he, quote unquote, retires. I think they kind of forced him out, but they're saying he retired on his own free will. But nevertheless, that's an angle in play here. Michigan State coming off, the big, win against Wisconsin at home, road win at the buzzer against Maryland, road win at Michigan, 3 big wins in a row, maybe flat spot, and then the rematch against Michigan at the Breslin Center coming up this weekend, which could decide the Big Ten race. I mean, it's got all the situationals that say it's a great spot for Iowa. I can't do it, though. I can't. They're that bad. They're that bad defensively. I don't trust them. They gotten their ass kicked on this Carver Hawkeye Arena floor by every good team they've played. They lose by 11 to Wisconsin on this floor, 11 to Purdue on this floor. I mean, it's been terrible. Zero defense to speak of. That's why I'm on the over here. And I agree with Justin as far as the total is concerned. That's going to be the look here. What can Iowa do well? Well, Iowa can still score and make shots when they're on their game. I don't trust them to play any defense. And with Michigan State probably playing as well as they have all season right now at the offensive end, I don't know if that's going to change. So I like this over. The side, I understand the case for Iowa. I just don't know if they're good enough to take advantage of this so-called great spot.
Yeah, it's a absolutely fascinating spot.
Damn. Oh yeah, the total is over 152.5 minus 110.
Over 152 or 152.5 minus 110 for Bobano. Bobano, let's run into another incredibly interesting spot that I really wanted to talk out. WAC spot here. Utah Valley Wolverines have won 16 of their last 17 basketball games. They've been dynamic. They're facing an Abilene Christian team that's 7-7 in the WAC, just 15-14 overall. And yet, this is a very tight spread. These teams faced each other on January 4th. Utah Valley at home beat Abilene Christian 64-53. It certainly wasn't a smash and grab. Utah Valley won the first half by 4, carried it over late. Both teams shot poorly from 3. Utah Valley shot much better than Abilene Christian from the field and won by 11 games as 9.5-point favorites. So they're 9.5-point favorites at home. And then they head to Abilene Christian. And now and also they're coming off a 50+ point victory, Utah Valley is. Now they come to Abilene Christian, and this line is moving towards Abilene Christian. This opened up with Utah Valley -3 at 7:10 p.m. Then they move up to -4 at 8:30. Now it's a 2. Oh, it just moved back to 2.5. It just moved back to 2.5 2 minutes ago. Okay, so we're back at, and it's heavily juiced towards Utah Valley. So I guess it's going to be a 3 again here in a second. So this line is all over the place here. We're not going to get any cash flow information in a WAC game at this point in the morning. Take it away for us, Bobano. Wolverines, Wildcats, and Abilene, Texas.
I ain't stepping in front. Utah Valley is really, really good. I mean, if this team doesn't emerge in this conference, I'd be a little bit surprised. They're very impressive. They've really improved defensively. I think they're even better than Grand Canyon, who's their next biggest competitor. This line is surprisingly short. That being, and I just think you might be getting a little too cute if you like Abilene here, because Abilene's playing well. Don't get me wrong. They're 6-1 straight up the last 7, but they've had very little success against Utah Valley. Utah Valley's been on a roll. Utah Valley's owned this series, too. If you go back and look, they're 5-0 straight up and 5-0 against the spread the last 5 meetings versus Abilene Christian. It's just not the kind of I'd need more points than this if I were to get interested in taking Abilene Christian here. So this one, I do like the over, though. I agree. It was a low-scoring first game. The total's gone up a bit. Utah Valley's been trending that way. You'll get them pushing pace. The key with Abilene is suddenly during this win streak, the offense has come alive. They've scored 70s, mid-70s, 80s in the majority of their games outside of that road game against Tarleton where they just had a miserable day. So I think this total, both teams in good form shooting right now. So 139 and a half minus 108. We will go with over the total here.
Sorry, I had to pump up the YouTube, the show again. It crashed on me. What was the over that you got?
Over 139 and a half minus 108.
Over 139 and a half minus 108 for Bobano. All right, we had to head over to the Sun Belt Championship third round. Old Dominion Monarchs looked very pedestrian against Louisiana Raging Cajuns. Monarchs 13 and 19, 8 and 10 in the Sun Belt. At Texas Bobcats 16 and 15, 9 and 9 in the Sun Belt. We're in Pensacola, Florida, at a neutral site for this spot. Now, Old Dominion took over late in the game, but it was pretty tight. Now, the Raging Cajuns shot 11% from three and were dominated on the boards by Old Dominion, 43-24. So Old Dominion, took over. But here we have a big line move towards the Texas State Bobcats. They finished the season beating James Madison at home. Bobcats are playing their best basketball here down the stretch. And they faced ODU. They went to ODU and lost 75-64. So, they know that this is a real team. Billy Friedrich says, I like ODU getting the 6.5. There's been a monstrous move towards these Bobcats. Bobcats open up at -4. They're now -7.5. Now that's a no vig situation, so it's juiced to the Monarchs. So a 7.5. We have no cash flow information as they weren't it's Action Network. We know some of the smaller schools and in the conference tournaments, we don't get the cash flow information. So from a total perspective here, we have a 140.5 juiced to the over at -113. This opened up at 142 and has dropped. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Sun Belt Championship third round action.
Yeah, I got 4, I think, on Texas. I agree with this move. Texas State's the better team. ODU is not a team I trust on back-to-back days with that janky offense of theirs to advance any further. Credit to them. It was a good performance against Louisiana, but they're taking a bit of a step up here against Texas State. Texas State played well down the stretch. Now, in the regular season, ODU did win 75-64. That's when Texas State, a little bit banged up, going through some injuries, struggling a little bit. This is the Texas State team that's played a lot better since then. Like I said, I'm not laying 6.5, 7, though. So at the current numbers, it's a pass for me. Texas State was I think, a good bet at -3.5, -4. It's just a little too much of a move now.
Let's roll on. Yeah, but you got the -4 in your pocket. That's what matters. So excellent work there. Let's roll. Lex Steele, I think thank you. Thank you so much for thinking of us. But you just hit that $ here that's right beside the chat. I'm just hit that $ and it will lead you. What's the Cash App or Venmo? I don't know. I don't know what our Cash App. Maybe Jose can help with that one. I got to keep rolling here, but thank you for thinking of us, Lex, my friend. Next up, we have SWAC action. Alabama State Hornets, 14 and 15, 10 and 6 in the SWAC. At the Southern Jaguars, 19 and 10, 14 and 2 at the SWAC. In the SWAC, we're in Baton Rouge for this one. This total has been climbing quickly. Now I'm looking at, so this opened up 141. I'm looking at a 145. That's how fast this has climbed. Now this 145 is heavily vigged, even at a book that champions itself as having the lowest vig in the industry. -107 to the over, -124 to the under. You know that this book can get beaten in these small conferences, and that's why they need to keep their vig high. So it's a good, whatever. We can talk about that shit later. We have Southern University here at -5.5. They opened up -7. We've had a 1.5 move to the Alabama State Hornets here. The Hornets are rolling. They're playing very good basketball right now. Of course, Southern 14 and 2, but Alabama State is hot. They've won 5 of 6, and it was at home. They beat Southern at home. So Southern knows what they're in for in this one. They Alabama State beat them 82-81 on February 10th. Take it away for us here, my man Bobano. Hornets, Jaguars at FG Clark Activity Center.
Yeah, no doubt. Alabama State is right now playing some really good basketball. And what I like too is about Alabama State, during this 5-1 straight up in ATS run, is they've defended well. Man, they're playing some really, really good defense. There's no question. And it has definitely carried the way for them. Southern, though, for their last 5 games, they have won as well. We'll see if they can carry that over here into this one. Alabama State won at home. Southern in revenge, obviously, here in this spot. But I'm telling you what, Alabama State has been, solid on the road. You look at the road games, they beat up now pretty bad teams in Mississippi Valley, Arkansas, Pine Bluff, but they also beat Florida A&M in a pick'em range. They lost by 3 on the road against Bethune-Cookman. They've been very competitive, Alabama State, even in their recent home losses. To me, this is too many points here. I'm interested here. Give me +6, -110 here with the Hornets.
Alabama State +6 at -110 for Bobano. We have 2 games left for Bobano. We got to work really quickly here. We have both Big West action. Bobano's been milking the Big West, and we want that leche as well. UC Irvine Anteaters 25-5, 15-3 in the Big West. At the UC Davis Aggies 15-14, 9-9 in the Big West. Let's get into the spot here. The Anteaters been playing good basketball all season long. They lost at home to CSUN. We were on CSUN in that game. But other than that, this team has been excellent this year. And winning. They defeated UC Davis at home Saturday, February 1st. It was tough. They beat them 73-66 here. And now UC Davis wants Rebenga. And why wouldn't this be the great time to get it? Now, this isn't – UC Davis is closing their season with the 2 toughest spots, on the schedule. They have UC Irvine here, and then on Saturday, they have UC San Diego. That's their seniors night. So is there fear that it's a look ahead? It's a very, very tough part of the schedule here for the Aggies. Let's get into line history here. From a line history standpoint, we have the Aggies. Sorry, what the hell's going on? I got it here. Oh, my God. Okay, my computer's frozen here. I can see, though, that it went from 7.5. God damn it. I'm just going to stop this here. Okay, I can't. My computer is froze up on me. So, Bobano, let's just hear the breakdown. I'm going to refresh this here and get all the information in a second. But, Bobano, your thoughts on this Big West matchup?
My thoughts are Davis probably is competitive here. They have been a thorn in Irvine's backside. Earlier this season at Irvine, Davis was a big 13-point underdog at Irvine, and it was a 7-point game, 73-66. They were competitive. Davis led at halftime, I want to point out, in that game. 2 meetings last year. Irvine at home needed overtime to beat Davis, 74-71. And then the last time they played here at the University Credit Union Center here at UC Davis's home court, UC Davis won 54-52. So this has been a team that's really given Irvine fits. I've picked my spots fading Irvine. I think the last time I did on this show was that Northridge game where they lost at home 84-72. I actually faded them last game. It wasn't for the show, but it was on the weekend on Saturday. They were laying a huge number to Long Beach State, and they only won that game by 10 points. It was a wire-to-wire cover for Long Beach against this Irvine team. Now, Davis isn't playing well. This is probably their roughest patch of the season. They got blown out by UC San Diego. They came back home and lost 2 home games in a row to Bakersfield as a favorite, but only lost by 5. Northridge at home. They only lost by 3 as a 4-point dog. Then they went to Hawaii, tough travel, lost by 8. But for the most part, this is a competitive outfit. The 7-point loss at Irvine previously, 2-point loss at Riverside. Other than getting blown out by UC San Diego, all the other losses were 8 points or less. And they have consistently been a tough team for Irvine to get past. So I'm going to take the 7 here. Actually, it's 7.5 in some spots here. Plus 7.5, -118 is out there at the Ontario book, one of the Ontario books. So plus 7.5, -118 here for me with UC Davis.
I like this look. Plus 7.5 minus 118 here. The line history I've got up. I apologize. We had to refresh quickly. This opened up at 7.5. It moved.
Now, Irvine is still alive to win the regular season crown, but they need to win and hope UC San Diego loses. That's not happening. UC San Diego is a freight train. I don't see that happening. I think they probably know it.
Yeah, they're a very good basketball team. But this opened up at 7.5. Within an hour, 10 minutes, it moved to 7. It stayed to 7 until 9:21 a.m. when it moved in the opposite direction. This was an 8, a legit 8. Now we're back at 7. So we've had the half-point move towards the Aggies. Let's move on to the final spot on Bobano's card. We are going to have Spooner jumping on with us, and we're going to talk about the Cal State Northridge Matadors, CSUN at UC Riverside Highlanders. You've had a great read on UC Riverside. We are in Riverside, California for this spot. UC Riverside is a plus 1.5. They opened up plus 2, so we've had a half-point move towards UC Riverside. When we get to the total here for this Big West spot, late night spot, we're going to go through all the conference action here with Spooner in seconds. But we have a 157 Bobano, 157 here. This opened up at 157. It's at 157. So there's been no movement. We didn't get cash flow information on the first West game. We're not going to get anything here, but we do know 59% of tickets, 58% cash is on the over. CSUN lost. Now, look, I got the cover against UC San Diego. It was sweaty. It was uncomfortable. But CSUN has just been so good to me this year. And so is UC Riverside. That's why I wanted to talk this game out. UC Riverside coming off the win at Hawaii. We know how difficult that can be. They did have a loss in overtime at Cal Poly, bit of a wake-up. They also lost at UC Davis, 75-74. So they've won 3 of their last 5 games. UC Riverside has. The Matadors here, they are now facing Riverside again. They played them at home very early in the season, December 5th, and they lost. The Matadors lost at home to UC Riverside. Is that going to be in their thoughts here? Take it away for us, Bobano, our last game on the card with you, my friend. Thank you for all your hard work. Big West action.
Yeah, this is sidewise. This is definitely a pass for me. It's Northridge Revenge road spot. That's the angle in play. Although it's a better angle as a dog, Northridge is a slight favorite here. But it is, revenge for a home loss in conference play. That's why I don't want to go against Northridge. And I also don't want to go against Northridge because they're on fucking fire right now. They're 8-1, and the only loss was a very good effort and a 6-point competitive loss to the beasts that are UC San Diego. That tells you all you need to know about how good CS Northridge has been, the Matadors. They've been spectacular. That being said, Riverside 13-1 at home, and that's the hang-up for me. This team's been tremendous on the home floor, Highlanders. They've been good to me on the home floor. It's a really tough cap. I would lean Northridge money line because of the revenge angle, and they're in as good as Riverside's been at home. I think Northridge is the better form team right now, so I'm leaning to the Northridge Matadors. It's not a game I'm going to be touching, though.
Bobano, I know you've got to run. I will review all of your action. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. Again, 5 p.m. today, all the conference games will be broken down on the Hitting the Books YouTube channel with Connor Mack and Ian Cameron. Ian, thank you so much for all your hard work, my man. Please support Bobano on X at Bobano Bets. Bobano, any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
No, just let's have a big Thursday. This is the best time of year. There's going to be daytime basketball every day starting today in college basketball from now through Selection Sunday. Every day there'll be afternoon basketball. So enjoy it. Let's cash some tickets. Good luck to everyone in the chat. Hit the like button. Jimmy, good luck to you as well. We'll see you again next Thursday.
There he is, Ian Cameron. Thank you to Lex Steele. What a guy. $4.99 dono. And then F. Donahue gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. And Lex Steele getting it. It's just, I love it. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. It means the world to us. Thank you, guys. We're going to roll on. We've got lots of work to do. We have just the capper to get us paid. Great work by Bobano. Now let's get Morgan Spooner joining us here. Spooner, my man, how are you? Okay, I think we have a frozen Morgan. Oh, no, we don't. Deep in thought.
I'm
Morgan
good. I got a lag. I can't get any audio to come out of StreamYard.
Okay, so you can't hear me.
But
okay.
He
And I
cannot
can't-
hear you. He cannot hear
Okay.
you. We'll give him a refresh.
Let's get him a refresh.
go.
Refresh. He doesn't even know he's not on camera now. Okay, so we got to get him. He's still talking to us. We'll get him a refresh here.
I'll text
We'll get him to
real
refresh
quick.
here. So Spooner's going to join us here quickly. So why don't perfect timing, Jose? Why don't we get you to roll us into the first game on Spooner's card here? We'll do it just like we did it yesterday, and then we'll go back and hear Spooner's thoughts on it. So this is perfect timing. You're coming in at perfect timing. Set up our Sun Belt Championship third round, Georgia Southern, Georgia State.
Sure, of course. The Battle of Georgia. Everyone knows and loves this spot here. Well, spoiler alert already here. I can tell you guys no cash flow information when it comes to the spread. I'll quickly go to all markets here, but I have a feeling, yes, we're not getting any information from action yet here, but I can tell you guys the openers here. We have a 3 opener for Georgia Southern here, not State. Georgia Southern opening up at -3. Goes up to 3.5 at one point, but it goes right down to now what we're sitting at, -2 for Georgia Southern here. Now, as for the total here, we have a 153 down to 151.5 here. These conference games are going to make the defense a little tighter. So it'll be very interesting here. Textiles, thank you for talking about my booty face. And let's bring on our guy, Morgan Spooner, who can hear us now, hopefully.
There we go. I can hear you
Oh,
now.
beautiful. You know what, guys? Jose's going to stay on with you for a second. I want to get my action in for the 1 p.m. game here that I'm very interested in. I also want to lock in the 3:30 game. I expect to move on the Salukis here. I'm very interested in not Flush's team total over. Speaking of which, Spooner, did you move on this 1 p.m. game in the Missouri Valley Conference?
I looked at it. I leaned Indiana State there. The line seemed pretty fishy. I know they shot the hell out of the ball the last game, but I think the line is sitting there at -110 on a 12 game, and it keeps going back and forth either way just to try to get action from as many people as they can in the beginning of the day. I don't need to get action on it. I don't have a strong enough lean. I think Indiana State has a better shot to win that game than that's where I'm at with it.
And what did you think of the following Missouri Valley spot, Missouri State versus Illinois State?
I liked Illinois State. I heard Bobano's point about them losing last year in the tournament, and I think that's a spot you circle, and you circle that first game, and you really focus in on it. It was at like 4.5, I think, when I looked at it. I don't know where the line's at the moment, but it's not it wasn't action for me. It was too many points. I think they'll win, but I could see it laying in that range, and I didn't have to move on it.
Super true. I don't want to hold you back, especially if Justin McKelvey is on Indiana State. It is tricky though, on your home floor on seniors night, to shoot spectacularly well, beat a team by 20 points, and then go to the Enterprise Center in front of a few hundred fans in a 20,000 seat stadium and have to do it again. It is tricky, but there's very sharp cappers on Indiana State, and you just heard our guy Spooner on it. I'm going to lock in here. I'm going to lock in, my man. Do you also feel like in these conference tournaments at the Enterprise Center that do you think that's baked into the total here that's tougher to score in these spots, or do you feel like it might be too baked in and you overlook it? What are your thoughts on that?
I always see more value in the unders, especially something early game like this. Maybe both teams don't wake up as early and play. I don't know. I don't like to sweat out totals.
I hear you. Okay, we're going to get back to business here, and we're 12 minutes behind, so we've got to work quickly. Just in case if I'm not back for the Georgia Southern Georgia State spot, roll into the Patriot League. We've got it set up pretty nice. We're going to have all 4 Patriot Leagues in a row, games in a row. Then we're going to talk Summit League. We're going to talk a couple Metro Atlantic. Then we're going to get into both ASUN semis and then the Horizon League. Jose, take it away. I will be right back.
Sure. Good luck, Jimmy, putting in your action here. We talked about Georgia State here briefly here. Spoons, did you move on this game? There's no cash flow information. We went from a -2 or -3 to a -2 for Georgia Southern here.
I was leaning towards Georgia Southern. Both the teams had healthy lineups coming into this game. There was nothing that really stuck out. Georgia Southern's head coach is a former Nate Oates guy. He worked at the same high school with him, came into college, and also worked for Hoiberg in the NBA. He's a high-tempo offense, a lot of threes, and just the way threes can fall, sometimes if they stop going in, it's hard to back that team. I don't know. I expect them to win, but I just don't want my money on it here. I don't watch enough of these two teams, and both young coaches in a big spot trying to move ahead in a long tournament. I don't know where the heads are at, so I didn't move.
Oh, move Morgan Spooner. Let's roll on to our next game here. Let's talk about the mighty Loyola Maryland versus Bucknell here. Let's go straight into the Action Network to see if they're giving us information here. The earlier we do these games, unfortunately, the less information we get here from Action. So no information when it comes to cash flow there yet. But
I can guarantee money has poured in on Bucknell. I was looking at this line at 6.5 overnight. I would assume Bucknell has taken a lot of money to move it 2.5 points.
Well, very interesting. Like you said, Spoons here, 6.5 last night. Now nines across the board, seemingly, Spoons. That's crazy.
9 in the Patriot League is like laying 30 in the NBA. I don't know if Bucknell really can do that. You look at this last game, I think a lot of people might look at that and think that Loyola could hang with them. It doesn't take much to see that Loyola shot better than they normally do from 3, and Bucknell shot pretty poorly in that one. I didn't think the line would move this far in this game. I was leaning more towards Loyola Maryland than Bucknell, but I'm definitely not on it, especially with this much movement. Something fishy's there.
Yeah, something fishing indeed. No cash flow, like I said here for you guys, but 6.5 shooting all the way up to a 9 here is very interesting nonetheless here. So very interesting. Maybe we'll see some moves on Bucknell. Everyone in the chat, let us know what you guys are on. And do not forget, we're in the Patriot League quarterfinals here. So we're playing in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania here. And my guess is you can get into these games for free. So good luck to all you people in Pennsylvania here. Lafayette American next up on our slate here. Another Patriot League quarterfinal matchup here. This one in the beautiful Bender Arena in Washington, D.C. here. Now, American obviously a little better when it comes to in-conference, 13-5 compared to Lafayette's 7-11 here, but the line wouldn't indicate so much here, honestly. Kind of expected a longer line here, but only 4 points. We're seeing 4.5 pop up a little bit. We're seeing 4s primarily, though, here. And like I said, we saw even a 3.5 at some point this morning go back up to 4. So kind of bipping and bopping around here are the American and Lafayette lines here. No information yet from the Action Network. One day we're going to complain to Action and they're going to hear us and get those damn early games up here. But we're in Washington, D.C., Morgan. It's a fun game here. American, the top team in the Patriot League, and so is Bucknell, by the way. But what do you think about this matchup?
I moved on Lafayette in this game. I was just looking at these past matchups, and if they played 35-minute games, Lafayette would have won both the past matchups. American went 2-0 in those games and have a better record on the season because of it. But they were a lot of coin flip decisions that kind of led to those last 5 minutes not going Lafayette's way in the first 2 games. American's got one of the better players in the conference in Matt Rogers. He's pretty tall, 6'10", and one thing Lafayette can do is kind of control him with size. Another thing about this American team is they're coached by Dwayne Simpkins, and he plays the slowest basketball in the country. If you go back to last year, he was ranked 355th in tempo, and this year he's ranked 355th again in tempo, 50th. They just slow the game down. I just said it that this is too many points in the American. Like, all the games get slowed down, and American more than anybody. I really like Lafayette to stay in this game, possibly even win it. But I put the 4.5. I bet it on DK last night. I think 4.5 is still available on DK, just minus 118 right now.
Yeah, it looks like a really good spot for Lafayette. I agree. Feels like a game that's going to go right down to the wire. You talked about those first two games that went right down the wire. One was a 2-point game. The third time in a row it's going to fall Americans' way. I also think that the line movement is very, very revealing. You have a team that's 13-5 in the Patriot, 19-12. We've watched Lafayette get better as the season's gone on. It made us money over the last few weeks. I think this makes a ton of sense. Can you review that line history for us, Jose? I'll be good for the next game, but can you review the line history in this one?
Sure. Lafayette here. America University. We had a 4 opener yesterday around 4 a.m. This morning goes down to 3.5, and then comes back up to 4 around 9 a.m. here. So you can tell me for sure this is a 3.5 opener, because those yesterday openers, kind of dubious at times, but it goes down to 3.5, comes back up to 4 this morning, and no cash flow information on our friends at Action yet.
Yeah, I definitely want to join you here. Definitely want to join you on that spot. That makes a ton of sense here. By the way, I did move on Nutflush's team total over 76.5 on Southern Illinois, and I moved on the Salukis at plus 100 on the money line. I could have got it. Actually, that was the best line, 365 for the money line here. Excellent job, Jose, my man. Thank you for that. We are going to roll, keep staying in the Horizon League with our guy Spooner. So Spooner's moved on Lafayette plus 4.5 and minus 118. I can understand paying for that hook here in what we expect to be a low scoring game. Did you have interest in the under in this one?
Like I don't bet totals. I just don't do it. It's not in my repertoire. I don't put my money there. But if I were gonna bet anything, it would be an under in this game. Americans got the longest possession length in the country. Lafayette also has a bottom 300. This seems like a good spot if you were an under better. I don't imagine the possessions will be there to score the points, but that one thing that comes with these American games and rock fights is when you're in a rock fight, you'd rather tie and get a few more minutes than try to win it at the last second. And there's a lot of overtime games that happen in the Patriot. It's more close games are played here than almost anywhere. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it go to overtime today and that under just burn up.
That scares me. That scares me very much. No, DC, I'm on the other side of you. Good luck, though. And I know the other side of you is a poor place to be. But it is what it is. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. We stay in the Patriot League quarterfinals here. Navy Midshipmen 13-18, 10-8 in the Patriot at Boston University. Terriers 16-15, 10-8 in the Patriot. Case Gym in Boston, Massachusetts. Another thing, I did get cold feet on. That's right. Billy Freezer says if you'd like to undertake it first half. That's a important
Good point.
Yeah, that's an important point. I did get cold. I just want to sit with the Missouri State spot a little longer. I didn't want to just. I did. It's a 3:30 start. There's no reason for me to push that in quickly. So I've only moved on that first game here. Res Mob saying that he'll sprinkle the overtime. That's another way of doing it. But let's roll. Navy Midshipmen, Boston University Terriers. We're in Case Gym in Boston. Let's set this one up. Navy's won 3 straight games. They went to American and beat them 68-60. I mean, we knew Navy was for real when they beat Army not once but twice. Beat Army at Army. They're playing good basketball. They finished the year beating Loyola Maryland, on seniors night. They've got it together. They've won 5 of 6. This was a team that had a 4-game losing streak, and it snapped with a home win over Boston University. Then they won. That was the first of 3 straight winners. They lose to Bucknell by 10, and then they go to Boston University and get taken out. They get beaten up badly. They lose 87-65. The Terriers get their Rebecca And then here we are now in a neutral site. This is a fascinating cap. The Terriers finished off their season strong. They did have a loss at American 48-44, but they beat Lehigh at Lehigh 79-68. They beat Lafayette 66-64 at home. It was a great look for Lafayette. Lafayette, as we said, is just playing good basketball right now. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow, which I'm certain that we won't get cash flow. So let's just get into the line history. This is another very low total. This is the exact same total as the Lafayette American total, 129.5. By the way, that Lafayette American total has not moved a cent. 129.5 is in there. This 129.5 has moved. It's moved 11 cents towards the over. 11 cents towards the over. And then when we get to the point spread, we have the midshipman right now plus 2.5 at minus 111. They opened up at 2. We had a half point you move towards Boston University. And you were right. Why did I say I already said it was in Case Gym in Boston, Massachusetts. I apologize, Kripke. Thank you. Sorry, a little flustered here, but I'm back in business. But thank you, Kripke. Very, very important. Take it away for us here. Can Navy go back to where they were beaten by 22 points, 87-65, and prove that they're the team that's moving in the right direction? This is a fascinating spot. Take it away.
Yeah. I think they do. I moved on Navy. I didn't take the points. I took the money line plus 115, I believe. I think Navy's got a really good team. And I think Boston is not healthy at the wrong time of this season. If you go back to that American game that they lost 48-44, talk about a rock fight again. They lost one of their sixth man, Ben Roy. He's started some games for them, but he's their point guard and one of the main people that Joe Jones trusts with the ball. And coming down the stretch in Patriot League games, like we're talking all these close possessions, you want a point guard you can trust. And they just lost that guy. If you go back to that Loyola game right before that Colgate game right before that, this guy's playing a ton of minutes. He's really important, hitting huge shots. I think they lose both of those games. So then if you subtract that player who's not here today, they've lost like 5 of 7. And then Navy's a 3-point favorite, a 3.5-point favorite in this game. They wouldn't even be playing. But I just think this is a really good spot for Navy. Good coach. He's been here a long time. He's brought 2 different schools to the NCAA tournament. Ed DeChillis. I really think this is a good spot for him. I moved on it, plus money. I really like it.
It's a really nice pitch. I'm very, very interested in joining you. The bet, Spooner moved on Moneyline Navy at plus 114, working with Kripke's numbers as well. Let's roll on to the final spot here in the Patriot League Championship. Quarterfinal, Army Black Knights 16-14, 10-8 in the Patriot at the Colgate Raiders, 13-18, 10-8 in the Patriot. Cotterell Court in Hamilton, New York, home of the Raiders. We just watched them lose by 8 at home to American. American and Bucknell led at the top of the conference here. They've lost 2 of their last 3 basketball games, Colgate. They also had a loss at Boston University back on the 15th of February. Army's just moving in the wrong direction. It's funny, you're looking at all these L's for Army, but they went into American University in Washington and took them out. But they've lost 4 of their last 5. They lost by 22 points to Lehigh Valley on seniors night. Before that, they lost by 16 to Lafayette. Before that, they lost by 31 to Bucknell. And we're talking about Army. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that Army's looks bad. They're playing bad basketball right now. Let's get into the Colgate Raiders. These Raiders are also, questionable action for them here this year. And on seniors night, they lost, but they lost by 8 to American University. They lost at Army 84-72 on January 29th. Back on January 2nd, they defeated Army at home. Army's flailing here. Let's get into the line history here. Is this a simple Army fade? Army is 8-point dogs. They opened up a 6.5-point dog, so maybe this line's just gotten away from us. This opened up at 8:18 a.m. at 6.5, Morgan. At 8:33 a.m., 15 minutes later, this was an 8.5, a 2-point move. Now it's come back a half point, but it feels like the Sharps have spoken. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Black Knights at the Raiders in Hamilton, New York.
At face value, I just really wanted to get Army. I felt like there was a lot of value with that many points in this situation. I felt like the coaches could keep it close. I know this is Jalen Rucker's senior season. He's had a great year. I know he doesn't want to go out getting blown out in a game. So then you look at what just happened with Army and why did they get blown out? And you look at a player that got hurt in the American game at the end of it, and it's Josh Scovins, and he hasn't played in those 3 games since. And he is probably the best defender on the team. He also offers a lot of offense. Without Scovins, I don't think there's the support for Rucker here to be able to keep Colgate off the board. I could see another one of these blowouts happening. Colgate's a much better team than Lehigh. They're a much better team than Lafayette. If you look at this Colgate team, they're in the tournament year after year after year, like 5 of the last 6 seasons. I think they're got their eye on the prize. They're trying to head right back there. I could see them blowing Army out by 15 today, and that's why I didn't move on it. If you see something today that says Scovins is playing, maybe go ahead and get on Army, but they haven't shown the ability to step up without him. These rosters at some of these military schools are not as deep. The commitment that it takes to play here is a lot different than the commitment it takes to play at some of these other schools. So you just don't have the backup there. I could only be on Colgate if Scovins isn't in, and I just don't want to lay this many points in the American, so I moved past it.
Understandably so. This has gone from 6.5 to 8.5 back to 8. That's where we are right now. Lucas Ryan, who's Southern Illinois money line with Colgate money line, and bombed it. Our guy Lucas Ryan here, and Kripke giving us with his numbers a 79-71 victory for Colgate, which is just too close to the line available, and he's moving past it, skipping it. Let's roll on. The Kansas City Roos were so that is all of the Patriot League action. Again, Spooner moving on Navy money line, Lafayette plus 4.5. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Summit League Championship quarterfinal. Omaha Mavericks. We're in Sioux Falls, South Dakota for the Summit League Championship quarterfinal. Omaha Mavericks 13-3 in the Summit League. Kansas City Roos 13-19, 4-12 in the Summit League. The Kansas City Roos were very good to us last night. Spooner, very good to us last night. It was a smash and grab spot. They destroyed Oral Roberts 73-56. It was never in jeopardy. We could be relaxed the whole time. And Omaha also just played Oral Roberts. Now Omaha destroyed them by 23. It's a little more than the 17 points that the Roos beat them by. And these teams just played each other in Kansas City. Now, we've talked about how Kansas City's been very good on their home floor this year, but they lost by 12 to Omaha at the top of the conference, a game up on the Tommies. That was the meeting with Omaha. That was at home for the Roos. The Roos traveled to Omaha and lost by 19. Let's get into the line history for the spot and see what Spooner thinks here. We have back up here. Sorry, I've got it. Get this up here. Okay, for the Roos, this might not even be listed because it was there it is. Okay, so obviously it was a very fishy number at opening. Now the fishy numbers that we saw in the beginning of these conference tournaments were hammered by the Sharps. Obviously, their models said that they have value, and the fishy numbers were mistakes. I mean, if you went through them all, the lines that came out at a 1 that moved to a 4.5 or 5, those were winners. Those were winners. Here, that opened up in the afternoon at 1. It opened up at not in the afternoon, of course, at last night when the games were announced. Here offshore, the sharp book opened up at 8:10 a.m. at +2. It moved to 3 and has now moved to 3.5. So we've had 1.5 point move to Omaha. This is wild. I mean, this is absolutely wild that this number would be so short, but maybe you can explain it to us, Spooner. Take it away. The Summit League Championship quarterfinal, Kansas City Roos, Omaha Mavericks.
Well, like yesterday I came on and I said, I think that Kansas City line is just telling. They're telling you they're going to win by this much. Just bet it. There's no reason looking at the past history of the season that it should be like this. So do it. Coming into this game with Omaha, Omaha clearly on paper is a better team, but they have overachieved all season. Nobody expected them to play this well. And this isn't a game that's being played in Omaha. This is being played in South Dakota. And the bottom of this bracket has South Dakota State and St. Thomas and Denver and North Dakota. And when you buy tickets to go to these games, you buy tickets to go to all of them. And there's another late game tonight with St. Thomas and Denver. I have a feeling every one of those fans is going to be cheering for the underdog, Kansas City, here to win. I have a feeling that the South Dakota fans that are going to be more predominant than anybody in this building are going to be rooting for the number 1 seed to get knocked off so they don't have to face them when they get to them in the championship. So you get a whole building kind of rooting for the underdog. You get a team that's playing with house money and just playing well. I like Kansas City to win here. Like you said, we won with them yesterday. I didn't feel the need to go right back to them. I saw a lot of things that I liked from them. That being said, they played like shit a lot this season, and that could happen again today.
This is fascinating. They're getting smoked in 2 opportunities against the opponent. Now, the Roos looked great yesterday. I imagine that they can carry that over. What would the number need to get to for you to move on the Roos? 5?
So if the line moves 2 more points, that's a huge move. What? So then you're getting on the other side of a 4-point line move.
So you think it'd be more appealing if it moved back to 3? So
this is the way I view it. I don't trust Kansas City, and I just did a deal with them, and the deal worked out really well. It's the end of the season. I can just leave it with a good taste in my mouth and not have to look at Kansas City again. If I back Kansas City here and they somehow beat Omaha, I'm going to be pot committed to this team for the rest of the season, and I am going to get upset, whether it be against North Dakota State there. It's going to happen, and I'm just going to leave Kansas City where they're at. That's how I see it, to be honest with you. I'm not moving on the game.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm going to continue watching this closely here. But, of course, this is right out of the Undoing Project, because we just watched them succeed easily against a weak opponent and get us paid. And so our subconscious is saying, it's going to happen again. But we know that's not the case.
And that 2-point move is literally also right out of the Undoing Project. These initial lines that they set, they're anchoring points for your mind that put this is where the game has to be. For whatever reason, the books want it there. You need to ask yourself sometimes, why did the books want it there if you think it should be over here? And a lot of times that is because they need the money in this situation to be on this spot. It's not necessarily because they want 50-50 money, but it's because they want the money there. It's not always as easy as that, but I don't like big line movement. That's generally to get, I think, more seasoned bettors than necessarily junior bettors. But I'm not on this game. I think there's a lot of other action tonight.
Billy Friedrich giving us stats. Omaha 13-5 against spread on road neutral games this season. J Dub saying that this is a steal. And the steals that we saw yesterday did happen to be steals. So I'm interested, but let's move on. We head over to the Metro Atlantic for 2 games before we go into the ASUN semis. Let's get into this, and we can move quickly because then we got the 4 quarterfinals in the horizon, and then we move on to NHL. So great stuff, Spooner. Excellent work. Let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern, Mount St. Mary's Mountaineers, 18-11, 11-7 in the Metro Atlantic at the Quinnipiac Bobcats, 18-11, 14-4 in the Metro Atlantic. We're in Hamden, Connecticut for this one. Both teams playing, look, I wanted to talk about this spot because both teams are playing well. The Quinnipiac is being at the top of the conference, although they did just lose at Merrimack. I thought this was a real fun game to talk about as we get closer to the conference tournament. This is Quinnipiac's senior night against Mount St. Mary's. They went into Mount St. Mary's, Spooner, on January 18th and beat them 91-57. Absolutely annihilated them. And now Mount St. Mary's is playing pretty good basketball. But Quinnipiac's also coming off of a loss, which makes them more accountable, and it's seniors night. But this Mount St. Mary's team is rolling. They've won 5 of 6 basketball games. They have a loss at Fairfield. They're just playing very good basketball. Now they have Marist on deck for their seniors night. JW says Quinnipiac minus 8.5. Says Mount St. Mary's beat Weaklings. And there's truth to that. Siena by 6, Ryder by 7, St. Peter's by 11, Canisius by 7, Niagara by 1. So there's truth to that. But Quinnipiac did just lose to Merrimack, and Mount St. Mary's went into Merrimack and beat them by 8. But there's truth to what JW is saying. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. And by the way, our guy DC Capper is on the over in that Ruse game, says just take the over. Don't worry about the side. Let's get into the line history here for this one. I have that UMKC game up, so let me just quickly move over to this Mount St. Mary's spot. We have Mount St. Mary's plus 8 at even money. This opened up at minus 8.5. So the Bobcats have gone from 8.5 to 8, back to 8.5, and then they were at 7.5 at 11:34. But they're back at 8. This is juiced to Quinnipiac. So you could say it's a quarter of a point move or less towards the Mountaineers. So a very small move. When we get to the total in this one, we have a 150. It's juiced to the under. I'm looking at 150.5 on the board. This has come down from 152. Take it away for us. I'll see if there's any cash flow information, but take it away for us here. We have the Mountaineers and the Bobcats in Hamden.
Yeah, we've talked about Mount St. Mary's a lot on camera this year, and I've mentioned many times that I think Donnie Lynn's done a great job in his first season at Mount St. Mary's and his first season as a D1 head coach. But Quinnipiac has a much more seasoned head coach, and this is the time of the year where that really matters. You talked about the beatdown that Quinnipiac already gave Mount St. Mary's, and I think that's capable of happening again today. Tom Pecora, going back, he's been coaching in D1 since the early 2000s. He's coached at Hofstra and Fordham, and he's never brought a team to the tournament, but he came to Quinnipiac last year after taking almost 10 years off as a D1 coach, and he went 15-5. They lost in the first round in the MAAC tournament, and I think he has a really good team this year. They're sitting at 14-4 in conference record. I think he wants to go in. I think he wants to get his first tournament berth. Donnie Lind in his first year, I don't think is going to stand in the way. What Mount St. Mary's does well is exactly beat up on bad teams. They don't shoot that well. They go up and get their own misses, and then they can put some layups in. But Quinnipiac, they box out. They don't let you get the same way that the lower level MAAC teams do. I don't want to get in front of Quinnipiac right here. I think this is a team that has their eyes set on a goal, and I'm not trying to stop that. And 8.5 points is just too much for me to lay in the MAAC.
Let's roll on. Nate Dogg, that sounds like fake news, buddy. It doesn't sound real to me. But I'm just gonna move past it, man. Unless you're writing the script for a softcore. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. We stay in the Metro Atlantic, 7 p.m. Eastern. The Merrimack Warriors, 16-14, 13-6 in the Metro Atlantic at the Marist Red Foxes, McCann Arena in Poughkeepsie, New York. This is Marist this is, I believe, Marist Seniors Night. I'll double check that in a second. But the Merrimack Warriors have won 2 of their last 3. As we just said, at home, they beat the Bobcats. And now they travel to Marist, and Marist is not going to take them lightly. Marist beat this Merrimack squad 61-60. So they know that Merrimack is a tough basketball team. I mean, look at the conference rankings. You have Marist a game back at Quinnipiac and Merrimack right behind them. You also have Marist off a 2-game losing streak. Remember, we thought this was just Marist and Quinnipiac's conference, and then both are starting to lose games. Marist losing at home to St. Peter's Peacocks. So this has got to be an angry Red Foxes squad, knowing that if they play like that, they're going to lose their 3rd straight game. This is their seniors night. Let's get into the line history here for the spot. We have a total very low, 126. It is opened up at 126. There's been an 8-cent move to the over. There was a move to the under, but it's come back. On the point spread, we have Marist at +1. Marist opened up at +1. They opened up at +1 at 7:10 p.m. At 8:34 p.m., they were -1.5. And now we've come back to +1. We've come back to no movement. Unfortunately, we don't have cash flow information here. Super True Story says it is a dead under here. JW on Merrimack -1. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Warriors, Red Foxes in McCann Arena.
Well, Merrimack's a team coming over from a different conference. It's their first year in the MAAC, and they've had a pretty successful year. Both Merrimack and Marist are in contention for the 2nd seed in the MAAC tournament. Not a huge difference if you look at their bracket. They both wind up on the bottom side, and they would have to meet before they would wind up playing Quinnipiac, the overall number 1 seed in this bracket. I think Merrimack generally has a better shot in their first game. They play a weird zone. They play just a gimmicky offense, a lot of backdoors, ways to beat you that once you see it on tape a few times, you can kind of plan around. And Marist has a good coach. Played really well this year. I think they were able to do it the first time, and I think they're going to dot some I's, cross some T's, and button everything up, get a solid win here, lock up that 2nd seed. I think they'd rather play a team like St. Peter's than have to go and face Mount St. Mary's right now. But I didn't move on this game yet. I was really looking closer at it, and I want to move on Marist money line, to be honest. What are you thinking about in this game, Jimmy?
I'm not thinking about not locker room, says Nasty Nate. Okay, sorry. I'm trying not to think about what they're talking about in the chat. I don't want to fade Marist off of 2 straight losses.
So you want to back Marist?
Yes. But
and if we've decided that Merrimack plays better in the first game and they lost the first game, whereas Merrimack shown us that they can get revenge so far.
It is a good point. Now, Kripke talking about Marist dealing with an injury. Is there an injury issue that we should need to be aware of in this spot? Let's take a look here. Because everybody here, McKelvey on Merrimack, JW on Merrimack, Kripke giving us final score of Marist 75-69.
I don't see an injury or minutes that are out of the ordinary for the St. Peter's game. So Marist had an injury with Jackson Price, and he's been out since the Siena game. But I think that's pretty well baked in. They played the Merrimack game without him the first time. I would assume that's probably the key injury he's referencing.
Yeah, it's Price.
I'm going to sit with it, but I think I might add Marist to my card here. later in the day. If I do, I'll add it to my tweet there.
God, you got to think 2 straight losses, big wake up for the squad. They know how important this game is. Falling on seniors night. I'm going to have to spend some more time on it as well. Okay, we've got to move. We have 6 games in 12 minutes. We move over to the ASUN Championship semifinal. We're going to go to the ASUN Championship semifinals back-to-back. Jacksonville Dolphins, 19-12, 12-6 in the ASUN. At the North Alabama Lions, 23-9, 14-4 in the ASUN. Flowers Hall in Florence, Alabama. The 4 teams we're talking about, Jacksonville, North Alabama, Queens University, and Lipscomb. One of these teams gets to go to the dance. Jacksonville playing good basketball right now. They've won 3 straight basketball games. North Alabama, 2 games up on Jacksonville in the conference standings, have been very good all year long. Jacksonville just beat Eastern Kentucky at home, Stetson at home. They beat Eastern Kentucky back-to-back at home. But now they have to travel to Florence Hall, Alabama for this spot. This is a very, very difficult situation for them. Now, they played North Alabama twice. The first time they played them at home, Jacksonville took care of business, 64-60. Then they traveled to North Alabama and got beaten by 13 points. Here they are. The winner gets a ticket into the final. Let's get into the line history for this ASUN matchup. We have, and this one pops off early. This is a 7 p.m. spot. Important game to cap, as we're going to be able to cap the finals, and then we'll know the team well when they get to the dance. And also, these after these also rans will be in another tournament. You know, they all 4 deserve it. Waiting for it. Here we go. Line history wise, this opened up here at 6.5 at 8:20 this morning. 27 minutes later, we had the 1-point move towards Jacksonville. Then it got back to a 6.5, and then back another 1-point move towards Jacksonville. It's not a real 1-point move. Let's call it a half-point move. If you want a Jacksonville plus 5.5, they'll give it to you at a minus 101, whereas North Alabama minus 5.5 is minus 119. Let's get to the total here for this one, and then hand it over to Spooner. From a total scenario, oh, guys, blew right past it. I apologize. Scenario. Too many games here. Show me. Here we go. From a total, we're dealing with a 141.5. It's heavily juiced to the over. I see 142s. This opened up in the afternoon at 143.5, or at night, I should say. And then this one opened up this morning at 143.5 as well, and it's dropped 2 points, but it's heavily juiced to the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. ASUN Championship semifinal, Dolphins, Lions, and Florence.
Yeah, I really like this Jacksonville team. They played really well all year. Robert McRae's a great player, but on the other hand, you have North Alabama, and they haven't lost a conference game at home since last February. They're a really good, well-coached team with Tony Pujol. They have 2 of the best guards in the conference, Jakari Lane and Tay Fields. I think it's just too much at home. They're suffocating. They have a lot of offense, more ability to score than what Jacksonville has. Jacksonville at times really just relies on their best player, Robert McRae, to create his own baskets. And I think you can take one player away easier than you can take 2 players away. You add in that home atmosphere. It's the gym's going to be pretty loud tonight. I expect if it's not sold out, there to at least be a really good crowd. I don't see any reason to get in front of North Alabama here. 6 points isn't too many to me. I could see Jacksonville having it close, maybe 3-4 points coming down to a minute left. And you got to foul to try to make things go in. North Alabama, those guards are going to be the ones getting fouled. They're a senior and a junior. They're good. They're going to hit those free throws, and it's going to get iced away. I debated putting North Alabama on my card, but just knowing the level that Jacksonville has, their ability to kind of play that rock ball where they take some possessions away out of the game, I could see it maybe staying a little closer, but I really like North Alabama to win here, so I didn't want to get in front of it.
Did you think of it as like a possible money line parlay piece?
You could definitely do that. There's a lot of games today. You're giving the books extra outs when you do that parlay.
Definitely.
not trying to walk into any card looking for two teams to parlay together to get a bettable number. But if that's something you're trying to do today, North Alabama would be one of the ones I'd be adding in there.
Yeah, Billy, I see you just wrote that. Kripke giving us final score 73-60. JW on North Alabama as well. Billy Friedrich on North Alabama. Ross Pitts on North Alabama. Let's roll on. The other ASUN Championship semifinal, Queens University Royals, 19-13-11 and Sun and ASUN. Shout out to our Barry Smith, been making money off of Queens University all year long. Look at the Lipscomb Bisons. We're in Nashville, Tennessee at Allen Arena, home of Lipscomb. 23-9, 14, and 4 in conference. Lipscomb, beat North Alabama at home by 12. That began a 4-game winning streak to close out the year. But their last 2 games, both at home against Central Arkansas, it's not really, I don't think playing against weak competition, this late in the year is that helpful. And Queens has played Lipscomb twice. They went to Lipscomb on January 9th and beat them 75-73 in impressive fashion, and Lipscomb got Rebenga. At Queens University, beat them by 13 points. Let's get into the line history here for the spot. We have, here we go, 8 p.m. banger. We have a total at 147 at a pick'em. I'm looking at 148s on the board, but this has come down from 148 all the way to 146. This moved to 146 4 minutes ago. So clearly this total is moving towards the under as we speak. And then on the side here, we have Lipscomb as huge favorites. -9. -9. And that's just a monstrous number. This opened up at 9.5, and it moved to 9. It took 29 minutes for it to move to 9. But this isn't a real 9. If you want Lipscomb -9, it's -120. Take it away for us here, Spooner, the second ASUN semifinal, Queens, Lipscomb.
Yeah, I sent you a message about this one, Jimmy. I really wanted to get on Queens here, find a way to back them. Lipscomb won the regular season championship here, and if Queens goes ahead and runs the table and wins the championship, it'll go back to Lipscomb as the team that gets to go to the NCAA tournament because Queens is not eligible. If they somehow, I don't understand the psychology where the players are going to be at right now, but with only one win after this, I could see Queens running the table. Lipscomb, in the back of your mind that if you lose this game, you still have a chance to go do your overall goal for the season. I think that's a bad thing to have in your pocket. I don't think you want to know that. I think having your back against the wall is more important and would make it easier to lay these points. I could only be on Queens here. At the same time, Queens showed everything they could in that first game where they won in Lipscomb. And I think it'd be really, really hard to win in Lipscomb twice in a season. So I backed off it. But Queens is, if you're betting Queens, why not just sprinkle the money line and enjoy it that way?
Oh, it's well done, Spooner. We got our Horizon League quarterfinal championships. Is one a hard out for you? And it's no problem if it is. I totally get it. Or can we keep you for?
Yeah, I got to get going at 1.
No worries. Okay, so why don't we just hear quick shots, and then Jose will join us here, and we'll cap these 4 games together quickly. So Horizon League Championship quarterfinal, Purdue, PFW, Youngstown State. Again, we're going to go over all these with Jose in more depth. Spooner, are you moving on this one?
Youngstown gets to host as a home game. I think that's a huge advantage right here this time of season. That being said, I think if this were switched around and it were in Purdue Fort Wayne, I think they'd be laying 4 points or 3 points. And I think they're the better team. I think they have the ability to come into Youngstown today and win. I thought about it, but I don't want to get in front of the home court advantage here. I think that means a lot in March. Energy in a building can just control so much. The referees start just following what the crowd wants, and it gets really annoying trying to root for a road dog in those situations.
Do a quick hit here on the other next quarterfinal, Oakland Golden Grizzlies, Milwaukee Panthers.
Pretty big number. Milwaukee is a good team, but I believe Oakland has the ability to stay within this number. Really well-coached team. They play a weird defense that Milwaukee doesn't get to see over the course of the season very many times. I could only be on Oakland plus the points, but they haven't really shown it to me coming down the stretch here to really want to back them. Milwaukee's a good team. I expect them to win it. If you're looking for the other part of that money line parlay, you could put it right here. But Greg Campy's kind of a scary coach to bet against at times. Weird things happen in Oakland games.
Now we will touch on how this next game is one of the Stacks plays of the day. Also, our guy Justin McKelvey will be here at the game. But we have Wright State, Robert Morris, and what's shaping up to be a beauty. Are you moving on this one?
I'm not. I strongly considered Wright State. I saw the number kind of bounce from 6.5 to 5.5. It looks like it's come back to 6.5. Wright State has played a lot of close games throughout the course of this season. They have a new coach here, and he's lost a lot of those games, and it's tough. But when you lose a lot of coin flip games, I think you get some good luck kind of built up in your pocket. And if you're talking about a team that has had a lot of luck this year, it's got to be Robert Morris. They've overachieved by any sense of metric. This is one of those kind of like regression spots where I don't necessarily expect Wright State to win it, but they could, and 6.5 felt like too many points. I wanted Wright State on my card, but they're just a young team, a young coach. This time of year, you can get taken advantage of, and I don't want it on my card. It's a spot. First year coaches this time of year. I think twice before I back them.
Then we have Northern Kentucky Norse Cleveland State Vikings.
So Cleveland State played pretty well this year. They're a team that relies on one player. Don't have it in front of me. I think his name's Tevin Smith. He's really good. He has an ability to create his own shot and get his teammates involved. But if you play a zone, if you kind of take away his spacing, his ability to create space, the whole offense collapses and falls apart around it. This line looked like a 4.5 at first, then bounced down to 3.5, came back to 4.5. I could only be on Northern Kentucky here. I think they have a shot to win this game. They played pretty well coming down the stretch, but it's not a spot I had to move on. I would only be on Northern Kentucky. I can't sell myself on Cleveland State here.
You are also moving on Fairfield plus 8.5 and Sacred Heart money line as well. Is there anything you want to touch on about those two spots? Because we are not capping them today, but it's important for the cappers in the chat to know about so that they can do their own homework on it. Again, that's Fairfield plus 8.5 and Sacred Heart money line.
So these are both two MAAC games, and the conference is coming to an end right now, and a lot is shaping up. If you look at the way the conference plays, the bottom 3 teams don't make the tournament. And then after that, seeding can kind of be more important in the middle of the bracket. I don't have it pulled up in front of me at the moment, but I really thought that Fairfield is really motivated to get a win right here. And I thought 8.5 was way too many points to be laying in this situation, especially with a team that doesn't have a lot of motivation to win. They can kind of choose their own bracket by allowing Fairfield to get a win today. And I'm not saying they do that, but I'm not saying they don't do that either. And if they do that, I'd like the 8.5 in my pocket. And I think even if both teams play their hardest, that this still doesn't go above a 6.5 point game. I really like it. I had to be on it. The last spot there, Sacred Heart. So they already beat them this year, and coming down the stretch, I think Sacred Heart is one of those teams that has played better. I think they're in a better spot than they were in the first game, and I really think they have a shot to get another win today. I liked the money line. Plus 120 spots are really nice to have on your card. You're making the books pay juice to you. You're not paying the juice to them. And over the course of 10 bets, the books are going to regret paying juice to you every time. That's it. I got to get going. I hope everybody has a good day. Enjoy it. Good luck.
Spooner, you're the man. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat once we finish off college basketball. But Spooner, you are the man. Thank you for all of that. We got Deacon Mike in the house. His Missouri State, they're the Bears, right? Missouri State Bears. In business this afternoon at 3:30, and it feels like it's the sharp side. Let's take a second look at these Horizon League quarters, and a great job by Spooner getting the love. Let's roll here. So our first Horizon League quarterfinal is a spot where now this is not one of the. So both of the Stacks plays of the day are beautiful. Thank you, Jose. Both of the Stacks plays of the day are in the Horizon League, and he's moving on this one as well. But it is not a Stacks play of the day. A shout out to Zoe Faye, Ayo D in the house, and of course Deacon Mike. Deacon out that dirt nap. A lot of D's in there. A lot of alliteration with Deacon Mike. Deacon out that dirt nap. Let's go. Horizon League Championship quarterfinal. PFW. Tough team. This is fun. Mastodons, Penguins. Mastodons 19-12, 12-8 in the Horizon. Youngstown State 19-12, 13-7 in the Horizon. Youngstown, Ohio for this spot. Let's go over this line history and decide if we too shall move on it. We have Youngstown State -2 at even money right now. They opened up at -2.5. They've moved to -2. The other books are showing 1.5s. Clearly, PFW, the line just moving in their direction. We don't need to move any more than that. This is also a spot where we are unlikely to get the cash flow information that we so desire, which is important to cap these games and then decide whether or not once we do get the cash flow information, if these are spots that we want to move on. No information on these Horizon League games. Too bad. So we know it's a 1-point move here towards the Mastodons. Let's take a look at the total for this spot. From a total standpoint, we have a 155.5. It's -111 to the over. This opened up at 156. It dropped down to 153. And now it's back up at 155. So we've had the U-shaped movement on the total. Let's so these teams just faced each other. On the 12th of February. So I shouldn't say just, but they just faced each other. And I just said it again. They have faced each other in the last 4 weeks. And shout out to our guy, Wine Time Sports, gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Ron Young getting that gift. I love it. Thank you, Wine Time, my man. You give so much to the channel. I hope you have just an incredible time on the floor for Lakers Knicks. And we do know that Kat will be in the lineup, and that the Jordan Woods tweet had nothing to do with Kat or basketball or herself or anything. Why are we even saying her name? Let's go back to this spot. Youngstown State defeated PFW at home by 22 points on the 12th of February. It was a smash and grab. They played earlier this year, and it was not a smash and grab, but the Mastodons took care of business at home. They took care of business. They won 90-81, and then they got torched in Youngstown State. Let's take a closer look at what happened in that game. Youngstown State shot 50 from the field, 37.5 from three. This was a 42-40 game at halftime. It was very, very tight. This also, the line didn't move. It was PFW as a 1.5-point favorite. Very little going on. Mel, we're going into NHL here in like 5 minutes, so you're perfect timing. Oh, wow. Okay. You know what? Wine Time, when it's a Wine Time box that he doesn't have the floor seats for the game tonight. You know, when you handle that with Kuth, we will definitely get another opportunity. All right. Yes, you had to catch the close of the show yesterday. Yes, you know, you call him Silver Dollar Pancake Nip saturated, but his tits look like pepperoni pizzas to me here. Deacon says was going to send some pigeon food, but the damn tariff screwed that up. Yes, the tariffs have been a problem for both countries. Do you guys know? Okay, look, let's just finish this cap. But the province of Ontario that I live in, much to my chagrin, I don't know if I'll be here. The province of Ontario is the number one liquor purchaser in the world. Nobody buys more alcohol than the Ontario Liquor Commission Board. And we have stopped and will no longer sell any American alcohol. Now, I found it very interesting, when Goodwill Hunting, they talk about numbers. Will Hunting says, well, when it comes to numbers, I can play. When it comes to booze, I can play, Now, I didn't make quite the best example last year at Pubapalooza, but I'll be better this year. I'm going to eat more. So we're not selling Jack Daniels. Now, that's a big blow to Jack Daniels. But even though that we are the biggest purchaser of alcohol in the world, the Ontario Liquor Commission Board, that we only have 1% of the Jack Daniel's sales here in Canada. Do you know that 6% is in Mexico? 6%. The Mexico drinks 6 times the Jack Daniels than we do in Canada. Shout out to Mexico and the Mexican people. Probably drunk right now, and I respect it. Back to this PFW Youngstown State spot. We've seen the line move. We don't get the cash flow. The question is, does PFW have something in store? Look, PFW going 12-8 in conference. We watched what happened when Youngstown State was at home the last time these teams played. Why would there be a difference? Youngstown State also coming off a loss at Northern Kentucky. Didn't look very good in the home games after the PFW game. They're coming in sharp. This feels very coin flippy here. This feels very, very coin flip. Oh, Deacon Mike says Jim Beam Black way better than Jack Daniels. Oh, I don't drink Jack Daniels. DC Capper also on Jack Daniels. I mean, that's for children. When you become of age, you stop drinking Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels is a child's drink. Now Carter, just 4. He hasn't started hammering the Jack Daniels, but I'm sure that will be the first bottle he orders. Let's move on. Again, Justin McKelvey has PFW plus 104 in his pocket. I find this a very, very tricky cap in a coin flippy situation. And yes, I imagine that Purdue Fort Wayne will be much better this time, in Youngstown, Ohio, but let's roll on. The next spot on the Horizon League quarterfinals is the Oakland Golden Grizzlies at the Milwaukee Panthers. Let's get into this spot and talk about the line history. The next 2 spots in the Horizon League quarterfinals are both Stacks plays of the day. But let's get into this one here. We have the Golden Grizzlies 15-17, 11-9 in the Horizon at the Milwaukee Panthers. We're at UW Milwaukee Panther Arena in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Both teams went 11-9 in the Horizon League. Let's grab this line history and discuss if this is a feasible betting situation for us. We have where the hell is this game not? That's why. Okay, sorry, tripped out there. This is an 8 p.m. start. Okay, we have this total at 147.5. It's minus 112 to the under. This opened up at 145. It got up to 148.5. It's at 147.5. It's not a real 147.5. If you like the under, bet it now because this is moving to 147. It's going to move to 146.5. But all the books are hanging 147.5 at a pick 'em. This very sharp offshore has shown its hand. It's 3-3. We have started in Indiana State, Southern Illinois. 3-3, couple minutes in. Let's get to the point spread here for this Horizon League quarterfinal matchup. We have Milwaukee minus 6.5 at minus 108. They opened up at minus 6. This immediately we went down to 5.5, back up to 6, and was at 7. This was at 7 at 9:30 in the morning. We're here at 6.5. It's a half-point move towards these Panthers. Now, these Panthers have faced Oakland. They went to Oakland and lost badly, 65-49. And then they revenged it. They just revenged it at home in a 71-66 victory. They got destroyed by Oakland and they revenged it a little bit. Oakland went to Green Bay and it took overtime to beat them. Then they got to play back at home and won 96-72. If this game was at Oakland, what would the line be? This feels like a little bit too much here. I shout out to my guy, Sweaty Butcher, in the house. Joseph Alvarado says Crown Royal Blackberry is a new edition. Tastes like black licorice. I like Crown. I drink Crown. So I'm going to have to sit with this longer because right now it feels like the Grizzlies can stay within this number. It really does. I mean, let's just go over the road games. And maybe this will get us on Milwaukee, honestly. The Golden Grizzlies needed overtime to beat Gottlieb in the Green Bay Phoenix. Then they won by 5. They won by 5 over... they lost by 5 at Milwaukee. They lost by 14 at Purdue Fort Wayne. They won by 15 at IU Indy. They lost by 2 at Robert Morris. This feels like a sharp line, but I feel like the Grizzlies can stay within it. Kripke giving us the final score with his numbers of 77-71. Let's roll on. Let's roll on here. Our next spot in the Horizon League Championship is the first stacks play of the day. That is Robert Morris going up at home from Moon Township against Wright State Raiders. And shout out to our guy, Justin McKelvey. Stacks number 1. Stacks number 2 coming right after this.
Stacks.
Let's get into this line history for these Colonials. Colonials minus 6.5 right now, minus 108. We opened up at minus 6.5. It went down to 5.5 when sharp cappers like Justin snacked it up, and now we're back at 6.5. It went down to 5.5 for 1 hour from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern time. We are back at 6.5, but we've had no movement on it. Let's take a look at the total here for this spot. And we are 2 games away from the NHL card, which we will move pretty briskly through. We'll hammer, trust me. So we're not going to rush. From a total standpoint, we have a 150.5 juiced heavily to the under. I see a lot of books have moved it to 150. This has been juiced heavily to the under 150.5. For a couple hours, for 3 or 4 hours now. So it doesn't look like it's moving much. It did open at 150.5, minus 110 to the under. We don't have cash flow information. Let's talk about these Colonials. The last time they lost was at Wright State. That was the last time this Robert Morris team lost. Since then, they've won 7 straight basketball games. They played Wright State at home and won 75-72. Wright State gives them fits. This is a fascinating spot here. 5 minutes in, SIU 10-9. Well, that works quite well for us, Richo, my man. I wish Sir Mackey nailed it. I wish I was on the first half. I think he nailed it there. Woodford is Swaggy's jam. Look, Woodford, that's a rich man's drink. It's absolutely spectacular and delicious, but it is also expensive. I like it, Richo. That means our team total is in play. And, of course, our money line is in play. Robert Franklin is on Wright State in this game. We know that Wright State plays them tough. We know that. I'm going to sit with that one longer. I certainly do not want to go up against Stacks. Let's talk about our final spot on the board, and this is the other Stacks spot. The Northern Kentucky Norse have been getting better and better and better as this season goes on. They look bad at times this year. Remember, this is a Norse squad that went through a 6-game losing streak midseason. Now they've turned it around. They're in the throes of a 5-game winning streak right now. And they're facing tough competition in the Cleveland State Vikings, who finished a game behind Robert Morris, tied with Milwaukee. Cleveland State also coming off a thorough 11-point home victory over Purdue Fort Wayne. But they had lost twice in a row. They lost at Wright State by 6. They lost at Oakland Golden Grizzlies by 5 in overtime. And as I said, this Norse squad is rolling. We've seen them face Cleveland State twice. On January 15th, they went to Cleveland State and they lost by 18. That was game 3 of that 6-game losing streak. The losing streak started January 8th and went through January 30th. Then they faced Cleveland State again at home and they beat them 84-75. I completely understand why this spot is being looked at for Norse backers. This total has climbed. It's now at 139.5. It opened up at 137, so we have a 2.5 point move to the over. And then when we get into the spread, here we have the, let's see what the line is. I imagine it's moved towards Northern Kentucky. It's still a 4.5. It's 4.5 quite juiced. If anybody wants the 4.5, I would move on it now. It's been getting juiced over at this sharp offshore, and I see a lot of other books still hanging the minus 110. Yeah, I think the Norse are ready to play. Sir Mackey says Indiana's still in it, not for long, though. I like hearing that. We got Cuban Connect in the house. Let's review all action. I want to join Stacks. I certainly don't want to be with Stacks on Northern Kentucky and be against them on Wright State. I'll have to figure that out. Shout out to Nunya in the house. Nunya about to rock with us at Pubapalooza. Cuban Connect. He's on the Norse. We got Cuban Connect on the Norse as well. Thank you for sharing that with me, my man. Let's review all action. Now, the final score with Crip Keys number 69.5, 64.5. So certainly isn't the perfect situation. But I do like it. I feel like the Norse are moving in the right direction. Lex Steele says, isn't one of these teams on a week break? More rest, but then that means other team has been in the workshop. Yes, let's discuss the fresh situation here. It's just all that is up is that Cleveland State played on Saturday and the Norse played on Tuesday. Now the Norse were at home and they smashed Detroit Mercy, but then they had to travel. Now, it's not too long of a travel, but that's an important point, Lex. Important point. The Prime cut it in. 76ers first half team total under 52.5. Let's get that copied and pasted. We're getting into NBA with Darryl right after NHL. Let me get this in here. All right, let's review all college basketball. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Let me just move my live action. I'm going to try not to stare at it. Let's see where we stand right now. It is 14-12 Indiana State. Live spreads 57.5. Money line 125 minus 125 for Indiana State. Now Southern Illinois going to the stripe here. 13:47 left. Okay, let's go over all action in college basketball. Thank you to Bobano and Spooner. We have MSU Iowa over 151.5 from our guy Big O. Stacks play today. Number one is Northern Kentucky plus 4.5. Robert Morris minus 5.5. He's going to be live for the Robert Morris game. Billy Friedrich has moved on. Georgia State plus 2.5. Indiana State, SIU first half under 72.5. Northern Alabama minus 5.5. Omaha minus 5.5. Bucknell minus 8.5. And UC San Diego first half minus 13.5. Saturated says Derl isn't going to flash his nips, as he know. Look, Jose dug deep to try to get me on into my winning ways that we were just on. We had a magical end of 2024 and we had a solid, strong start to 2025 and I fucked it up. Saturate says, I'm worried about the standard. Jose has said, yes, you have every right to be worried. You have every right to be worried. Pig Milk play today. San Diego plus 2 says Pacific's 1-7 against the spread is a favorite. Wrong team favored. Canisius money line said dog of the day from Kelly McInnes. Nice, Jimmy. I love this. Mel says, Jimmy, I already had some Tampa to win these plus 850. I had some at 650 yesterday. I love it. I got them up plus 900, so I didn't get much better. That was at the beginning of the year. I didn't get much better than you. I love it. Cuban Connect also thinks the St. Thomas over is too low. And also Deacon says have to get going, but keep an eye on BYU team total over. Easily cashed the last 6 games. They play Utah at home Saturday night. Copied and pasted. All right, let's go over Spooner's action. Fairfield plus 8.5. Navy money line. Lafayette plus 4.5. Sacred Heart money line. Respect play today. Liberty first half plus a half. And Kong's Clips. Kong's college basketball play today is Michigan State. Kong is on Michigan State first half minus 3.5. And he's 20-7 on these spots. I guess they weren't going to the stripe. I thought the Salukis were going to the strike. No, it's just the inbounds there. There was a foul on the other side. We have Jeff Slaughter on Loyola Maryland plus 8.5 and Liberty plus 1.5. Slaughter swept the board with us yesterday. Bobano gave us the Salukis plus 1.5. Nutflush gave us Southern Illinois team total over 76.5. I moved on both. Missouri State plus 6 from Bobano. I'm very interested in that. Pops off at 2 hours and 8 minutes. Bobano's on ECU minus 4 and the over 143.5. We stayed off Aggies, La Tech, stayed off Liberty Flames, Middle Tennessee, but we've already heard from Jeff. FAU first half is something I have some interest in, just some. Bobano moved on the over 152.5. Michigan State, Spartans, Iowa Hawkeyes. I would like to join our guy DC Kepper on Iowa. Then over 139.5 in Utah Valley, Abilene Christian. I'd like to move on the Wildcats here. I want to study it a little more. Old Dominion, Texas State. We've seen this huge move towards Texas State. I'm off of that spot. Bobano moved on Alabama State plus 6. He moved on UC Davis plus 7.5. I'm interested in that spot. And Cal State, UC Riverside, he's staying off. Then I have interest in that first half under in Lafayette American University. I have some interest in Colgate, and I have some interest in the Ruse. I could easily get off of it. I'm interested in Marist. I'm interested in North Alabama. I'm not going to use this as a money line parlay piece, but I'm interested in them. And then DC Capper also moving on Jackson State, something I'll study after the game. I'm really interested in joining on the North, and I'm hesitant to want to get in the way of Robert Morris, but we just know that Wright State plays him tough. I'll have to study that afterwards. There you go. That is college basketball for Thursday, March 6th. Let's get into here. Mel says, grab the exact finals matchup, Tampa Bay versus Vegas at 48-1. Wow. Wow. I would love the Tampa Bay versus Dallas. We saw what happened last year when those two teams played. Now, Aiden Hill has looked very good after, watching the Four Nations, but we saw what happened when those teams played last year. Vegas went up 2-0, felt very good about themselves, and then got annihilated, destroyed, starting in Vegas. But you guys, you know how we feel. It's going to be fun, Mel, but I would sure love it if that Dallas or Edmonton here. So let's go. Let's get into the National Hockey League here. We're not going to move into cash flow. Usually Action doesn't even have it. They had it yesterday. I don't care. I'm coming off a rough day. I'm coming off a rough 2 days, coming off a rough week. I got up. I mean, it was only up 5 units, but over, 400 bets. It's a starting point for success. And now I'm back in the red. Very, very disappointing. 16-15 Indiana State. So some low scoring few minutes there for our guy, Billy Friedrich, which may help his first half under. Let's get into the National Hockey League, and we are rolling through here. We start with 7 p.m. Eastern action. Utah Hockey Club 27-25-9, 15-12-3 on the road. The Detroit Red Wings 30-25-6, 16-14-3 at home. We're at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. We're going to roll through these games, and then we have NBA with Darryl, 6-game NBA card with a lot of opportunities. Connor Ingram and Cam Talbot is listed. Let me know if that works and if that is right here. So, and Nasty Nate, great call. I shouted you out off the top of the show. You guys were right. I would have liked to have seen that game with the Leafs with a decent goaltender. They outshot the Knights 16-8 in the first period, and Knights fought, and the team was going, was all in. But there was odd man rushes on the other side. The Vegas is full value for the victory. Let's go into this Utah-Detroit spot. There's just been this huge move towards Utah. Look, I don't want to get in the way of it. It's not been succeeding getting in the way of these moves. A 24-cent move towards Utah. Detroit's gone from minus 105 to plus 119. I wanted to be on Detroit, and maybe I still get there. Connor Ingram, maybe he's not in net. Is it not Connor Ingram? If it's Connor Ingram, I don't know how. Can somebody tell me if that's being set here? Kelly McKinnon says, nice punch. I just can't even believe it. And line is likely for Detroit, but we need to know who is in. And Cuban Connect, 3-legger, Columbus, Dallas, and Montreal. So, I'm not having the type of season where I can sit here and say the market's wrong. This huge rush towards Utah is wrong. But I'd like to. And if I know that Connor Ingram's in, maybe I do. Utah power play 23.1%, penalty killing 80.8%. Utah's got a very good power play, and Detroit is really weak penalty killing. That obviously helps Utah. This is the first of a back-to-back for both teams, so we're going to be interested. It's going to be interesting to see who we've got here. Mel saying Utah and Detroit are the two teams I've had the hardest time capping all year. So let's go. Utah's been off for a while. We last saw them finish off a 4-game homestand with a 3-1 loss to the Devils on Saturday night. This has also been something that I've kind of messed up in the past, expecting a team to be sort of sluggish after a 5-day break. The reason why this 5-day break doesn't help Utah is because they just had a break for the Four Nations. These players don't need a break right now. They play at Chicago tomorrow night. They're missing a defenseman who's, a bottom 2 defenseman. Robert Bertuzzo is not that important. Michael Carcone is day-to-day. He's got hands, lower body injury. Nick Bukestad is sick. Vamelka and Lyon expected. That makes more sense here. The Red Wings come in on a 3-game losing streak. They were last seen in a 2-1 loss at home versus Carolina on Tuesday. They play at Washington tomorrow night. They'll be playing the rest of the year without their center, Andrew Kopp, but they got the good news that Michael Rasmussen will return after missing 4 games with a head injury. And Rasmussen is a young player who's getting better and better. Now, he came with very high expectations. He's from Surrey, BC, not too far away from where I grew up. A 2017 first-round pick, 9th overall. He's 6'6". It's a very important to have a 6'6" center in your bottom 6. Now, much to the chagrin of Red Wings fans and anybody who believes in Steve Yzerman, Rasmussen was drafted ahead of Martin Necas, Nick Suzuki, Robert Thomas, and Josh Norris. So they swung and missed. But Rasmussen is a good center. Also, if you guys are looking into the 2017 draft, Jason Robertson was picked in the 2nd round by the Dallas Stars. If it's Vamelka, look, I'm not at a point, especially coming off a horrible day, where I can sit here and say, look, it's wrong. The line's wrong. I said that to you guys about Vegas last night, and look what that did for me. It took it right in the bottom half. Let's roll on. 7 p.m. Eastern. I do have 5 bets on this card, and I expected to be on the Red Wings. 7 p.m. Eastern. Next spot on the board. Buffalo Sabres 24-30-6, 9-16-3 on the road at the Tampa Bay Lightning 36-21-4, 22-7-2 at home. We're at the Amalie Arena in Tampa, Florida. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. UP Luukkonen 2018-4, 3.06 goals against average, 892 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Honestly, at what point do you say maybe he's not as good as we thought? Let's trade him. At what point do you do that? I don't know. But he's not as good as I thought. And we've given him a lot of time. And he's been our clear number 1. We've given him all the confidence in the world. Andrei Vasilevsky on the other side. Let's ask you, why would you want to be on Tampa Bay Lightning futures? Well, they bring back Yanni Gourde. He's a Stanley Cup champion with Tampa Bay Lightning. Andrei Vasilevsky is now in the running and will be nominated for the Vezina Trophy. 924 save percentage. Andrei Vasilevsky is saying, I'm the best goaltender in the National Hockey League again. Look at the Lightning. Get rid of Stamkos. Bring in Gensel. What a spectacular move that was. Kucherov still playing at a high level. Hedman playing at a high level. You bring back players like McDonough. You bring back players that are winners. I've done it before and won with this team. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. The numbers are great. Now I need them to win the division. That's a big payout for me. That would give me a real sense of calm. Mel saying UPL overrated. Tampa's going to dance on the solidified Buffalo grave. Look, I can't expect the Sabres to just roll over and play dead. They have a strong penalty killing, not as strong as the Lightning. Lightning have special teams too. Look, the East is up for grabs. Now you could say, look, Lightning can't beat the Panthers. What am I going to say that? Panthers are a very tough team. Sabres coming off their 4th straight loss. It was an embarrassing 6-2 defeat at home versus the Sharks on Tuesday. You'd have to take the Lightning on the -1.5 line if you want them, or you could use it as a money line parlay piece. This opened up at -218. The immediate move was towards Buffalo. And even 13, 14 hours after this line was dropped, this had moved slightly towards Buffalo. So now the public comes in and is betting the Lightning. So there's been, 14 cents of movement to the Lightning. And look, I'm a Lightning backer. I just don't want to fade a Sabres team in this situation. What I think is very possible here, and what you should look out for, is the Sabres scoring first and we getting in on the Lightning live. I think that is a great opportunity. This total opened up at 6.5 at even money. It's still there, so there's been no movement there. Bo Jackson says, can't trust these Lightning. I don't know who's worse, the Lightning or the Bruins. I shouldn't have said that out loud. The Lightning coming off their 9th win in 10 games. The Bruins have lost 7 of their last 8. But I love Kevin with Bo. And look, the Lightning had the Leafs number and, pulled out their big balls and put it in the mouth of the Leafs over and over and over again until the Leafs decided that they finally had enough last year and they weren't going to keep gargling lightning balls. Bo Jackson's watched them gargle lightning balls, from cheek to cheek and on the bridge of their nose. And he's probably developed a dislike for the Lightning squad, which is fair. I like Bjorkstrand and Yanni Gord. I love the pickup. This is a completely healthy group. It's unclear, though, if either are going to be in the Lightning or in the lineup tonight. I don't know if they are. I tried to find out if Gord or Bjorkstrand would be couldn't find out. Comrie confirmed for the Jets tonight. That's interesting. Wager Detective says take the value with the Sabres. It's funny, Wager Detective. If you're giving out a pick, you're saying, oh, this is a pick for my record. It's pretty easy to give out the plus 200 dogs. And we're going to get into it in this next game. What's hard is pressing the button and betting a unit on them. That's hard. And let's get into it. Next one on the board here. I can't bet the Lightning at this number. If the Sabres get up, I'll look at Lightning live. Next spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern with the Columbus Blue Jackets, 30-23-8, 10-17-4 on the road at the Florida Panthers, 38-21-3, 20-10-2 at home at Amarant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida. With Elvis Merzlikins going up against Sergei Bobrovsky. Let me know if I've screwed up with the goaltenders here, because again, I put this together late last night. Merzlikins, 22-15-4, 3.02 goals against average, 896 7%. Oh, confirmed. Thank you, Billy. And 1 shutout. Bobrovsky, 26-13-2, 2.55 goals against average, 906 save percentage, 3 shutouts. We have Columbus power play at 21.3%, penalty killing at 75.2%. Florida power play at 23%, penalty killing at 80.3%. I think I've got all your action. I must not, though. I'm looking at spots I didn't have. So thank you for sharing that with us, DC. Go get that cash. Go get that cash. It's another thing that's so important about capping these games, even if you're not betting them. It's so important because let's say the Sabres do beat the Lightning. Well, then, you take the Panthers on the puck line. It's so great when these teams, have to face Tampa and then Florida. None of your business play today is in as well. Tulane, and I'm going to copy all this. Get it, Lex. Get that cash. So, Mel, I want to be on the Blue Jackets here. And again, look, it's one thing to give out a pick. It's another thing to bet it. If I was just giving out picks, I would say, oh, look, I'm on the Columbus Blue Jackets money line. But I'm sitting there going, well, are you going to bet it? Because if you're not going to bet it, you can't give it out. And it's scary to bet against the Panthers at home. Now, they're just 20-10-2 at home, not as dominant as you might think they are. Blue Jackets had their 4-game winning streak snapped in an ugly 6-2 loss at Tampa on Tuesday. It was not how Columbus had hoped to start this 4-game road trip. They're going to play the rest of the year without LeBanc. They're going to not have good Branson for an extended period of time. Good riddance. The guy's terrible. Sean Monahan and Cole Sillinger will be out for a few more weeks. But they got Chinnikov back. He's not quite in the flow of things. Marchenko coming back from that broken jaw. Panthers coming off their 4 straight wins, 6 and 7 games to win at home over Lightning. This is also game 4 of a 5-game homestand. It makes me very uncomfortable fading them. Matthew Tkachuk will be out for the rest of the regular season, which is LITR gift to the defending Stanley Cup champions that deserves no gifts. Nate Dogg is on Florida minus 1.5. Barkov a goal, and Reinhart 3 or more shots. I like that. And Lex Steele giving a Pub Sports Radio membership. What a guy. Thank you, Lex, my man. Amsterdam, what else? Getting it. Thank you. Maybe Lex Steele, Panthers, puck line, Columbus team total under 2.5. I have written on the top of my notes on this game is Columbus first period. you can't bet Columbus first period plus a half. I didn't look at what it was offshore, but at 365 was minus 150. It's too expensive. This line's moving towards the Panthers, so maybe it goes down a tiny, tiny bit. You could use the first period plus a half as a parlay piece with something, but it's not like I'd be that confident that Florida's not going to score. So I'm not sure what to do. And maybe Mel has the perfect spot. But I tell you what, at some point, I'm going to be betting the Blue Jackets today. And I've just got to figure out how I want to handle it. Southern Illinois, Indiana State tied at 32. This is excellent, excellent for our team total over that Nutflush got us on. This is all excellent. Kong's play today is in. Slatsy saying Comrie confirmed for the Jets. We're going to get into that game. But I'm going to find a way, and maybe Mel is a better bet than me. Oh, of course, I haven't bet it yet, but I'm looking at first period. She's bet the score first. Let's get in. I'm going to send a quick message to our guy, Derl, just to push him back 15 minutes. Push back 15 minutes for NBA. We'll do a 11 a.m. start time, 11 a.m. Pacific start time. Okay, let's roll here. Oh, but I didn't give you guys the line history, and I'm curious to see if it's continued to move because there was no need to move on Columbus at any time. This is a flat 6 at a pick'em, minus 106 each way. And then when we get to the money line, it's still just flying towards Florida. Wow. So there has been, good God, a 57-cent move to the Panthers. Columbus gone from plus 223 to plus 274. Again, I have to ask myself, okay, Mel, thank you for rocking with us. Toby Lane saying Habs a better dog than Columbus today. Yeah, I mean, look, I get that. Now, the Habs scoring first is not a better bet than Columbus scoring first. You have an extremely angry Oiler hockey team, which we will discuss. You're also talking about the Habs at plus 205 and Columbus at plus 274. We have our guy, Wager Detective, talking about implied probability with the odds. If you wanted to punch that into your implied probability calculator, then yes, yeah, it's sure. So, and Billy Ferguson, Habs are one of the worst first period road teams of the season. Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, so let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. 7 p.m. Eastern, Winnipeg Jets 42-16-4, 19-11-0 on the road to the Philadelphia Flyers 27-27-8, 15-14-1 at home at Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We have Hellebuck 36-8-3. Because we have Comrie now. Sorry, I had Hellebuck listed, but Comrie's going to be in that. Going up against Samuel Urson. Urson 18-10-4, 2.91 goals against average, 8.96% two shots. He hasn't been very good. I mean, we're talking about Lou Oakland not being very good. Urson's not being very good. Winnipeg power play 31.2%, penalty killing 79.1%. Philadelphia power play 15.9%, penalty killing 79%. This is just a stay off spot for me. You have the Jets coming in off their third straight loss, 3-2 at the Islanders on Tuesday. They're going to be an angry group. You have the Flyers coming off their second loss, 3 games, 6-3 at home versus the Flames. And then to add another level, these teams just met in a 2-1 Philly shootout victory in Winnipeg. So Winnipeg has Rebenga everywhere. So what you could say, this line opens up at minus 145. It gets up to minus 156. The announcement that Comrie is going to be in net. Now it's at gets down to minus 135. There's buyback and then buyback on both sides. We're at minus 139. You know what you could say here? You could say that the Winnipeg Jets must be bet. Comrie being in gives and you know what? It must be. Look, I don't want to fade Philadelphia. I don't want to ever fade Philadelphia. But the Jets have lost 3 straight and just lost in their own barn. And now you get Comrie in that. And who cares? Look, it'd be better with Hellebuck in net. But you still have a goaltending advantage over Urson. Now you could say if Comrie was the starting goalie for the Flyers, his goals against average would be 880. Or sorry, his shooting save percentage would be 880. And if you're saying that, that's probably a legitimate argument. But let's just look at this. You have a completely healthy Winnipeg Jets team that's lost 3 straight games, and one of them was at home to the Flyers. Now, the Flyers, if I just wish they beat the Flames 6-3, I'd be all over the Jets. I also have the Flyers team total over and the Flyers to make the playoffs. Of course, last thing you want to do is there's no need. It's not like we're going to hedge here. But let's just look at this Flyers offense. Now, we talk about that 2017 draft with Michael Rasmussen, right? We talked about the draft. And I love going through drafts. The starting center on the first line for these Flyers. Now, you could say Brink, Cates, and Forster isn't their real first line, but they're using it. Noah Cates was picked in the 5th round of that 2017 draft. Lawton, Konechny, Kuzmenko on the second line, Tippett, Couturier, and Michkov on the third line. Yes, you could say that this Flyers offense is much more dangerous with Kuzmenko and Michkov getting older. But how do you not look at this price for the Winnipeg Jets and think, God, I got to bet it. I don't care the Comrie's in that. Scheifele, Velarde, Connor, Ehlers, Nemesnikov, Perfetti. That Niederreiter, Lowry, Appleton line is going to be a great line in the playoffs. The Morrison's by far the best defenseman on the team. Nuplashon says, mark my words, Flyers put up a crooked number with Comrie in that. Bankroll Spence says, looks way too cheap. It's that cheap because Comrie's in that. Slatzy says, Flyers 10-1 last 11 versus Jets in Philly. Sort of like the Isles the other night. The single most important angle in this game is the Jets have lost 3 straight. There's no more important angle. The second most important angle is the Flyers just beat the Jets in Winnipeg. I think those are the most important angles in this whole thing. All right. Ekholm out for the Oilers tonight. Wow. I've got that in my thing. I know that he's Liz, I've got it in my notes, but I might move on the Jets. I'm going to keep an eye on this line. God, it makes me nervous. Okay, let's talk about action I have. Now the rest of the games I've got action. 7 p.m. Eastern, Boston Bruins 28, 27-8, 10-16-3 on the road at the Carolina Hurricanes 36, 22-4, 23-7-1 at home. Lenovo Center Rally, North Carolina. My man Bo Jackson talking about how he finds the Bruins and the Lightning are similar teams. I know the Bruins aren't going to make the playoffs. I mean, that's no newsflash there. In fact, if we went over to the futures, 39-36 Indiana State right now. If we go over to the futures market, the Bruins to make the playoffs, I mean, that should have been just better at the beginning of the year. Let's just quickly look at the futures here for the Bruins not to make the playoffs. It's, boy, what is it, minus 500 not to make the playoffs? The Boston Bruins at minus 1,400. So I'm on the Carolina Hurricanes on the puck line here with confidence. Yes, the Hurricanes have been playing underwhelming hockey. Boston should be, you take your foot, you put it on their throat, and you step down. This line is gone. You think that Panthers line's gone big. Carolina's gone from minus 249 to minus 311. I got them on the minus 1.5 line at what I thought was a very legitimate number. I got them at plus 105. I got the plus money on it. I bet it here at 365. Right now, it's minus 125. The puck line has moved 30 cents. This is a smash and grab. I looked at the Bruins team total under. It was too expensive. It's under 2.5. I think it was like minus 155 or something like that. This total is at a 5.5. It's minus 117 to the under. This did move up to 6, but it wasn't a real 6. It was plus 108 to the over. This is the spot. Hurricanes on the puck line. Jeremy Swayman, 18, 21-6, 3 goals against average, 896 save percentage, 3 shutouts. Kochekov, 22-11, 3, 2.49 goals against average, 903 save percentage, 1 shutout. That's what I've got listed. Boston power play at 15.2%. It's weak. There's no McAvoy. There's no Brad Marchand. They're both going to be out for another week. Look, Brad Marchand isn't helping that much on the ice, but he helps a lot in the room. Hampus Lindholm, as we know, is done for the year. This 15.2% power play going up against the Carolina Hurricanes penalty killing is going to be a joke. Korpisalo is confirmed. Okay, that's another reason, I guess, for this line move. Nutflush says you can get over 4.5 and Jets to win at plus 160 in regulation. That's interesting. I don't really want, like, if the Jets were to win that game 3-1. Now, I know because we saw the Jets Philadelphia play such a low-scoring game in Winnipeg, that's probably going to be a higher-scoring game here. But I get enough value off the Jets on the -1 line. But you do an excellent job at lowering the VIG, Nutflush. Man Bear Pig says Marchand getting his throat stomped on. Count me in. We still remember him biting Burrows' hand. Wasn't that what happened in the playoffs? So Bruins coming off their second straight loss, 7-8 games, 6-3 at home to the Predators on Tuesday. Hurricanes coming off their second straight win, but it's all been very underwhelming. This is game 1 of a 4-game homestand. This is the puck line on the Carolina Hurricanes. Now, you could be sitting here looking, it's -1, -125. Should I still bet it? No, probably not. Getting the plus money was an excellent opportunity. Then do you want to use it as a money line parlay piece? You may want to do that. Worth it talking about the so you take the Jets to win in regulation and the game to go over 4.5, and you put that together at plus 160. Worth it. That's what Nutflush has been doing, and he's been getting huge plus numbers. Okay. Wager Detective says if you like chalk, the Jets are your side there. Again, I think, Wager Detective, that it's much more complicated than that because you're taking advantage of the goaltender move to Comrie. I think it's much more complicated than that. The drop off from Hellebuck to Comrie, I don't think it matters as much when there's this thick revenge in the air. But we can talk about the results tomorrow. And again, I haven't moved on the Jets yet, but it's certainly becoming more appealing with Comrie in net and the number dropping. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here. Now, this line was moving slightly against me. I'm a little nervous to check it right now, but I did bet it. I liked the number, and I thought it was worth it. Let's talk about the next spot on the board, Seattle Kraken and Nashville Predators. Nashville Predators are the same deal with me, and they're also coming off a win, which is a luxury to be able to fade them. This total, Seattle-Nashville's at 5.5. Opened up -116 to the over. That's exactly what it is right now, -116 to the over. Get over to the money line here in this Nashville spot. Oh, good. Finally. God damn it. Sitting here enough watching these line moves against me. I got plus 119. It's plus 110. Good. Enough of this bullshit. God, it sucks. Oh, man. Watching the Vegas Leafs game. Every time Vegas would score, that fucking horn was just giving me the worst headache. And all I could think of was Nate Dogg, just nasty Nate, just pointing at the TV, laughing at me, and the horn just going over and over and over my head. And I just wanted to fucking smash something. Not, of course, nasty Nate. It's fun. The competition is fun, and but I was just the fucking horn going off and off and off. I'm happy that this line is rolling me. And look, I'm going to be up 20 units at the end of the hockey season like I'm every year. And sometimes there's bumps on the way to fucking glory. And I'm dealing with one bump right now. Joey Decord and UC Saros here. Decord 21-16-3, 2.60 goals against average, 9-12 save percentage, 1 shutout. Saros 14-25-6, 2.96 goals against average, 8.98 save percentage, 4 shutouts. UC Saros has been bad. He's giving all small goaltenders a bad name. Bad year after year. Now he has this huge contract. The decision-making by the Predators brass is really being terrible. Seattle power play 18.5%. Penalty killing is 75.9%. And Seattle is a problem, but I'll go over a couple things. National power play 20%. Penalty killing 81%. First off, let's talk about Seattle. They're coming off their third loss in 4 games, 4-3 home to the Wild on Tuesday. They've traded Yanni Gordon, Oliver Bjorkstrand to the Lightning. You may think that will hurt their depth. First off, Yanni Gord, he played 1 game. He was out for 34 games. They're used to him not being in the lineup. Bjorkstrand's been a $5 million money pit. He's been terrible. And this Seattle team has enormous depth offensively. Both of these teams should be bet on their season point total over next year. Matty Beniers, Kakko, and Schwartz is their first line. Shane Wright, and this is all changed after the trades. Shane Wright, Burakovsky, McCann, second line. Moving Shane Wright up, giving him more ice time. Chandler Stevenson, Jordan Eberle, Eli Tolvanen is a third line. Look, that's 3 good lines. That's 3 solid forward lines. Vince Dunn, Adam Larson, Brandon Mortur, and Jamie Oleksiak. Oleksiak's probably going to get traded here in the next 48 hours. They have depth. They can handle the depth. There's no concern here. Yeah, I hear you, man. Bear Pig. That was, we love Clint, but it was hilarious watching that football game. But I'm sure Nasty Nate was laughing at me with that horn going on over and over and over and over and over again. The Predators coming off having their 2-game losing streak snapped in a 6-3 win at Boston Thursday night. Here's another important piece of the Kraken beating the Predators tonight. Not only are the Kraken a weak hockey team, not only will Capper say, oh, they just lost Bjorkstrand and Gord and got nothing in return except Isamont, who's not there yet. It doesn't matter. Gord's been all year. This is the 4th game in 6 nights for Nashville with travel. They just beat Boston on Tuesday. This is 4th game in 6 nights with travel. This is a Kraken spot. Finally, the market's agreeing with me. Let's move on. Now, Calgary Flames Dallas Stars is the next spot on the board. And oh, yes, Wager Detective. Oh, God, that's just. Now, I should have done what Mackey did and took the first half, which is probably the better spot. But that's just music to my goddamn ears. Okay. Calgary Flames, Dallas Stars, American Airlines Center here in Dallas, Texas. These Flames, 29-20. I should have moved on to Zoe Fake. I'm happy that you guys did. That should have been the look. I had to leave the show to get the bets in. I was kind of panicky. Let's stay focused here. We're on our way, and we're going to cash that team total over regardless. So let's just see, because I want it all. I need a day today. I need a fucking day today. I need a day today so badly. I don't want to get too needy here. Vladar confirmed. That is wonderful news, Slatsy, my man. I moved on the Dallas Stars puck line here. Great call, Sir Mackey. I wish we had talked about that a little earlier, but I love seeing you guys cash. He's always Sir Mackey. Thank you guys also for being pub members. I love seeing you guys eat. Okay, so and now Nunya back in the race. Oh, we're racing today. Don't forget we are racing today. Here we go. So Vladar's in net. Vladar sucks. Ottinger's in net for the Stars. The last game of a road trip is tough. And also, we're fading the Predators on the 4th game in 6 days, and we're fading the Flames on the 4th game in 6 days. And both of these fades, where we're on the puck line, both of these fades are better numbers because they're coming off of a win that everybody just saw. Nashville beat Boston 6-3. Calgary beat Philly 6-3. This is a wheelhouse type situation. And look, I got a beauty number on the +1, or I got +120, I believe. Yes, +120. And that was at 365. That was better than what was offshore. Kelly McKinnon says Vladar is being solid for Calgary. Calgary money line +210. Good luck, Kelly, my friend. But this is got all of these things correlating for me. And we're going to go over line history. So we have the Flames coming off a win, so they feel good about themselves. We have their 4th game in 6 days with constant travel. They're exhausted. We have the final game of a 6-game road trip. They want to go home, man. And this concludes the Stars' 4-game homestand. We just watched them win 4-3 at home versus the Devils. By the way, Slatsy giving us the Devils to not make the playoffs at +900. I think he got better than I did. I got +900. Turnsey moving at +775. Last night was +400. +400. Hughes done for the year. And not only that, their 6'6" star defenseman done for the year. We might not be done for the year, but we think he's done for the year. Dougie Hamilton. All right. Nunya, you the man. Can't wait to hang out in Texas, man. It's going to be, I'm so excited. But let's finish capping this NHL card. This is why I want Dallas so badly. If you watch the Dallas Devils game, Dallas dominated, absolutely dominated the first period. And then they took their foot off the gas, which creates the best coaching angle. They can't do that again here. And they're not going to. They're going to pummel the Flames. And when they get up 2-0, 3-0, the coach is going to say, I just watched you guys take your foot off the gas. I'm not going to do it here again. You know, you're up 4-0 and you come into the dressing room and you lose your shit. You take someone's stick, you smash it against you shoot the garbage into the wall, you open slap Jamie Benn in the face. You talk about what a bitch Tyler Seguin is. You find a picture of Tyler Seguin in women's clothes, and then you walk out of the room. Dallas Stars are going to win by margin here tonight. Flames are exhausted, coming off a win. It's wheelhouse type shit. This line's not moving. I don't care. Oh, it started to move now. So it's Vladar. This went from -230 to -212. Money line is moving towards the Flames. Come back with the Vladar announcement. All right. Let's roll. Toto cashing and finish hockey for Turnsey. Oh man, Kong, that would have been the greatest surprise that we could have ever had, my man. But don't worry, every year we're going to be doing this. We love you, Kong, my man. Slatsy on Johnston over a half goal. He's 5 goals last 3 games. We talked about it. We talked about it 2 months ago when he was having such a bad start. I have him in the hockey ball. I went over his Corsi numbers, his expected goals. They were sky high. We knew he was going to come around, and he's done exactly that. Stars, puck line, Flames get extinguished. Cappers seeing the Flames beat the Flyers on their last game of a road trip, 4th game in 6 days. They barely show up here tonight, and they take it in the drink hole. Here we go. Our next spot on the board here, we got 2 games left before we get into NBA, is the Oilers. I can't wait to talk about this spot. We have Slatsy moving on the Habs team total over 2.5. Suzuki and Caulfield each get a point, plus 135. Hudson to get an assist, plus 120. Here is how I'm moving on this game. Montembeault and Skinner confirmed. Montembeault 22, 21, and 3, 2.90 goals against average 8.99. Save percentage 4 shutouts. Skinner 20, 15, and 4, 2.87 goals against average 8.97. Save percentage 2 shutouts. Montreal has won 5 straight games post Foreign Nations, and they've outscored their opponents 21-10, and they've scored at least 4 goals in each game. It's great. Look, we have them to make the playoffs. If we had to bet that during the Four Nations, it was, I think, plus 1,400, plus 1,600. I only got plus, what the hell did I get? 600? We went over the numbers yesterday. I'll pull up the futures again. But they've got them back in. They're going to catch the point total over. It's all perfect. And this is game 1 of a crucial 4-game road trip for them. Caden Gooley and Kirby Doc are done for the season. It's possible that Gooley could come back, but it's very, very unlikely. Pizzetta is day-to-day with lower body injury. The Oilers are a mess. They're an absolute mess. They've lost 5 of 6 post Four Nations. They're coming off a disturbing 6-2 home loss to the Ducks on Tuesday. This very weak defense is even weaker with Ekholm dealing with an undisclosed injury. He was listed as questionable, but we've heard from everybody in the chat that he's been announced out. 11 shots in the last 5 games, 2 assists. He's so important. Now Troy Stetcher is going to come in back in the lineup. He's terrible. There's a reason why the Canucks got rid of him. I have my first player props of the year on this basketball or hockey game. Sorry, basketball coming up. Daryl's about ready to rock, so we're going to be rolling here in a second. The Edmonton Oilers right now are minus 233. They opened up at minus 256. The Ekholm information, not good. I don't want the Oilers here. And if you guys are on the Canadians, I can completely understand. I tell you what, though, I don't want to fade the Oilers here. They're getting absolutely destroyed in the press. And they're still the favorites to win the Stanley Cup. Nothing changed there. This over opened up at 6.5 minus 1.5. It's now over 6.5 minus 112. Here is my action. Oh, wow. Billy Frederick says Hurricanes refused to make Rantanen available to the media today. I wonder what that means. I wouldn't want to dive into that too much. Okay, here. So listen. Connor McDavid has scored 1 goal, and he's a minus 9 in 6 games post Four Nations. I had listened to a guy on TV, and not one of our guys, like actual on TV, give us his plus minus, and it was worse than that. And I was like, he's not minus 14. And I went and looked, and he's not. The guy was just talking head, being an ass clown. Connor McDavid has 1 goal. He's a minus 9 in 6 games. Montreal is the perfect team for them to go up against because they're high flying, they're fast, and with their speed, they have odd man rushes. When an odd man rush fails to score, what happens? There's a great opportunity for an odd man rush the other way. Connor McDavid getting vilified in the press. If you look at Draisaitl's numbers compared to McDavid's numbers, Draisaitl is having so much better of a year. He's like 20 points more, 15, 20 goals more. Draisaitl got the break over the Four Nations, which has just helped him. I'm on, and I've put a full unit on each of these bets. Slatsy says, could McDavid be hurt? He's exhausted. They're asking if he's hurt. He's saying he's not hurt. He's just tired. He's exhausted. All of the whole country of Canada had to ride his back to win the Four Nations. He's exhausted. Then they have this long road trip. Then they come back and lose the first game at home. I mean, this is all. So look, I love hearing that Irish King. Respect. Full units. I'm on Connor McDavid to score a goal at plus 130. I'm on Connor McDavid over 1.5 points at even money. Connor McDavid, this is a perfect team for him to play against. This is also the Montreal Canadiens, the storied habitant. I mean, is there a team more storied in NHL history? Well, I mean, the last few years have been hard on them.
La plus grande franchise dans la histoire du hockey.
Action Jackson, do the Oilers win the Cup? The only team that I think can take out the Oilers in the playoffs in the West is Dallas. That's it. No one else. In the East, it's the Panthers. No one else. I'm on Connor McDavid. 1 goal, 6 games, and -9. Going up against the Habs that are so fast and exciting. Okay. I don't think I can, Turnsy. I don't know if I can. Let's talk about the final spot on the board here, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Then we get into NBA. We have the San Jose Sharks 17-37-9, 18-9, 8-19-7 on the road at the Colorado Avalanche 36-24-2, 19-10-2 at home at Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. This is a tricky game. If Georgiev is in, Blackwood is confirmed for the Avs. We have Georgiev, who's been so bad this year, 3.54 goals against average, 879 save percentage. He had the opportunity to be the starting goaltender for the Colorado Avalanche for the next 10 years. If Georgiev is in, I wouldn't put it past him to step up here. Now, this is a tough team to step up against. Now, if you can defend the Avalanche properly, if you have the pieces, the Sharks don't. But, if you can, shadow McKinnon and try and move Nichushkin from in front of the net in the power play. But I don't want to fade the Sharks at this price. We've talked about it the whole time. Now, I wish I was betting the Sharks the last couple games. This is also the final game of a tough 7-game road trip. It's tough being on the road for this long. They're coming off the 6-2 win at Buffalo on Tuesday. Avs coming off their 3rd straight win, a tough 4-1 victory at home over the Penguins on Tuesday. It was 1-1 with 4 minutes left. This is game 4 of a 6-game homestand. It's a sweet spot. If they were playing anybody else, I'd be on the Avalanche here. I just can't do it. This total went from 6.5 to 6. I romanticize sports too much, and it's a problem, and it's something that you got to realize that you're doing so that you don't fucking, believe something exciting will happen when it's not destined. But I'd love Georgiev to step up here against the Avalanche. I don't know if he can. There's only been a 4-cent move towards the Avalanche from -397 to -401. What the hell you want to do with it? I don't want to do anything with it. Slatsy, our useless trend for me, and I love your trend, Slatsy. And look, it makes it fun that we don't all cap alike. Avs 10-0 last 10 versus San Jose and 10-0 last 10 in Colorado. Riley Smith back to Vegas. That is a smart move by Vegas. Give up nothing in return. That's a really smart move, and that will inspire Riley Smith. What a great move by Vegas. I don't even know why I didn't comprehend that was a possibility. Yes, this is my first player prop in NHL all season, and I doubled up on McDavid. All right. A little dead shark today. I don't know. I cheer for the Sharks. Celebrini from my community. So I cheer for Celebrini, and I think Will Smith is a gamer. All right, it's time to talk NBA. We didn't have our star on Thursdays last week. We have missed him. We've missed him, man. And it's nice to have him back in business. And I cannot wait to see him in San Antonio, Texas. It's been too long. It has been too long. Now, I look at the videos here that we have, and there's beautiful spots here. There's a couple that I could show with our guest. I'm going to pop this one in here because many of us are owed by Jose. Now, I owe him one of these, but let's get our next guest here rolling with this clip.
Everybody in the audience, now listen to me carefully, is being given a special package, and I don't want you to open it. Do not open it. Cameras are on you, so do not open until I tell you. All right, open your boxes. Open your boxes. 1, 2, 3.
You get a steak. 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 Everybody gets a steak.
You ready for this? Here's my analysis. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
Daryl Rice, my man, you are a sight for sore eyes. You're back where you belong, capping the association with your boys. How are you, my man?
What is good, Jay? What is good, man? I am happy to be back, bro. It's been a long couple of weeks, and I always miss talking ball, man, talking hoop with you and the fellas and ladies in the chat, man. So happy to be back, man. Peace and love to you. I hope you've been good. I hope you've been winning.
I have not been,
Peace.
Darryl. I hate to interrupt you, but NBA's got me right in the old drink hole, right in the old prison pocket.
This wasn't the tone, man. At the beginning of the year,
I was if we had done the show on Friday, I'd be like, Darryl, look at me. This is something that's happened in the last goddamn 48 hours, man. Actually, it started happening a little bit at the end of last week, but the last 48 hours have destroyed me.
Yeah, well, I mean, did you stick to the script, right? Because remember, you were doing you weren't doing props, right?
Yeah, no props. I've been off props.
You've been sticking with
totals.
sides.
No, this is just me fucking losing.
Okay. So we need to turn that around. And I follow a lot of cappers, man. First and foremost, I can't go any further by me saying any day on this side of the grass is a
good day. Absolutely.
Damn good day, man. So let's take that into effect. I have been, I do a lot of scrolling on the socials, right? And so you are seeing this sentiment about how hard or harder rather NBA capping has been, especially with the books in bed with the teams in the league and things of that nature. So I do understand this capping is not the same as it was back in 2017 when I was watching all of you guys, so we just gotta find I guess more wittier ways to kind of beat the books, man, and hopefully we can do that today.
Well, I mean, there's only one, like I'm working hard with the multiple sports. It's a real task. But I did see Jay Money talk about not wanting to bet NBA
I did see
anymore.
that, man. I did see that. And as you know, I'll always say this. I live by this, okay? I've been betting for a very long time. I lived in Vegas for a couple of years before. I was in corporate America for a long time, and I did a lot of moving around because of my job and the account management position I was in. I did not see very many black guys in this space. Let me just be honest. And I'm not playing the race card or anything like that. So when I did see that, it was very, very comforting. When I lived in Vegas, it was always a wise guys thing. And it's just, with the help of social media and the help of YouTube and things like that, we were able to get exposure. Jay Money was the first guy that I'd ever seen. Young guy, positive, and he's always been consistent like that. And
Was
I've
it
always
on my
followed him.
show?
It was on your show.
Yeah.
Remember,
I'm a huge champion of Jay Money. I came up with the NBA Jam background, and I came out.
Yeah,
I pitched.
Remember, you were the one doing Leche, which I don't know why you stopped that, right? But it was on your show. I had seen Jay, and Jay did his own thing, and then I had seen Ski Profit. So I got a lot of love for these guys. These guys, to me, that looked like me were the godfathers of sports betting, if you will. And then from that point, you just broaden your horizon and you see a lot of the guys. But it was always the old wise guys, in Vegas, where you call a number and you get a pick. You know what I'm saying? Things like Vegas Dave, that guy was around, and things like that. But I just didn't see cappers who look like me. So I'm gonna always champion for Jay and Ski and those guys, regardless if they're on a good day, a bad day, it doesn't matter. Those guys have been consistent. But I say all that, yes, I did see Jay's post about that, and it made a lot of sense. But there's still witty ways and angles that you have to take. Even if you got to change the way you look at games, you might have to do that just to adjust to how sports betting is right now.
Yeah, and I know that Jay's. Look, this is such a. It's not only that when you lose that you're financially hurting, but it's also embarrassing when you put it out publicly. So it's a double-edged sword, and you're getting cut the fuck up by both sides of it. So it hurts. It hurts. And I know Jay will be back. Jay's a monster. Jay,
he's a monster.
He's a great friend, great capper, and
absolutely.
Absolute monster. But I did see him put that out that he was just done in the NBA and all that. And I know I'm sure he's capping it as we speak.
Oh my God. And that's the thing. He can't get away from it. You know what I'm saying, man? It's like, I'm done with this. But something that you've invested that much time and energy and is part of your livelihood, you get frustrated with it. Everybody has been there, but I pray that dude never stops what he's doing, man. He's that good. But why did you stop the leche?
Oh, we leche. We fucking leche, man.
When's the last time you fucking leche?
We leche at the end of each show, man. We leche.
Oh God, well, I don't know, but okay, maybe I don't hang around.
I don't talk about sleuts anymore. The sleuts. I miss.
The sleuts.
That was a big thing.
And what happened to the goddamn black taints?
Say what? Who? Sorry, say again.
The taints.
Oh yeah, we still got black taint.
I don't know. I got to check Jose's repertoire. Okay. You still got the black taints. Okay, we good. We good.
Let's get to work. Let's get to work, my friends.
Let's get to work, brother.
We have. Yeah, of course, the salute stopped as soon as Ella was born. I stopped talking.
Oh, yeah. You can't do that.
Things
you
change.
Can't do that, brother. Yeah. We get older. Yeah, you still got this goddamn leche, though. You never stop the leche.
Well, one last thing here. Is when I tell people
said taints are all colors. Hey, we just want some Blake taints, some Blakes in the part of the squad. I'm sorry, Jimmy.
No, where's all good? But the last thing before we get into our action here, we got 6 games we're going to break down. When I tell people how fraudulent this industry is, and just horrifyingly fraudulent, and I tell them how it starts, how it all started. It all started with fraudulence with the 1-800 numbers. And I'm like, so you call the 1-800 number, they give half the people the one side, the other half the other side. And if they lose, you get a free pick. So that means 50% of the people who called think you're a genius. The other 50% get the free pick next one. And then of that group, 50% will get a winner and 50% will get a loser. So then you've cut down the amount of people who have got losers, and the others think you're a genius.
Right.
It's the biggest scam. And when I tell that, people, they're like,
it's the biggest scam.
Wow, that's brilliant. I'm like, oh, yeah. You want to start your own 1-800 number? All right, let's get to work here, my friend. We have a really juicy card, and I'm coming off a horrible night. Now, Wine Time was on his way to a rough night, but he jumped on to the Clippers money line late last night, and I wish I had joined him, but I was in my feelings. Let's get to work here. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Chicago Bulls 24-38, 13-16 on the road at the Orlando Magic 29-34, 18-15 at home. Let me get this up here. I don't know. We don't even. Okay, so I think maybe Jose's probably building this Bulls Magic.
Is he?
Yeah, I don't because I don't see it backstage. So maybe he's just putting it together right now. Here we go. We're at the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. Chicago 2-3, fifth over the last 5 games. The last 5 game stats. I feel like it's time to talk about them again. There's been enough time. 5th fastest pace in the league, 102.37 possessions a game, shooting 47.5 from the field and 34.1 from 3. Orlando 1-4 over their past 5. 28th fastest pace, 95.20 possessions a game, 44.9 from the field and 33.8 from 3. I can pinpoint where this all started. It started 48 hours ago. I was on the Magic of first half and the Raptors team total under first half. And I could have bet the under 49.5 at 365, but it was minus 125. Instead, I took the 48.5 at minus 104. I was like, a point shouldn't be worth 21 cents. And they land on 49 because of a hard foul under the hoop that made no sense by Carter. And that's it. Everything started falling apart there. Let's get this fixed right now. Man Bear Pig says massive NBA night. I can feel it. Let's go. So the Magic here, we'll start with the Bulls. Bulls coming off their second straight loss, third in 4 games, 139-117 home versus Cavaliers on Tuesday. Kobe goes for 25. I always got to, can't say Kobe. Kobe White.
Right, Kobe White.
Taylor Horton Tucker, 22. Zach Collins, 20. It's nice to see Zach Collins getting another chance, I guess. Nice to see Taylor Horton Tucker getting another chance, I guess. With the Giddy quad receps injury, Lonzo Ball wrist, Kevin Huerter knee, Ayo done for the season after shoulder surgery. Done for the season. That's the Chicago Bulls. Magic coming off their 4th straight loss. This was supposed to be the homestand to get them together. If you wonder about, now I know you basketball cappers don't wonder about the importance of a point guard. Watch the Magic with Suggs. Watch the Magic with Cole Anthony. And, it's night and day. They come off a 114-113 last second loss. They lose to the Raptors twice in 3 days by a combined margin of 3 points. Banchero talks about how they need to do soul searching. He went for 41. He went for 22 in the 4th quarter. He went for 41, 8, and 8. This is the final game of a 7-game homestand. I would like to back him. 7.5 is a lot of points.
Really?
Opens up at 7.5, drops down to 7. It's back at 7.5. I want to back him. Can you back him at this number?
No.
From a total standpoint, this is a 218. It's minus 107 to the over. This opened up at 219.5. It's dropped. Razor Sharp Picks rocking with us. Wager Detective also. We're getting stats. I love it. Great to see you guys.
Razor, what's up?
Little Domo in the house. Can't wait to see Little Domo and Chill Will in San Antonio. Razor Sharp Pick says Chicago 3-9 against spread in their last 12 games against Orlando. He says this total's gone under 25 of Chicago's last 32 games against Orlando. Total's gone over in 6 of Orlando's last 8 games at home. Let's go into the cash flow here for this one. Here we go. We have 51% of the tickets and 48% of the cash on the Magic. Honestly, those are fine numbers for me. 92 and 85 on the over. Nobody in their right mind wants the Orlando Magic. Is this the time, Darryl, to come in on them? First half, full game, back this squad. I'm nervous saying it. Take it away.
Yeah, I don't want to take it away. This is I'm kind of amazed that you would look at Orlando with their current body of work. With everybody back, I mean, I would think that they would be a lot better than they have in the last 4 games. Now, of course, one of those games is against Golden State. You're going to lose that game in the Butler era. And then one of those games was against Cleveland. You're absolutely going to lose that fucking game. But the back-to-back Toronto losses, that kind of hurts there. The only thing I really could look at here is if you take a look at Franz Wagner right now, I think that's probably a way you want to go. He's averaging about 1 3-pointer made per game. Actually, in the last 4 games prior to the last game in Toronto where he had 3. Chicago, if I'm looking at their opponents' points from threes right now, Chicago, man, these guys are 19th in the league, which they're giving you or allowing you to shoot about 41 a game. So I think the way to go here, and the only way I would go, is looking at Franz Wagner threes. I haven't stepped on that, but it's just I have no interest in the side or total in this game. I don't know what happened to Orlando, really. But this homestand, losing all these games, like you said, we can absolutely see a Cleveland and Golden State loss, but losing to Toronto twice is kind of offsetting to me. So I don't have any play in this game. And the other thing is, if we look at the standings, if someone I gotta look at the standings, but if I'm right when I was looking at them, you've got Philly, Brooklyn, and Chicago all kind of bunched up together, right? As far as the standings and where they are. And
Most
all
of a
3 of these
2.5 game lead in 10th, I believe.
yeah, I mean, and these teams are supposed to be tanking. So I don't know how to gauge this really. You would think that Orlando might be the side at least get 1 win in this little homestand that you've had, but I just don't have a good read on this. So the only way I would look is Franz Wagner. The only reason why I have not stepped on it is because I don't want to take that much juice. My local had it at minus 143. That's the only way I could play it, but for now, no play for me.
I want the Magic. It's a situation where I want a team when nobody else wants them. It's the baby in the dumpster.
Here we go.
I see the baby in the dumpster. I'm like, I won. I bring them into my house. I will.
I forget you like bum fights.
Love them.
So this one has bum fight written all over it.
We'll move on past this one, but the baby in the dumpster reminds me of a homie of mine, a Vegas comic. Well, he's originally from Toronto, named Trix. Trix doing big things in Vegas. Tours around North America. He gets a bad rap up here just because he's a foot fetish, and unfortunately, he got. I don't even want to get. I don't want to sell the guy out, but he's not liked up here for foot fetish reasons, and but he would crush. And I remember he was middling for me in Calgary Yuck Yucks, and he would crush. Right, he would destroy. And so I wanted to change the vibe when I went on because he's crushing. With feel good material. I wanted to change the vibe, and they had just found a baby in a dumpster the night before I got into Calgary, and baby was alive and good, and they raised him, but they don't know who the mom is, but they found him. And so I remember I would open up with I've always wanted to be a father, so I've come to Calgary to search your dumpsters. And they hated it. It was just the word, like it just was such a horrible. It was a horrible opening, but it did change the vibe. It did change the vibe, which is what I was looking for.
Someone said Brenda's. Someone says Brenda's baby. Brenda's baby. Yep. So we got a little Tupac reference here. Yeah. Okay. I like it.
Sir Maggie Loves Pie says nothing wrong with pretty feet.
Yeah, nothing wrong with pretty feet, man.
No, sure. But the issue with this foot fetish was that he was. I don't want to sell them out. I've said this now. I'm not going to sell them out. Let's move on. We move on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. The Indiana Pacers, 35-25, 15-15 on the road here. At the Atlanta Hawks, 28-34, 13-16 at home. State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Bo Jackson, tricks, man. You got to know tricks. Everybody up here knows tricks, man. Everybody up here knows tricks, man. Okay.
Sounds like we got a toast sucker. Oh man, this is getting off the rails. Oh, this is crazy.
No, we're getting paid. We're getting paid. Now. We're on the rails. We're not off the rails. We're right on them rails.
Okay.
Pacers 3-2 over their past 5, 19th fastest pace, 99 possessions a game, 52% from the field. These Pacers are shooting, 42% from three. They're shooting the ball very well. By the way, as much as I've been hammering how bad the Magic are shooting, 44.9 from the field and 33.8 from three, it's really not as bad as they were shooting even when Suggs was at point, but it's tricky to talk about. Troy Torrance in the house. Razor Sharp Pick says the total's gone over in 14 of Indiana's last 16 games against the Atlanta Hawks. The Atlanta Hawks are playing at the 8th fastest pace, 101.7 possessions a game over their past 5. They're 2-3 over that stanza, 49.6 from the field and 37.8% from three. Let's get into the line history here from this spot. We have the total at 248.
Mm-hmm.
This is the highest total on the board by 18 points. Good God. 248 minus 112 to the under. Opened up at 246.5, and we're up to 248. When we get to the spread, this spread is with the Pacers minus 3.5, minus 104. They opened up at minus 2.5. We have a 1-point move towards the Indiana Pacers. Let's take a look at the cash flow. When we got the cash flow here, I should move over to all markets. Let me do that. Here we go. We have 69% of the tickets and 72% of the cash on the Pacers. It's a public spot, but the line's moving with them. 69 and 62 on the over. Razor says total's gone over in 27 of Atlanta's last 37 games at home. So here we go. Pacers coming off their second straight win, 115-102 at home with the Rockets on Tuesday. Shout out to Dutch Boy Fresh. He was on the Pacers. Pacers been good to Dutch. Now, the wild part about the victory was they were out-rebounded. And we'll talk about this when we talk about the Rockets. They were out-rebounded 58-35. How bad of a basketball team do you have to be to rebound your opponent 58-35 and lose by 13 points? We'll talk about that when we talk about the Rockets. 28 and 15 from Tyrese Hamilton, 6 straight double-doubles for Hallie. These teams play here again on Saturday night. So we have 2 spots on the card like this where their teams are playing twice in short succession. Indiana's won 6 of their last 18 games. In 2020, 6 of their last 8 games. In 2025, the Indiana Pacers are 19-7. They last lost to Atlanta in 2023. March 25th, 2023. Saturated says, is Hallie not playing or something? Halliburton is a game time decision right now. Listed as questionable here with a hip injury. I just don't think, these late injuries have been screwing me, but I just don't think that this would be a spot where Hallie's not in the lineup, especially with this line move towards him. I just don't see it. Benedict Mathurin is also listed as questionable with a left wrist sprain. And then on the other side, we know that Krejci and Nance are out. It's Trey Young is listed as probable now. So Trey Young is listed as probable. So maybe you should wait. Von Polo looking at the Hawks here. So the Hawks haven't beaten Indiana since March 25th, 2023. Not only that, but in the last 4 games that Indiana has played Atlanta, they've won by an average of 24.8 points. Benedict Mathurin's missed 3 straight with that sprained left wrist. The Hawks coming off their 3rd loss in 4 games, 127-121 at home versus the Bucks on Tuesday. So Atlanta's lost 5 in a row, and all 4 meetings last season and once this year. Karis LeVert, George Niang have looked very good in their short period of time here, getting a chance to run a little bit. They didn't get a lot of floor time with the Cavs. LeVert averaging 16.8 points per game. Niang averaging 13.3. Trey Young leading the league with 11.5 assists per game. For me, I think the biggest angle here is a rest advantage. This is the Hawks' 3rd game in 4 nights. There's a rest advantage for the Pacers, and I find the Pacers appealing. Do we need to wait till Hallie's announced in? Maybe. Take it away, Darryl. Pacers, Hawks.
Yeah, yet this line is 3.5 right now, right? Which is, I think people look at that game and they'll say too easy. The only way I can really look at this game, another game that I did not play or make anything official on, but the only way I can really look at this game is just sticking to it with the Pacers team total. Right now, their team total is, I believe, 126 at my local. But you look at these games, and we're talking about since last year. The lowest total that they've ever had against the Hawks has been 126. And the total right now for the Pacers team is 126. Last game they played on the 1st, 132. Game before that on April 14th of last year, which is, just about a year ago, close to it, 157, 126, 150, 157. You tell me what defense Atlanta has to even stop this Pacers team. What defense do any of these teams have, for all that matter, to stop this total from just going way over the 247 mark? So the only way I can look at this game would be for the Pacers team total, and that's specifically because it just seems like they've gotten them each time, and they could cover the 3.5 no problem. But that line, to me, when things look too easy, it's going to be on the far end of the spectrum on either side. It really is because it really is too easy, or it's a trap. And so for here, I don't want any part of this game to begin with. But the only logical game for me logical, I guess, angle here, in my opinion, would be the team total over for Indiana Pacers. Have not stepped on it.
I think I need to know, if Hallie's in. It's Riz Hache, Dyson Daniels, obviously, players moving in the right direction. And Dyson Daniels is a defensive monster, but I think that the Pacers probably are the spot. Nutflush asking if I see a number here on Shepard's PRA. I will take a quick look here. I'm hesitant. It's a 5-point game in Southern Illinois now. I wish I was just on the first half and could get out, but let's just see if we can get a quick number here for
what?
Our guy, Nutflush Allen.
For the first half?
No, for Reed Shepard. No, I can't. I'm not getting anything. I don't know if anybody else is here. Check. Oh yeah, no, I can get them. We'll talk about Reed Shepard props. I can get them. Sorry, my bad. I can get them. Okay. Sanchez says, I wonder what the Pacers record is with Nemhard versus without this season. Interesting.
That's a good question.
But let's roll on here. It's now a 2-point game for the Salukis. God damn. It was okay. Whatever. We'll catch the team total over at least. And then, okay, I'm interested in the Pacers. I need to know if Halliburton's in. I've had enough messing with me. I think that the rest advantage is a big deal, but of course it's going to be a big deal again when these two teams meet in 2 days, and the Pacers are playing their 4th game in 6 games. So, Saturated says, I trust the Pacers a lot more with a healthy Nemhard. Well, we have him here. Okay, let's roll on. Next up on the board, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, Philadelphia 76ers, 21-40, 10-19 on the road to the Boston Celtics, 44-18, 20-11 at home at TD Garden, Boston, Massachusetts. Philadelphia 1-4 over their past 5, 15th fastest pace, 100 possessions a game, shooting the ball poorly, 45.4 from the field and 34.5 from 3. Boston 3-2 over their past 5, 27th fastest pace, 95.4 possessions a game, 46.2 from the field and 39.6 from 3. Let's get into the line history here. Boston 46.2 and 39 from 3 is actually not as good as what they've been doing most of the season. Boston sitting here at minus 13. They opened up at minus 14, now 13.5. What they did yesterday was extraordinary, I felt. On the total here, we have, let's grab this here. Sorry, on the total, we're dealing with a 218. It's minus 110 to the under. This opened up at 222.5, so it's a big drop in numbers. Big drop. Let's get to the cash flow here. Sorry, can we move this over here? God, sorry. I'll move over to the cash flow and the rest situation. We have Maxey, Lowry out. We heard from the chat Paul George is out, and Shams saying that as well. So Paul George is out. Nasty Nate looking at Celtics second quarter. Porzingis out, Horford out, Drew out, Brown out. Tatum missed last night's game, so he's listed as questionable here with the shoulder impingement, and Sam Hauser is a game time decision. If all these guys are out, which is possible, we're talking about another game where White and Pritchard have to put up 80. Let's get into the cash flow for the spot. Nasty Nate expecting Tatum to be in.
I think Tatum plays.
So do I, but it is nerve-wracking expecting it because I've had the second half of a back-to-back expecting the player to come in and not be in. Happened to me last week or week and a half ago. 96% of tickets, 90% cash on the over, and it just keeps dropping. 67% of tickets and 58% cash on the Celtics. Saturated says, can we trust Pritchard to go crazy again? No, but both White and Pritchard are coming off career highs. Sixers, we'll start with them, come off their second straight loss, 11th in 12 games, 126-112 in Minnesota on Tuesday. Maxey didn't play, and Maxey is not playing here. It's too bad. And Paul George, groin soreness, God, what a awful. But Quentin Grimes has saved the day for them. He's been playing very, very well. In the last 11 games since he was acquired from Dallas, 17.7 points per game, shooting 52.4 for the field, 38.2 from 3. He's rolling. 30 points, 12 of 18 shooting on Tuesday. He had a career high 44 in their win over Golden State. A career high 9 assists in Monday's loss to Portland. Boston on the second half of back-to-back after defeating the Blazers 128-118 for the second straight win last night. It's very, very impressive. To do that without Tatum, Porzingis, and Drew, amazing. Pritchard coming off the bench to go for 43. Pritchard hit 10 threes. White had 9 threes, went for 41. Take it away here for us, Darryl, Sixers, Celtics.
You ready for this? Are you ready for this analysis on this game here?
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just give me Boston minus. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
You ready for this? Here's my analysis. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
Let's hear it. Break it down.
Yeah. So I don't even like Boston. You know that. So, as a Laker fan, I hate Boston. Does anybody know? Anyone in the chat? I'll address this to everyone. What the scenario is with Philly and their 6th pick? Is it protected? Look into the scenario with
I
that.
thought it was protected.
It's top 6 protected, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So, if anything, Philly needs to get on the tank bus like right now and start losing games and stop fucking around with Chicago and Brooklyn. That's the first thing. The second thing is Philly has absolutely nothing right now. Nothing at all. And just bottom line, from positions 1 through 10, Boston Celtics is just the better squad. They don't need these players to blow out the Philly 76ers at home at that, off a back-to-back. I don't care. This line is large for a reason. You don't have Maxey. You don't have Paul George. You have absolutely nothing out there to give the Celtics. I promise you, Philly won't even score 100 points this game. They won't. So the only thing we're looking at now is, okay, does Boston coast and we have some type of backdoor cover here? I don't think they have enough firepower to even get to 100. Boston could coast and still win this game by 20 points, go deep in the depth chart, and get ready for the Laker game coming up 2 days after this. So, yeah, Boston here, this is the side that you take them. I know they hadn't been covering some spreads, some large spreads. The same that you could say for Cleveland, they were kind of up and down, but they've been covering. This is a game Boston doesn't even really have to think about. They could win this game by 30 points with one arm tied behind their back, in my opinion, just based on the scenario and just based on who Boston has right now and who Philly doesn't have. Give me Boston all day. I got this at 13. This line is probably already moved. It may get back to 14 by tip-off, but I got Boston at minus 13. Give me Boston. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is with this game. And you know how my record has been with my I don't give a fucking shit spread plays right now.
Very
This
strong.
is one I feel good about.
We can still get you a minus 13, minus 112, unless you've already tweeted that out. We can.
No, I haven't, but I'll tweet it. But I stepped on Boston already at minus 13. So if you got that, that's good. We can make it official, and I'll tweet that out.
Zoe's saying it's 14 at his book. Zoe, it's 14 at a bunch, but it's also 13 and a half at a bunch, and there's 113 left. All right, we have Darryl moving. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is. Play today. Celtics minus 13, minus 112. Let's roll on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Our next spot: Golden State Warriors 34-28, 17-15 on the road at the Brooklyn Nets. 21-40, 9-20 at home. We're at Barclays Center, Brooklyn, New York. We are racing for $50 as well at the end of this show. Racing for our gold members. Jose, I need them camels. I need Camel Race today. Need them. Warriors 4-1 over their past 5, 99.8 possessions a game. That's 16th fastest in the NBA over the last 5 games. Shooting the ball 46.3 from the field and 35.6 from 3. Brooklyn 0-5 over their past 5, 17th fastest pace, 99.7 possessions a game. They're shooting 39.3 and just 31.2 from 3. A very, very poor performance from them. Let's get this line history up here. We have Brooklyn plus 10.5. That plus 10.5 is plus 101. They opened up at 9.5. It's plus 11 everywhere else. So it's basically an 11
really?
Here.
Okay.
On the total, we have a 223. This is coming down. This opened up at 223, but it got up to 225 before it came back to 223. Cash flow wise for this Warriors net spot, you have 75% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the Warriors. Line moving towards them. 93-89 on the over. Let's take a look at what happened to shoot around. If there's any information, Kuminga out, Peyton game time decision for these Nets. They're as healthy as they've been for some time. Peyton is listed as probable, so we expect Peyton in. Warriors coming off their second straight win, 114-102 at the Knicks on Tuesday. They've won 7 of 8, but this is their 4th game in 6 days. It's not an easy task. LJ from H-Town in the house. Golden State third quarter is back. Butler in 10 games with the Warriors, 16.3 points per game, shooting 44% from the field. He scored in double digits in 8 of those games and at least 20 in 3 of those games. And they are 9-1 with Butler in the lineup. 7 of those 9 wins have come by double digits, which they would need to do here to cover. Warriors held an opponent under 110 points for the 6th time since the trade. Also improved to 13-6 since falling 1 game under 500 on January 22nd. Curry scored 20 of his 28 in the second half, dealing with a right ankle soreness, but he's not listed on the injury report. We saw him put up 56 in Orlando. Brooklyn comes in off their 5th straight loss, 127-113 at the Spurs on Tuesday, and they come home. 5-game losing streak. Their defense looked much stronger before everybody came back. Now that everybody's back, you got Russell, Thomas, Williams, Johnson, Claxton. Their defense has fallen off in a big way. Over this 5-game losing streak, they're allowing 119.8 points per game. They're allowing their opponents to shoot 54.1%. They've allowed 50% shooting for all of those 5 games. The Spurs shot 54.7 from the field. The Spurs hit 18 threes. It's only the second game that Russell and Cam Thomas have appeared together. And the first game, Russell started, Thomas came off the bench. Both players started on Tuesday. Thomas went for 24. That's the second game back. Russell was held to 12 after missing 5 games with a sprained right ankle. Take it away for us here, Darryl. We have the Warriors in Brooklyn.
Are you ready for this analysis?
Oh, God.
You ready for this one, man? You ready? Yeah. Just give me Golden State, man. Minus, I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
You ready for this? Here's my analysis. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
I love it. Bring it down.
Man. So I guess I have to preface it by saying this. Some of these games, we talk about how cappers cap games. Cappers use stats, numbers, a lot of things. A lot of cappers use their gut intuition and eyeball test. And that is what I'm using for specifically this game here. I'm just looking at how good Golden State is playing, and I call it the Jimmy Butler era. And I promise you, this is a different team right now. This is a different team playing some good ball and playing some good defense. And I just have to look at Brooklyn as a team also that should be in tank mode. They're not playing for anything at all. And they have nothing to give this team. They have nothing. And I think you just see another solid performance, in my opinion, by Steph Curry. So the last time they played, they're playing at the Garden. Steph Curry puts up 56. Now are you going over to Brooklyn, man? I mean, you're not traveling or anything like that. You've had a couple days rest in NY, and I just think you get a really good, solid performance. You win by 12 over the Knicks at the Garden. I promise you, man. I promise you, this is going to be the same outing for a Brooklyn Nets team who has absolutely nothing whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. So this is more, I don't want to give you numbers and stats, and I know that may be, some people may look at it as irresponsible, but a lot of my capping is like that as far as how it's the eyeball test. And what I see of one team that is really meshing and getting things together and making a strong push, and another team who just doesn't have it at all. Jimmy is getting through to the free throw line at will. Steph is just shooting some good threes. 12 threes, bro. 12 threes. Now, is he going to duplicate that? No, you're not going to see 12 threes again. But I just see a team that's pretty coordinated and organized, and such cohesion happening with that team right now that nothing's going to really get in the way. So looking at this team and how they play, Brooklyn's not going to even come close. This is another double-digit loss by Brooklyn, and I feel that Golden State is going to make this an easy win. So give me Golden State. I already took the 10.5. This should be a 15, 20-point blowout, in my opinion. No, I am not talking from the breakfast nook. I did see that. That's some funny shit. This is just a part of my house uh, that I guess I get the most natural light. So no, no breakfast nook here. But yes, Golden State Warriors minus 10.5 is in my pocket already. I made a huge play on that. I believe that's the play.
And we can still get you a 10.5. That's what you got?
10.5, correct.
Yeah, we can get it for you. We can get you a minus 10.5, a minus 111 offshore. We got you. Warriors minus 10.5, a minus 111. That is the, I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is. Play day numero deux. We have our guy Nut Flush giving me a winner. Thank God. It was just 79-76 Indiana State. The Salukis made it 80-79. They're up by a point, but I should have
What
just
game
been
is
on the
that?
first half. Sorry, my man.
What game is that?
It's the first game on the card today in college basketball. It's a Missouri Valley Conference first round.
Yeah.
It was such an easy cap to be on the Salukis first half because these teams just played each other. It was seniors night in Indiana State. They hit 3 after 3 after 3 and won by 20 points. Now they go to the Enterprise Center in St. Louis. Of course, it's going to be the opposite. I should have just been on the first half.
I didn't come in early, Jimmy. Someone told me to look at Michigan State today. That spread was -7.
Yeah, it's a very fishy line. The public's all over Michigan State.
Really?
I'm very interested in Iowa +7.
Okay.
Everybody and your mama, everybody
is on Michigan State. But
like DC Capper and a few of these guys are on Iowa +7. Bobano didn't want Michigan State. He's like something is up. It's a great spot for Iowa. Are they capable of? I mean, it's tricky. And that's Nate does have Indiana State -2. 3:56 left. 80-79 for Southern Illinois right now, Nate. But we did cash the team total over, so it takes a lot of the pressure off.
Way to go, fellas.
Let's roll on and let us know what are you doing here in the what moves you want to make here in the Michigan State game for our guy Darryl. Okay, let's roll on here because let me just before we roll on, don't switch the graphic, Jose, yet. Don't we think that Thomas and Russell should find themselves? Do you think that they're going to figure out how to play together at some point and get better at playing together? Or no?
Is it? And you think it's going to be this game? Yeah. I mean, so this is D'Angelo's second game back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or this is his first game back?
This is Russell. He missed 5 games. This is his second game back.
Yeah. So it just takes time to meld or to gel and mesh together, and I just don't see it. You had probably one practice, and I don't see it. Not yet. Not this game. Not this game. And maybe we would even look at Golden State if they weren't already in New York, right? But they're there. I just don't see it.
Yeah, so it takes the difficulty of the 4 game and 6 nights away because there's no travel. So I feel you.
Yeah.
All right, let's roll on. Let's roll on. Next up on the board, 8 p.m. Eastern, the Houston Rockets, 37-25, 17-14 on the road at the New Orleans Pelicans, 17-45, 11-19 at home. We're the Smoothie King Center, New Orleans, Louisiana. Houston 2-3 over the past 5, playing at 12th fastest pace in the league, 100.6 possessions a game, shooting 44.1 from the field and 35.3 over the last 5 games. Pelicans 3-2, 21st fastest pace, 98.6 possessions a game, shooting the ball much better from the field, 48.8%, but struggling from 3 at 32.1%. Let's take a look at the issues injury-wise. It's nothing. It's Van Fleet. I mean, it's something. Van Fleet is out, but Eamon Thompson playing the point, Jalen Green at the 2, Brooks at 3, Jabari Smith at the 4, and Sengun at the 5. And LJ from H-Town, Trill OG play of the day is the Houston Rockets.
There you go.
First half -2. That is the Trill OG play day. We also we have the prime cut, and I'll talk about it in a second, but we did go past the prime cut. The prime cut play of the day is the 76ers first half team total under 52.5. That's from our guy, the Sweaty Butcher. Let's go into the line history here for this one. We have Houston -4.5. They opened up a -5, so we have a half-point move towards the Pelicans. Let's get to the total. From a total standpoint, we have a 230. It's juiced to the over. This opened up at 228, got up to 231, and we're back at 230. Let's get into the cash flow for this one. We have 63% of the tickets, 48% of the cash on the Rockets. So the Pelicans have 37 and 52. Interesting. 88 and 88 on the over. And notice that our guy, LJ, who knows his team inside out, he is focusing on, and the Kong's Clips play the college basketball. He's Michigan State, but first half. And notice that same with LJ. I mean, LJ watches the Rockets, in person nonstop.
Right.
And he's only backing them first half. It does feel like it's a sharp side to be on the Pelicanos if they can be trusted. Rockets coming off their third straight loss, 115-102. The Pacers on Tuesday. Sengun and Adams both, were playing together, and they had a huge advantage in the boards, and they still lost. This is their fourth game in 6 days. The last time Houston won on the road, January 28th. That's how long it's been. Overall, they've lost 11 of 16 since then. Pelicans coming off their second loss in 3 games, 136-115. The Lakers on Tuesday. Zion's played 30 minutes once in 18 games since returning. But in his last 10 games, averaging 27.5 points per game, 6.3 boards, 5.5 assists, shooting 65.5 from the field. He had 37 points in 26 minutes against the Lakers, went 17 of 23. And this is a home and home. These teams play at Houston on Saturday night. Take it away, Derl. Is this a Pelicano spot in game one?
Yeah, no, I don't want to take it away. I don't take this shit away at all. I mean, you can look at Zion, right, and maybe look at his props, but I would only tell LJ on what's been giving us money. It's been a printing machine, right? And that is Houston first half, regardless of what the spread is. I didn't really see any value in this game at all. I didn't. I would love if Van Fleet was in the game. I also, if the total is 230.5, to me that feels like that would be a Pell spot, because again we talk about the Rockets defense and how they don't have the fastest pace, but we're seeing a total of 230, and so I think if we're talking about a lot of points scored, then that would put the Pels, in position. Now, when they played the Lakers, man, they came back. I mean, they made that a game until it got out of hand. But the Pels do go on these runs where they could put up some points pretty quickly. Um, I can't think of the guy's name, but it was just some stupid fouls, and he got in foul trouble pretty early. Zion got into foul trouble pretty early, went straight to the bench after his third foul was called, was playing with 3 fouls in that first half still. So it was just some careless mistakes that were made against the Lakers, and that probably has to do all with schemes and situations and matchups. But I do feel that if this is a higher scoring game, then that would favor the Pelicans. You know what I'm saying? I think in order for the Rockets to put this game away, it would have to be a defensive game, a low scoring game. And 230 just seems like, to me, a high total. So when I'm looking in the 230s and things of that nature, the total doesn't make sense to me. And I'm thinking, well, if it is this high, and if I got to agree with the total, then I would probably look toward the Pels here, full game, right? But I just don't have a good read on it, so I've stayed off of it. What has been cashing, if you know, just depends on if you want to add it with something, is Shingun's double-double, right? You can look at his boards, you can look at his points. Those things have been cashing, but you usually try to pair that with something else to try to get a better line or a better number. But in this case here, yeah, it was just no play for me. That total kind of threw me off.
I find the Pelicans appealing here, but Rockets off the 3 straight losses does make me nervous.
It makes you nervous. And Ime is going to coach these guys up. This guy is very, very, he's disciplined enough, and he puts enough fire under his team to where, these games are taken serious. For a minute, man, Rockets were what, third in the conference? they were third in the Western Conference, and you just kind of see these slides, and of course things happen. But after the All-Star break, it just seems like they've been losing a little bit of ground. So this is the game that they have to win.
Salukis just hit the
Nice.
basket to get up 86-85. God damn. The last thing I want, if Indiana State hits this bucket here, I lose the money line. Nasty Nate loses his -2. I wish I took the +1.5. We don't want to both be losers here. One of us has to get a win. 4 seconds left, 86-85, Southern Illinois. I'm interested in the Pelicanos, very interested. But again, I don't know if it's the perfect spot with the Rockets coming off the loss. I can understand Capper's looking at the over here as well.
Yeah, I mean, if it's an over game,
for the Pelicans, very appealing. Okay.
Yeah, if it's an over game, that's just got to go to the Pels. I just feel it does. If it's an over game, then that's just a Pels money line spot, in my opinion.
I hear that. That's big balls action. I hear that. Let's roll into our final spot on the board. Then we race camels. 10 p.m. Eastern, New York Knicks 40-21, 19-10 on the road at the LA Lakers 39-21, 24-7 at home. Or Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California. So stupid. Jordan Woods tweets out, fuck cancer, and then everyone's like, Cat has cancer. I mean, geez, what fucking idiots, man. God, so ridiculous. Knicks are 3-2 over their past 5, 25th fastest pace, 96.78 possessions a game, shooting 46.8 from the field and 32.9 from the three. Their three-point shooting has been poor. So it's the Lakers' three-point shooting as well. It's just 33.7 from 3 over these last 5 games, but they're 5-0 through those 5 games. And almost the exact same pace as the Knicks, just a tiny bit slower, a half possession less a game, shooting 47. Okay, what happened? Is it over? Did they miss? Did they cash it? Is it a foul? Somebody talk to me.
Yeah.
Good God, I need... Oh, there's a second left. Must be a foul. Miss. Clock stopped. Give me the dub, man. They missed.
You got it?
Good God, I need a day so bad. I don't want to sit here. Last thing you want to see is, look how needy Jimmy is, man. Look at this needy ass motherfucker.
Oh, God damn.
Let's go. Okay. Back to business. May this be the start of a glorious day that I need so badly.
Let's get it.
May Darryl deliver the positivity, and everybody in the chat being so good to me, even though I'm coming off an ugly day. Knicks, Lakers here. Let's get into the line history. Oh, that's a great way to start the day. 2-0 start to the day. Fuck yes.
Let's get it, man.
God. Okay. Here we go. From a total standpoint. Oh, we did that. The 230 opened up. It's because it's the exact same total as what we just talked about in Houston, New Orleans. Wow. 220. That one went from 228.5 to 231. This one's gone from 228.5 to 230. So both totals are going up. When we get to the point spread here, these Lakers are -3.5, minus 101. They opened up a -3.5, a plus 101. Now this was 4.5 for a while, but we're right back at 3.5. Let's get to the cash flow here. Just 16% of the tickets and 20% of the cash on the Knicks, and the line's not moving. 92 and 85 on the over. Obviously, this market makes the Knicks very appealing. Razor Sharp Picks in the house says New York 3-10 against the spread in their last 13 games.
Talk about it.
In the lab on the Lakers will be done tomorrow. It's going to include Lakers full roster prop bets on unders.
Okay.
Justin McKelvey, of course, because you got it before the line move, right? Because they went from dog to favorite. Wow. That's great, Justin. Getting in early. You deserve all of that. Okay, so let's get into the... Oh, we did the cash flow. Okay, here we go. So the Knicks had their 3-game winning streak snapped in that 114-102 loss at home to the Warriors on Tuesday. I played the fool on that one. I did not know or think that Cat wouldn't be in the lineup, and that got me right in the drink hole. We have Robinson as a game-time decision right now with an ankle injury. This is also the front end of a back-to-back. So maybe they rest him here. OG Anunoby, questionable the left thumb sprain. So we'll have to see. We also have Precious Achua, who we miss up here. Honestly, he played with a ton of heart. He was accountable. He could be missing his second game in 3 games, a minor hamstring injury. So some issues here on. Well, we don't know if there's going to be no OG action.
Yeah, we don't know
Jackson,
just
but
yet. I don't think they go. I hope not. I hope not.
for your Lakers, Rui out, but Reeves is
Reeves
a
is
game time.
playing.
This is probable. Okay, so Reeves is in.
He's playing.
AR-15 is in, and then of course
Mhm.
LeBron game time decision is
He's in.
probable. So LeBron is in, AR-15 is in, and the Don is in.
The
So
Don.
everybody, so they're all in. Okay, that
Mhm.
makes things a little bit easier. So the Knicks, OG went for 29 in the loss. Brunson went for 25. Cat missed for personal reasons. Josh Hart was 1 of 8 from the floor with 2 points. Very disappointing. Towns is good to go. He's in. This is game 1 of a 5-game trip. You know, we talked about how difficult this game was going to be for the Knicks. They finish off playing the Warriors. They fly all the way across the continent. But here, I guess because Cat didn't play, I mean, the market indicating that the Knicks are very live here. Luka went for 30 and 15 in the Lakers' 7th straight win, 136-115 at home over the Pelicanos. He's only one of 4. Isn't this amazing, these stats? Luka's now in them all. He's only one of 4 Lakers all time that have gone for 30 and 15 in a single game. Jerry West, Magic Johnson, LeBron James. Luka made his debut on February 10th. The Lakers are 8-2 with him in. But if you go back to January 21st, they're 17-3. LeBron went for 34 against the Pelicans. But this is the final game of a 7-game homestand, not the best spot to back a team. Take it away. I'm all ears, Darryl. Our final game on the card, Knicks Lakers.
You ready for this? Are you ready for this, man? Just let me know. Just let me know. I can settle down for a minute, but are you ready for this one?
A third for the first time
Yeah.
in low bag history?
In low bag history. Are you ready? You ready?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Never been more ready.
Yeah, let's make this really simple. Give me Lakers first quarter minus. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
God, even Jose is tired of playing the clip. Even Jose's like, fuck that clip.
Jose's like, no, I'm done. I'm done. No, but this is when we go to numbers, okay? Well, Jose is like, fuck you guys, right? No,
You ready for this? Here's my analysis. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
Talk to us here about the first quarter because our guy BJ, who's a monster, his best bet's Knicks plus 3.5 full game.
Full game? Yeah, I'm not touching the full game. There's a reason why I'm going first quarter. Okay, so let's break this down with the numbers first off. For the season average, right now, Lakers are 7th in the league, averaging 30.1 points in the first quarter. The Knicks are 19th in the league right now, 17th, averaging 28.0. So that gives you your almost 3-point spread there. That first quarter number that I have is -1. That's the first thing. The second thing you look at is the last 3 average. Right now, the Lakers are averaging almost 2 points more in the first quarter, giving you 31.2, where the Knicks are taking a 4-point average down the other way, giving you 24.3. And so you know how I cap when I look at numbers. When I see teams, and I know I talk about this kind of ad nauseum, when I see teams going in opposite directions like this, I jump on that number. Third thing is this. The Knicks are absolute trash in first quarters. They're absolute trash in revenge games. They're just absolute trash right now, fucking period. If you don't want to get in front of the Warriors train, no way in hell should you want to get in front of the Lakers train right now. Now, lastly, Lakers, in the last 5 games, are 5-0 ATS to the first quarter. That's the first off. They've scored over 30 points in the first quarter of their last 5 games, before the exception of one, which was against the Clippers, in which they were dogs at, and that score was 25-24. Clippers ATS for that first quarter, or Clippers line for that first quarter was 1.5. So the Lakers covered it by the hook there. That there. So everything is pointing towards the direction of the Lakers moving in one way, first quarters, and how they're starting off these games, and the Knicks going in a completely different direction. I couldn't even talk you off the first quarter over, knowing that the last game they played, the Lakers did beat them. This would be, if you want to look at revenge spots for the Knicks, but again, do the numbers on Knicks and revenge games. They suck at revenge games this season. So there's really, really no spot for me to even be incentivized that they're just going to come out really strong and dominant. That's just not them. That's not how they play. Their numbers are going down in the first quarter. Right now, the Lakers schemes, I don't think the coaches have really been able yet, at least, to make the adjustments to having Luka and Bron in the game when it starts, because there's really no defense, for the Lakers right now in the beginning of the game. The situations matter and the matchups matter, but right now you got Luka, LeBron, and Reeves on the floor together. You got all 3 scorers. You got 2 ball dominant players who also know how to pass. So I just really think it takes teams a while to kind of get their footing right and to kind of get the right schemes in play to guard this team. And this is why they're rolling. They're rolling also because of defense. I'd actually talked to Ski, and I asked Ski, honestly, I said, Ski, how is this team better defensively without AD? How is this even possible? And it's just his response, and I'm paraphrasing, but his response were, once you see basically one player going all out and going and going out all out for your squad, it makes everyone else kind of up their game and play better as well. So you look at LJ's numbers here. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. My best play, where I just put the farm on, is absolutely the Lakers' first quarter. Now, the reason why I didn't touch the full game, the line is a little tricky to me because I feel like the line should be a lot larger than 3.5. I do feel that way. Just how good the Lakers have been playing. That line is a little scary to me. And we also see that, is this a possible look ahead game for the Lakers, in which you have to play Boston in 2 days? Right. So you can go all out. You can play good at home and then kind of take it easy, rest tomorrow, and then get ready for the Celtics here. So I really don't know where the mindset is really with the Lakers and how they're going to feel about this game. They should absolutely demolish the Knicks with how well they've been playing defensively. And, they're not shooting the ball the best, but we're seeing Luka get better and better as each game progresses. So you got Reeves back in action, who is a walking free throw. The guy can get to the bucket. He can gather his fouls. I mean, the guy is good there. You've got a really, really good. I don't know if you see the chemistry, honestly, with Luka and Jackson Hayes as well. So I know I'm getting a little wordy here and trying to really tell you that the Lakers are looking very, very good. There's good coaching and good plays coming out of timeouts called by JJ as well. So all in all, the Lakers look good. Are they due for some regression? Absolutely. Absolutely. And we have to understand, do we just bet on that regression happening with this team or against the Knicks, or do we just kind of ride it out until it happens? And personally, the only way I can go here is because there's too many, I guess, questions about the whole game and how the Lakers are going to approach this game. And if they just sit down and lay down, if it gets too close to get ready for Boston. But right now, I just don't see any better bet in this game than the first quarter. I'm almost done here. If you look at how the Lakers are playing Luka plays just about the whole first quarter, right? So LeBron comes in at about, he comes to the bench at around the 6.5, 6 minute mark, and he gets his rest, and Luka's still there. So there's a lot of points being scored by the Lakers in the first quarter because of these lineups and how JJ is staggering these guys. So to me, I don't think there's just yet an answer for that. It may happen somewhere down the line, but right now it hasn't, because you can't blitz Luka and leave LeBron open. You can't blitz LeBron and leave Luka open. I mean, and now you got Reeves back on the court. You don't even have Rui just yet, who I believe is their best 3-point shooter percentage-wise. So there's just too many weapons right now that they have, and they're stepping up on defense. And I just feel right now that the Lakers have the upper hand. Last thing I'll say is Josh Hart threw up a dud last game. It's his former team, and I believe it's Josh Hart's birthday. There is some target toward Josh Hart PRA at 29.5. I do believe he will show up to play, and he will have a ton of opportunity to shoot. There was a stat that says that when Josh Hart has over 10 shot attempts, that he will easily go over that 29.5 PRA mark. He hit 50 PRA the last game he played against the Lakers. The Lakers still won. All the attention is going to be on Jalen Brunson. Bottom line, that's where the attention will be, which will give Josh Hart a ton of open looks here. That 29.5, that number, I believe at last night, it was at 26 or 27.5. It is now at 29.5. That is worth a look as well. I might jump on that just as the day progresses. But the Josh Hart PRA 29.5 may be a great look considering where the attention is going to be against this Knicks team tonight. But I absolutely love the Lakers' first quarter -1 is where I got it as my best play of the day.
-1 at -110 is locked in. Chase saying, why are you saying this line so low? Lakers were +4.5 against the Clippers at home.
But
was that Friday or Sunday?
That was 2 days ago. Was that Monday? Monday?
On Sunday. Here, let me go over this. On Sunday,
It could have been Monday.
Well, no, I've got both games here. I'm just gonna check. So on Sunday, the Lakers were +2.5 at home. They'd won the first meeting. Let me go to that first meeting. So +2, but 2.5. That was very fishy.
Are you saying the Clippers and Lakers game? If I'm right, also that line was. Are you saying the Clippers and Lakers game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe because the Lakers were off a back-to-back also.
Yeah, with no Reeves, but there were dogs in both those games. But that's a good point, Chase. That is a good point. It's a great breakdown. Now, let me ask you this then: is it the market that's keeping you off them full game?
It's the situation.
Last game of a homestand.
Yeah, it's your last game of a homestand. You got Cat rested, and you got Boston coming up, which would probably be a nationally televised game, right? So where's the attention drawn? So yeah. Also, I had seen 71% of the side is on LA, and you're not seeing very much movement in this line. So I think this one here, just like you were saying about Michigan State, I believe your general bettor is going to look at this game, and the public is going to be all on the Lakers. And this is just one of those games to where, man, they could just drop the ball. And you've seen that happen Lakers are winning games, but some of these games they're almost letting get away as well. So I'm just going to what I know has been cashing tickets when I tell you that I've been making money off of this Lakers first quarter spread. Do it. Also, if you have a team total for the Lakers, my local doesn't carry a team total for quarters, just full game and half. But I believe that team total or the total for the first quarter that I had seen was 58, right? So if you're talking about a 30-29 score, or a 29-20, I don't know. But if the Lakers are under 30 points for team total right now, that might be worth a look also.
Lakers team total 30.5 here, but it's plus 104
Yeah.
to the over, minus
Yeah.
122 to the
See, it's
under.
plus money. That's a little scary, also. But yeah, as far as the spread and what this team is doing, my goodness, like what I'm seeing out of them is absolutely crazy. So I'm just going to go down with the ship when it decides to sink, but it hasn't just yet. So that first quarter, just if anything, that Lakers first quarter spread is a spot to go.
Beautiful work here, Darryl. Great takes. 6 games capped here. Let's review action. We have. I want in on the Magic.
Yeah,
Do I have the balls to double up? I don't know. I want in on the Magic. I'm
That's
interested
crazy.
in the Pacers. The minus 13, minus 112s. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is play today. Number 1 for Darryl on the Celtics. Then number 2 is the Warriors minus 10.5, minus 111. And then Trilogy play today is the Rockets first half minus 2. Kong's Clips play today. Drummond 10 or more rebounds minus 113. He also played 12 or more at plus 215. Then Darryl's on the Lakers minus 1. BJ's best bets the Knicks plus 3.5. Prime cut is 76ers first half team total under 52.5. And then the final spot that I wanted to mention was Wine Time. Pelicans money line. Atlanta, Indiana
See?
over 246.5.
Man, that sounds. What do you think about that again, Jimmy? Because
I'm
that Pelicans money line is calling me.
I'm close to the Pelicans, but I do want to sit with the Rockets on a 3-game losing streak. Are they going to be on the 4-game losing streak and just destroy the Pelicans at home on Saturday?
Right.
I mean, I just need to sit with the 3 straight losses. That's all. We have Nasty Nate on the Celtics, Warriors, Rockets, Lakers second quarter parlay. MMA locker room prop shop Towns over 22 points for Millsy. Lucky Power on the Lakers. And that is our NBA coverage for Thursday, March 6th. Great having Darryl back in business with us. I love capping with you. Are you still in? I'm afraid to ask because I want you there so bad. We still good for San Antonio?
Absolutely. You know, I'm actually bringing my wife with me, man.
Oh, that's
So,
great. That's dope.
I think LJ has his wife coming. So,
No, it's great. Yeah.
So yeah, man. I think we'd already talked about it. We've already got our rooms ready and booked.
Oh,
So
beautiful.
the dates are for us the 20th through the 23rd,
Oh, beautiful.
right? So we will definitely be out there. And I'm hoping um that we can all be super drunk within the first 20 minutes, man. So I'm coming there like I did last year. I'm coming straight to fucking to the show. I'm blasting through the room and I'm asking for the Hennessy or something.
And
So
NBA, breakdown NBA with me on Friday live?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, dope.
Absolutely. So we'll do Thursday and Friday.
Will you be in town early enough on Thursday?
I'll see.
Okay.
I'll see because we're gonna fly into Austin actually and drive down to San Antonio.
South by
So
Southwest going on in there too.
I know, man. I know. But yeah, absolutely. We will definitely be there. Everything's
Oh,
already in motion. So yeah, we're good
that's
now.
dope. Darryl, thank you so much for your time. I popped Darryl's X handle here in the chat. Please hit that and support our guy, Darryl. Darryl, great work. It's just so overrun by action with the last week college basketball and these. So
Right.
I didn't have our records up, but your record is strong and it will be up next week when you're back in business with us. Thank you so much for your time and your energy, my
Absolutely.
man. Cannot wait to see
Appreciate
you
it.
in San Antonio. Chase J says, Darryl, I don't give a fucking shit what the drink of the day is. Give me Henny.
That's right. That's right, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to drink a little brown. If wine time's there, we're gonna have to drink a little red. I know I always get into trouble. You always get in trouble when you mention names, but definitely everybody out in the chat, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all been rocking with me since I've been on here. I've been rocking with y'all. So everybody, if I didn't call your name, charge it to my head, not my heart, brother. I really do appreciate y'all. Let's get it, man. Let's sweep this fucking board this week tonight. And let's see you on next week.
There he is, Daryl Rice in the house at It's Darryl on X. The other final spot on Wine Times card is the Nets plus 10.5. Is the Nets plus 10.5. Red Beard, Crown Royal, Nasty Tequila. What's your drink of choice, Jose?
It's a great question. I would say Crown and Coke, but I'm going to tell you now, Daryl Rice is going to be a danger to you. And I'm not gonna drink too much during the shows.
I've got stuff planned now. I've really got a plan together here, and I switched my flight so I get in at 6 at night instead of 12:30 in the afternoon. So I'm not going to be just and so I'm going to have Thursday and Friday's card like almost capped, not fully, but like I'm going to have a ton of work. I have 6 hours on the planes in the airport, so that's the key. I can't expect to do work. Last year I thought, okay, it's okay, I'll just sit in the bar and cap. It doesn't happen.
No, it does not.
Un petit peu.
Oh my God,
that's French for a little bit.
Don't break out the Spanish when you come down here.
That was French. That was French.
Okay. Because that was Spanish. No, I don't know what the fuck you just said there. Holy shit.
Spooner says liquid IV every day. I've never had that before. I don't even know what that is. I would love if that would help the hangovers. Hangovers is my biggest battle.
You should get some liquid IVs when you get here. Yeah,
I don't even know what that is.
It's just like a thing you put in your drinks and it'll make you feel better. Allegedly.
Oh, it's like a package. Well, I've got that. We got that stuff, but I'll grab that. And Joe says, "Okay, okay. I'm gonna have a list here for Jose, and I'll tip heavy."
And there's a coffee shop that's like 2-minute walk from the studio now.
A new one?
I guess I've never noticed it there, so it's new to me.
You know.
So yeah, no more having to run around for Starbucks in the morning. We can just mosey on over to that.
Gun Blaster. And Lex Steele, Johnny Blue, chase with Johnny Blue. I don't have that kind of cash for Johnny Blue. I barely have the cash for Johnny Black. Johnny Red, though. Johnny Red, I can cover. Hey, Jose, let's race, and then we'll review all action. We have a huge thank you to all of our gold members. It means the world to us that you guys support us. Let's fucking race here and see who is going to add $50 to their cash flow. Leonard Porch Jr. in the house says, what up, fellas? Scott Taylor in the show. Celtics, Warriors, Stars. Safe square parlay today. I think that the Hurricanes are a safer spot than the Stars because the Bruins are done and the Flames are fighting. So I would think that but we are not racing sheep. We're racing camels. How many gold members do we have, Jose?
77 gold members here, and that's it. Unfortunately, I don't have an option to race camels here. So we are racing in the sport of kings and sheiks here today. It's going to be beautiful.
I'm excited. A huge thank you to all of our gold members. Let's see who adds $50 to their bankroll, Jose, my man.
Let us see indeed. The sport of sheiks is off and racing here in beautiful Southtown 101, I guess, because it's all about the desert. Fun fact of the day, the largest country without a river, Saudi Arabia. Take that and put that in your back pocket, everyone.
Wow, I'm going to use that never.
TJ, you tell Ella that she'll be
actually, that would interest Ella.
Mind blown. Chosen one, TJ, King Who, all in the mix here, Jimmy.
Let's roll on. Interesting. Just got a message about that. I'm in. You mean, and he means just drink it every morning. Kong's Clips has the lead right now. Kong's Clips, that camel's trying to find the wire with that elongated neck. But Dutch Boy Fresh has something to say about that. Dutch Boy Fresh creeping up on the outside. Will there be late pacers? Much less. Here comes Fat Wally and NJ Striker. They're seconds away. And El Dorado Custodian. God, Chill Will was right there. Jason Meyer, the El Dorado Custodian, getting paid in full. Chill Will second, Justin McKelvey in third, Joseph Thompson in fourth, Dutch Boy Fresh in fifth, Randall Sheffield sixth, Bo Jackson seventh, Johnny Guns eighth, Sweaty Butcher ninth, and Jeff Slaughter 10th. Big Ragu 11th. Excellent work, fellas. Excellent work here. And we thank you so much for supporting us. We must remember to tell the El Dorado Custodian that he's been paid in full. Yeah, Nasty Nate. Nasty Nate, didn't see your camel out there, Nate.
I scrolled to look and just to make sure because I knew Nasty Nate was going to say something. 19th, Nate. That's unfortunate.
I didn't see your camel out there, bud. I got to get those buds out of my system. That's Canadian.
Yeah,
That'll get you
my
shanked.
brother. Yeah, my brother said the same thing actually yesterday. He said, "Yeah, I don't want anyone calling me bud." And I was like, "Yeah, it's Canadians, man. That's what they do." It's very funny. By the way, my older sibling might be coming to Palooza for the poker tournament. That'll be very interesting. Who is nothing like me, so that'll be very interesting
Oh,
to
that's
say the
dope.
least.
Again, we need signups. We need to know where we're having the poker tournament. That's crucial.
Yes.
If we do it at the bar, we'll have to start earlier, but it'll be great fun at the bar because we're going to need breaks for our guy Big Show. So we'll have to figure that out. Oh, there he is, Jason Meyer. There he is. Says roll it over.
Congratulations. Oh,
What a guy. Roll it over, says the El Dorado
my God.
custodian.
Roll it over.
It over. What a guy.
Big old balls.
I love him. Nobody's in Texas. God, I cannot wait. I cannot wait, man. That's a beautiful $100 race on Friday. Let's review all action and put a bow on the proceedings. I am not moving on Missouri State. Started the day 2-0. Let me sit with that shit. I want to soak that shit in. I need it. I need it so bad.
That's a classic right there.
Sit with that shit. I'm not gonna Missouri State Bears gonna fuck up this ride, this high. No. All right, let's review action. Big O, MSU Iowa over 151.5. Stacks play today number 1, Northern Kentucky plus 4.5. You know what? I need to see this one more time. I need the money. I need the money badly. Let me see the Stacks play today. I want to think about money. I need this cash.
Stacks.
Oh, I need it. Stacks play today number 1, Northern
I thought
Kentucky.
you were talking about this.
I'm not, but we are now, aren't we?
Yeah, sometimes you just need to see something different, you know?
Sometimes you do.
And sometimes you need a little bit of this in your life.
Rarely, but sometimes. Ron Crawford play of the day on ice is the Utah Hockey Club. Great to see you, Ron. And the Lakers and Tulane. Interesting. Let me copy and paste all this here quickly. Here, the Lakers, the Utah Hockey Club, and Tulane. Can you play our guy Ron Crawford's clip?
Of course, Ron. And nothing gets me more fired up than death and heavy metal. Especially when it's coming from the sweet, sweet vocals of Ron Crawford.
Billy Friedrich is on Georgia State plus 2.5. Indiana State, SIU. Oh, that was Northern Alabama minus 5.5. Omaha minus 5.5. Bucknell minus 8.5. UC San Diego first half minus 13.5. Pig Milk play today. San Diego plus 2. Says Pacific 1-7 against the spread is as a favorite. Wrong team favorite. Kelly McInnes, dog of the day play today. Canisius moneyline plus 280. Cuban Connect is on the St. Thomas, the Tommies game over 145. Spooner is on Fairfield plus 8.5, Navy plus 114, Lafayette plus 4.5, Sacred Heart moneyline plus 120. Respect play today, Liberty first half plus a half minus 115. Kong's Clips college basketball play today, Michigan State first half minus 3.5. That's 20-7. Jeff Slaughter, who came on the show, went 2-0 yesterday. He's on Loyola Maryland plus 8.5, Liberty plus 1.5. I start the day 2-0. I would just be 1-0 if I was left to my own devices, but I listened to Nut Flush. If I just tailed every bet he gave me, it would help me so much. Maybe I should just start just tailing it, not questioning it, just tailing it. Bobano moved on Missouri State plus 6 minus 112. I'm going to let it go. Let it go. ECU is appealing to me, but that's on the other side of our guy, Ron Crawford. ECU minus 4 minus 120 for Bobano and the over 143.5 minus 108. We stayed off New Mexico State. We stayed off Liberty, but of course, Jeff's on Liberty. I have interest in FAU first half. I have interest in Iowa, quite a bit of interest. Also, I have interest in Abilene Christian. Bobano's on the over 152.5 in Michigan State. Iowa is on the over 139.5 in Utah Valley, Abilene. Come on. They're 21-7 and 13-1 in the WAC, and they're 2.5-point favorites. This has not always helped. But when we see when that line makes no sense, it moves to 5.5. This line hasn't moved. Then we have Alabama State +6 -110. UC Davis +7.5 -118 for Bobano. Spooner on Lafayette +4.5 -118. And he's also, I'm interested on that first half under in the Lafayette American University spot. Tank Cobb saying I'm talking too fast. Tank Cobb, if you were in the same room as me, I would stop talking. And I would pull out a chopstick and a pencil sharpener. I would sharpen up the chopstick while still not saying anything. And then I would tie you up, turn the heat up really hot, so hot. I'd sit there for another 25 or 30 minutes not talking, sharpening up a second chopstick and a third chopstick. Then I would take the sharpened chopstick, just cut a little slit right here. I wouldn't cut your jugular, just a little slit right here so you start bleeding out. Then I would take my sweaty nutsack and I would create some sort of swinging device. So I could swing sort of above the bridge of your nose before I find the perfect spot to sit, slowly bleeding out. I would leave my nut stink right on the bridge of your nose for 45 minutes, an hour. I'd be capping at the time, paying no attention. And then very slowly, Tank, I would say, is this nice for you? Because it's nice for me. Then I would look at the other side of your neck and create another little slit right here. Again, not the jugular. I just want you to slowly bleed out while you smell my nut stink. Then I would sit comfortably on the swing, just centimeters. It's okay if we use metric. Centimeters away from the bridge of your nose. Then I would take the third chopstick. Then I would slit an artery and you would die. Spooner is on Navy moneyline at +114. I'm interested in Colgate. I'm interested in Kansas. That's the Kansas City Ruse. Marist, I may get to the window with Marist. North Alabama, 5.5. I would like to see that 6. If I see that 6, I'm interested. DC Capper on Iowa +7 and the over 152.5. Purdue Fort Wayne +104 in Justin McKelvey's pocket. DC Capper also on Jackson State -8.5. We have Robert Franklin on Wright State +6.5. But as Billy Friedrich mentioned, Robert Morris has the third best against the spread record in the country, 23-7. And UC Davis is first at 23-5. Can you imagine UC Davis 23-5 against the spread? Then we have Cuban Connect on the over in the Tulane game on the Stars Columbus. Oh, wait, what's that? Northern Kentucky +4.5 and Pelicanos +4.5. Fairfield +8.5 and Sacred Heart money line at +120 for our guy Spooner. I can't take Detroit with this line moving too far in that one direction. I can't do it. It's not been working for me at all. But I'm very interested in Columbus first period. Mel moved on Columbia's first to score at +140. My NHL action, I'm very confident in. I'm also on my first player props of the year in NHL. McDavid to score at +130. McDavid over 1.5 at even money. I am also on the Stars -1.5 at +120. The Hurricanes -1.5 +105. And the Kraken money line at +119. Nunya business play today, Tulane +4.5. So Nunya business. So we have the corner of Nunya and Ron Crawford Boulevard. Kong's Clips is on Drummond 10+ boards. He's also playing 12.5 +215. Other action for DC Capper, Mount St. Mary's +8.5. Army +6.5. Pacific money line. UMKC over 137.5. Indiana State -1. That didn't work out. Then that we've already gone over NHL. And we have NBA we just went over as well. So that is our show for today. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for rocking with us here. Truly, we have nothing without you guys. UPK Yashila says, can the Oilers snap this 4 to 5 game skid, pull off a win? I don't know. They're falling apart. I think they need a trade deadline help. But I think McDavid is going to have a game tonight. I really, really, really do. The Nancy Nate says the 2 fingers on the back shoulder. For anybody coming to Pubapalooza, if you feel just a couple fingers tap on the back, do not turn around. Do not
Walk away.
walk forward.
Just walk
walk
away.
forward. Just walk forward. That's it. And that usually is about after about 11 at night. Just that little two finger tap.
Get out of there.
Don't turn around. Whatever you do.
Maybe run. Don't walk.
Don't turn around.
And
Thank you,
we've said
Kelly
it many
McInnes.
times. We've said it 1,000 times at this point.
Yeah.
But if you bring water to South 10 101 and nasty Nate's around, just accept the consequences because you've been warned.
It's Matumbo. He turns into Matumbo. Kelly McInnes, saturated, nuke worker, Steve G, super true story, College Station. Thank you. Thank you, guys. There's Nasty Nate. Thank you. Action Jackson, Tank Cobb, Skunt Blaster. Thank you, guys. AEOD always pumping us up, giving us energy. These are long shows. It really, really helps. Really helps. Crip Key, thank you. I love seeing what your numbers indicate for these games. It helps so much. Thank you guys so much. All of you. You bring so much energy and so much life to the show, and we need it. And I really needed it today. It was a sleepless night. It's been back-to-back sleepless nights. Not only that, though, when I did get to sleep, I was up again like, oh, God. I was that horn, the horn from the Vegas game, blaring over and over and over and over again. Jermaine, thank you. Leonard Porsche Jr., North Ender, Lucky Power, Eldorado Custodian, rolling over the $50 to $100. Thank you guys so much for all that you do for us. Kingu and Jose, thank you, my man. I cannot wait. 13 days away from hanging with you, man. I'm so excited.
Jimmy, just remember, of all you set expectations for people, and Jimmy, you say yourself the best. You can't have your expectations too high, because if you come in with high expectations of trying to meet me, you're going to be disappointed of how not energetic I am.
No, but you're coming out of your shell a bit.
We'll see. But just know, don't have your expectations high when you come and meet me, because they will be disappointed. So,
thank you guys so much. I'll deliver the leche today, as our guy
Darryl said, "Fuck you."
Darryl was all over me. No leches. The only thing I'd stop doing is talking about the salutes. That's it. UPK Yashila. Thank you to our guests. Spooner, you're a monster. Bobano and Derl. Lamont Williams, Golden State team total over 117 against these Brooklyns. The Brooklyn defense is falling apart, with Johnson and Russell on the floor together. So I get it. Thank you guys. Go out there and get that cash. Hold that shit, light that shit, smoke it. Let's it. Hey, los bookmakers. Milk that shit.